Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter Report live draft show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com. Ladies and gentlemen, you've made it. If you watch us on Thursday night, we thank you. If you watch us on Friday night, we appreciate you. And you are the real ones if you are watching with us today on Saturday, day 3 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Rounds 4 through 7. The Bucs have a slew of picks to get through this afternoon. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is the face that runs the place that already has 2 Bucs best bets out of the picks the Bucs have made so far, Scott Reynolds. Scott, it's a pleasure to be with you at this moment, and let's get right into it. The Bucs making some picks throughout the first 2 days and a lot more to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a draftnik like we are, and you're looking at this from a numbers standpoint, they've drafted 3 players, Matt.
Yeah.
They have a chance to draft 5 more players today. So there's more Buccaneers to be had today than there were over the last 2 days. So I think that we're probably not going to see the Buccaneers trade up into the 4th round. Jason Licht, I think in an alternate universe, would like to do that. But from what I've heard and been told, the Bucs will probably stand pat. When you look at the probability of day 3 guys, 4th rounders, 5th rounders, 6th rounders, 7th rounders making your team, it's just not as high. The percentages are just not there for those guys making your roster anyways. So why not have more swings at bat? Why not have more bites at the apple? Trading up and maybe sacrificing, 2 picks to move up into the 4th round, you might get a little bit better player, but at the same time, you have a greater chance of success hitting on more picks rather than just one particular guy. So I think they're going to go with the quantity and hopefully get some quality out of this
exactly.
as well. But they're going to put the emphasis on keeping their 5th and 6th and 7th round pick, and we'll see what happens.
It goes back to a trend that the Bucs have had in previous seasons, most notably, I think you coined it, Scott, flooding the position.
Yeah.
They did it with the secondary specifically. Right. You saw it as well in this year's draft already, flooding outside linebacker, even though they already got a couple of guys in the mix.
Right.
Flooding offensive line, especially with what they got going on. And it's apples oranges here, but they're flooding their draft picks by not giving up as much draft capital. And I think it was totally fine when they moved up 2 spots to get Cody Mauch, because they only gave up 1 6th round pick, and they already had a ton of picks in the 5th and 6th round anyway. So that didn't really cost them too much just to move up 2 spots. Overall, you make a great point. It's not all the time that you see these late round picks hit. The Bucs have been spoiled because of Jordan Whitehead in the
4th round,
in the 4th round, or the linebacker
Alexander,
or the linebacker they took, Mr. Irrelevant, a couple of years ago. They traded him to Grant Stewart, who became a special teams ace. They traded him to the Indianapolis Colts. That doesn't happen all the time. That should not be expected by Bucs fans or pundits around the league. So I'm all for, and Jason Licht said it himself, it's killing me that I'm not getting into the 4th round. And never say never, because if the right price is there, I'm sure Jason would be like, you know what, Jamie Robinson, he's there. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. It's not going to cost us too much.
Right. And especially if a team, if they're content on taking, a situation where like maybe a 6th round pick in a 5th round moves up into the 4th round, and then you get a 7th round pick flipped back. I mean, sometimes these teams are willing to really kind of take some bargains. And we've seen Jason Licht fleece some teams before. The Jacksonville Jaguars was a team that he fleeced. So I'm not going to say that they're not going to trade into the 4th round, but from what I've learned, as it stands right now, they're going to stand pat. I think Jason Licht has become a more patient general manager, and
which is good.
It's very good. Sometimes, what's the old saying?
Patience is a virtue.
Patience is a virtue. Good things come to those who wait. The Bucs had to be really patient this year in free agency. They did not have a lot of salary cap room.
It was about finding value. It was bargain hunting, but finding value in those bargains.
And it was also, okay, we're going to roll the dice. We're going to see what Jammie Dean can get in free agency. We're going to see what Lavonte David can fetch in free agency. And that patience paid off in 2 very cap-friendly deals coming back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, without question. I think the free agency aspect is a really great point about it. And something I said the other day, but I think it's really important now, the importance of patience. The fact that they're willing to wait. There could be a team that wants that Bucs, one of the Bucs, fifth round picks.
Yeah.
And says, we'll overpay you. We'll give you something. Maybe it's even draft capital next year that they can kind of bank on.
Jason Licht did that. Maybe he gets what he gave last year.
Maybe he gets two fourth rounders next year.
Right.
And just has to sacrifice one for this year. We appreciate everybody in the chats. We love you guys. Love the Pewter people. And of course, if you super chat us, we're going to answer your question right away, really regardless of what the topic is. So thank you, Tom Bucs fan, for the $5 super chat, who says, is Aaron Rodgers' 2005 story that Gruden and Allen told him he was their pick true? Follow up. Did the Glazers veto it as they liked Chris Sims?
John Gruden tells everybody that he loves them. Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah. The 5th overall pick for Aaron Rodgers in 2005 was going to be Cadillac Williams. He also told Cadillac Williams he loved him. I think John Gruden has a fault. He loves too many people. And I say that because I remember back in, I want to say 2003, maybe 2004, when the Buccaneers had Thomas Jones and Michael Pittman on the team at running back. And he told both of those guys they were going to be 1,000-yard backs. Man, you're going to be my 1,000-yard back this year. Hey, Pittman, man, you're my 1,000-yard back this year. And I think Gruden's intentions were good, right? He wanted to kind of pump up both guys. Hey, I see you guys being this, but the reality of it is you're not going to have two 1,000-yard rushers in a John Gruden offense. So kind of behind the scenes, those guys felt like, well, is Gruden shooting me straight, right? He says, wait a minute. He said, I was going to be the 1,000-yard back. Yeah. He's telling you, you're going to be the 1,000-yard back, where I think John's intentions were both of you can be, but probably one of you is. So who's it going to be? So I think it was just the delivery rather than the message that kind of got a little convoluted. And I think that John Gruden really liked Aaron Rodgers, but at number 5, they were destined to take the third running back on the board, Matt.
You think it was more just themselves. He's just a positive guy that he's just hyping up his guys regardless? Like, sure, there might not be 100% truth behind it, but it's kind of like, hey, I believe in you. I think you're going to be a 1,000-yard rusher. And then you get that extra boost of confidence.
I think that's the intention. I think that the delivery, I don't think John thought it through about how it could be perceived. And I will say this too. John Gruden loves veteran quarterbacks. The quarterbacks he had success with were not Sean King and not Chris Sims. It was Brian Griese. It was Brad Johnson. It was Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
Because his offense, the verbiage was so complex that he had to have an experienced veteran. And we've probably all seen the clips at training camp where Chris Sims is in the huddle trying to spit it out, right? And Gruden is losing his mind and throwing the script and and all of that. So I think John Gruden was averse to taking rookie quarterbacks to begin with, because then he would be on the spot for having to develop them. I think he liked quarterbacks that were already developed in somebody else's system, and they had enough experience that he could take them to the next level in his offense.
So Gruden would like a Baker Mayfield right now.
Yes, totally. Yes. He would hate Kyle Trask and love Baker Mayfield. Yes, there's no doubt about it.
And just to the other point about like telling Aaron Rodgers they were going to draft him, that happens all the time in the draft. We actually saw it with the Bucs last season with Lewis Cine. Lewis Cine thought he was going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then the Bucs traded out and ended up getting Logan Hall. So, we talk about smoke screens. We talk about diversions, different things, a lot of chatter that goes on during the NFL draft. Until that pick is officially in, really anything is on the table.
You're right. And the Buccaneers, just from having some conversations with some people in the know, the Buccaneers loved Jack Campbell, who was taken right before them at number 18 to the Lions. And they loved Sidney Brown. So those are some players that you're not going to get everybody. You're not going to get all of the guys that you want in any draft. You're not going to fill all the positions of need. That's something Jason Licht said last night is you're not going to fill all your needs in the draft. It just doesn't happen. But you just want to get really good players. And sometimes, Matt, when you draft for need, you miss out on other better players at the position.
It's the fine line between drafting team needs and best player available. And I think the Bucs so far have done a solid job of, at least in their eyes, finding either the best player available or just a really super ultra talented type of guy that also helps the team as well.
Yeah, that's right. Super chat here from Super Straight Cash, $4.99. We appreciate that. What 3 positions are most important for us to obtain with our final picks? And can we do a Pewter Report mini mock draft for day 3? Well, I'll say this. Here are the positions of need. Now, we can prioritize them, Matt. We can look at the depth chart and see this player here and that player there, et cetera. So you look at the linebackers, and I've not updated this with Yaya Diaby, but I'm going to. But if you look at where we stand here, so outside linebackers, put Yaya Diaby on there as a guy in ink. You've got Barrett, you've got Tryon Shoyinka, Nelson, and Diaby. And, not saying Cam Gill and the other guys don't have a chance of making the roster, but right now they're on the outside looking in, hoping there's an injury or something like that calamitous happens. Inside linebackers, and they might even keep 5, Matt. We've seen them keep 5 outside linebackers at times due to special teams.
Yes.
Cam Gill is a special teams ace.
Fast guy. Yeah.
Right. He might make that.
Fits the billing.
Yeah. Body type, everything. He fits the billing. Inside linebackers, they're going to have at least 4, maybe 5. We've seen them keep 5 as well, with Grant Stewart and Kevin Minter and KJ Britt and Levante David and Devin White. So it's either going to be 5 outside linebackers or 5 inside linebackers. But right now they have 3. They need to get another inside linebacker. Keep an eye on Owen Pappoe from Auburn, Servassier Dennis from Pittsburgh, and Cam Jones from Indiana. Those are 3 names to keep in mind there. Cornerback, they've got the 3 right there in pen. The other is in pencil. D. Delaney probably has a good shot, Matt.
I think Todd Bowles is a solid fan of D. Delaney. I think what's interesting is safety, because we all know the Bucs still need a nickel corner, and you can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone if you end up drafting a safety that you believe, like Brandon Hill, as you've had in mock drafts, who played at Pittsburgh. Drafting a safety that could also play in that nickel, you kind of kill 2 birds in 1 stone with 1 stone in that aspect of it. So I would definitely have defensive back, corner, safety, nickel corner specifically as one of the main priorities that the Bucs, I think, have to address today.
Spot on.
Inside linebacker, I think you could put that at 3 because, again, the Bucs are in an odd situation with Devin White. You still want to play for right now while keeping an eye on the future. I think the Bucs, the fact that they had 2 undrafted free agents compete for that last spot, you might see them go back to the well with that this year.
And if you look at safety, right, we have S4. They need a 4th safety. They don't even have one on the roster right now.
I'm not ruling out a Logan Ryan return. I'm still holding out for that.
Yep.
But yeah, still defensive back, I think, has to be in there as well. They obviously addressed defensive line on the first day of the draft, and offensive line as well with Cody Mauch with their 2nd pick. So I think tight end has to be in that top 3 too. You got Cade Otton. It kind of goes back to what you were saying about safety. It's like you got Cade Otton, Keeft, and then that's about it. A couple of guys in pencil.
You got David Wells and Dominic Daphne. Those guys are training camp bodies, and maybe they rise up and one of them steals the 4th spot. But right now, you're right, Matt. You've got 2 guys in pen, and you need at least 4 in this offense, maybe even 5. Again, coming down to special teams, we know that they're going to be running the ball more 12 and 13 personnel with Dave Canales. So you might have 5 wide receivers, and you might have 5 tight ends, right? So they definitely need another tight end in this draft for sure. You look at the receivers. They do like Devin Tompkins. They do like Kalen Geiger. But right now, if they keep 5, it's those guys. They don't even have wide receiver 6 on the roster.
And it's like going back to square one with, you got the small, speedy receivers, or you got the fast receiver that can't totally get open, which doesn't even make sense because you're fast. You should get open. They started shedding that with Scotty Miller. Rashad Perriman isn't small by any means, but I don't like the idea of going in with 2, possibly 3 more smaller, speedier type wide receivers. I think they got to go with a taller guy that can, take the edge off the defense deep down the field. And running back's interesting too, because if they're putting that emphasis on the run game, you got Rachaad White. He's RB1, in my opinion. Rachaad White won't say that himself because he's a humble guy, and I asked him about that. I know Keyshawn Vaughn's improving. I'm not totally sold on Keyshawn Vaughn. I think he's fine where he is.
Right.
As I think he should be a running back 3. With that said, he did start in that playoff game 2 years ago in the wild card round when the Bucs took on the Philadelphia Eagles before they truly progressed into the team that made the Super Bowl. So I don't hate the idea, especially with the emphasis of running the ball more, getting a late round running back that could potentially shoot all the way up to RB2, that he's still going to get a lot of reps just because of the sheer amount that they're running the ball. You cannot overwork any running back. I don't care if Rachaad White is in year 2 of his NFL career. If you overwork a running back, that's how injuries happen. That's how lack of production occurs. You have to space it out. I know it sucks for fantasy football, but it has to be running back by committee if you want to succeed. And I think Dave Canales and what he did with Seattle and the quartet of running backs that Seattle dealt with during his time there, I think running back's a little bit more important than how I initially looked at it, I would say a month or 2 ago, or right before Dave Canales got hired. So running back is definitely in the mix, but that's why it's a good thing the Bucs have so many picks today.
That's right. And, we're not going to do a day 3 mock. I think the best
that might be a Josh Capel type of thing.
Well, the best thing we can do, because these picks are going to be flying off the board, is just look at the Bucs' best bets, right? Mm-hmm. And if we could go back and maybe add a couple names to this, these were from our preview, so we're sticking with these guys. But if you notice, there's no safeties left. I would say Brandon Hill from Pittsburgh is a player that they like. They've had some Zoom meetings with him. He was the fastest safety at the combine, a 4.43.
Yeah.
Physically reminds you of Jordan Whitehead, 5'10", about 195, played at Pitt as well. So did they go back to the Pitt Panthers? They've already got Kalijah Kancey there. Did they get one of his teammates? I would pencil him in there as an option. We've already gone through our Bucs best bets. We had Sidney Brown from Illinois taken by the Eagles. We had Marte Mapu taken by the Patriots. So no more official Bucs best bets there. But I would say that's a guy to keep in mind there for the Buccaneers. Nickelbacks, Jammie Robinson from Florida State. Chris Smith from Georgia is another name that kind of fits
still
that.
On the board.
As a late round pick, and I'm not being a homer, Josh Hayes from Kansas State, our nickel safety, is a player that might be a priority free agent. He might be a guy, Matt, that they take a little stab at the late 6th or 7th round. Ko Keefe didn't have a draftable grade on most teams' boards, but sometimes you want to just get the players you like. And Josh Hayes from K-State might be a guy there. Miles Brooks at cornerback. You see, we have our linebackers in play. We've gone over those, Owen Pappoe and Cam Jones. Again, Servassier Dennis is another player that they've had conversations with. If they're studying Kalijah Kancey, that linebacker right behind him, Servassier Dennis, I think he had 6 or 7 sacks last year. Does Todd Bowles like to blitz his linebackers, Matt?
Oh, he loves to blitz his linebackers. And that's actually a point that Josh Capel made on a recent podcast where, especially at this point in the draft, day 3, we're starting round 4 in under an hour. Any player that you pick, they're going to have some deficiency. There's going to be certain things that, they struggle at. And that's why they're getting drafted at this point. But if you tailor a draft pick or a certain player to what you do specifically on the offensive side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball, if Todd Bowles loves to blitz, why not get a linebacker that their specialty is getting after the quarterback? I think we talked specifically about Ivan Pace out of Cincinnati. I don't believe he's been drafted just yet, but he's a guy that knows how to get after the quarterback. Did really well at the Senior Bowl in those one-on-one matchups against running backs where, Devin White, for all the great things that he did, he does struggle against running backs in one-on-one pickups at times. So why not tailor someone to that position specifically? I know Christopher Smith, we talked about him before at safety. He would be very interesting. I mean, he's a guy that balled out on an all-star Georgia Bulldogs defense. Was a unanimous All-American as well, first team.
And you know what?
All SEC.
The interesting thing is, and I've heard this from some people in the know in the Bucs brass, this team didn't draft Nolan Smith. They have not drafted any Georgia players. The guy they were interested in last year was Lewis Seen, and he played safety.
Don't make a scene.
And Christopher Smith is another player from Georgia. I think, and listen, this is somebody I'm not trying to to have any Bulldog slander here, I watch Georgia football just about as much as I do Kansas State football. Ashley's from Georgia, and I love the Bulldogs. They're a fun team to watch defensively. They produce some great running backs. Not all of them make it big in the NFL, but they run the ball very well in college. And the safeties, even more so than the corners. Right? You have Keely Ringo still out there, and I think he should have stayed in school. There's no doubt he should have stayed in school. But the safeties at Georgia, they do a really good job of just directing traffic, making plays. And I think Christopher Smith would be a good find. He can also play that slot position you're talking about, Matt. They can get a cornerback like Sean Murphy-Bunting who can play in the slot, or you can do that with the safety, right? Josh Hayes was a safety at K-State, but he was a star safety, a nickel. When I say star, I don't mean like one of the best players. I mean star like the position, like the Alabama star safety. Minkah Fitzpatrick was that star player. That in that secondary, you've got two safeties, two corners, and you have a star defensive back. That's what Minkah Fitzpatrick played at Alabama, and that's a trend when you have a lot of teams. K-State's one of those that they'll play with three safeties. That nickel defender, that slot defender, can be a safety or a corner. So that's something to keep in mind.
I would think that Todd Bowles has a little bit of a soft spot for the Georgia Bulldogs. Just a little bit.
Yeah, especially now his son Troy is a Bulldog. His other son, Todd Jr., plays for the Rutgers, the Fighting Shianos.
He's a Shiano, man.
Yeah. So we just to get Gary Buff's question, we appreciate the support, Gary. You're always in the chat here. What position is Cody Mauch playing? Cody Mauch will be starting off a guard. Jason Licht said that last night.
Yeah, he did confirm that. Just real quick, one more safety I want to talk about. Just people were bringing him up in the comments. JL Skinner out of Boise State had a pretty good draft projection in terms of like Dane Brugler from the Beast had him going third or fourth round. So, Bucs don't have a fourth round pick, but if he's able to somehow slide to the fifth round, a guy that's very physical and can play in the box, obviously with Antoine Winfield Jr. moving back to free safety, that could be a fit there. Not as instinctual as you would like, doesn't always anticipate the type of play, but can play in the slot as well, which again, as we talked about, is a position that the Bucs are looking for. Day
3 from Sean Lovegrove here. Can we get Scott to do the Levis challenge today? Go with the bang. Absolutely not. As the oldest Pewter reporter at 51, with age comes wisdom, and I'm smart enough not to do that challenge. So I won't be doing it, but I definitely applaud and appreciate Josh Pappoe for humoring us with that yesterday for sure. I saw another one here as well. I wanted to get to. I just lost it here. Well, the other thing too. Let's talk about receiver, right? We talked about the running back and how there's a couple guys, Rashawn Johnson, who would make Josh Pappoe jump for joy if he somehow fell to the fifth round and was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Mohamed Ibrahim is also a great fit. He is a big-time bowling ball type, 5'7", 200-plus pound tackle-breaking guy that has played in the wide zone scheme. He'd be a great fit. But the receivers, you mentioned size, Matt, and if Mike Evans, 6'4" Mike Evans goes down, their wide receiving core is tiny. I mean,
tiny.
6'1", 205. Chris Godwin is the next biggest receiver in Tampa Bay. Justin Shorter would solve that situation. He was a receiver for Kyle Trask at Florida. He might be a 6th or 7th round kind of guy. Trey Palmer from Nebraska.
Jason talked about him yesterday. Blazing speed.
4.33. He's a Nebraska guy. Keep those two names in mind here on day 3. And out of Tamawa, out of Baware, that was the other post I was going to go to. Sometimes you get down to best player available. And if for some reason, and I don't think he's going to be there in the 5th round, I think this is the round where AA goes off the board, Matt.
It has to be.
But don't rule out them taking Carl Brooks from Bowling Green. I think they're done at defensive tackle, but never rule it out. You can never have enough good defensive linemen. Just looking at this list again. And we have Kalijah Cansey in there. So Vita Vea, Logan Hall, Kalijah Cansey, Greg Gaines, Pat O'Connor. Matt, they're going to need one more defensive lineman to round out. They usually go with 6.
Yeah.
But again, with special teams, and we know Pat O'Connor is a special teams
Should be a special
demon.
teams captain.
Should be a special teams captain.
Todd Bowles took that away from us.
I know. You might have 7 defensive linemen there, especially, Matt, because you're going so young at this position, right? You've got Logan Hall, you have Kalisha Cansey. Those are very inexperienced players. And then you look at if you add another one to the mix, Carl Brooks, Atatomiwa Adebaware, then you're really young at the position. So you might want to keep 7 and have Pat O'Connor be that kind of sage, even though he hasn't played a bunch. He knows the system. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, he doesn't play that
teams.
much, but I think he makes the most out of the reps that he gets. Like if you obviously special teams is special teams. Well, he does shine on special teams, but preseason is his time to shine as a defensive lineman and defensive tackle. He usually gets like 1 or 2 sacks per preseason, which a sack a game out of 2 or 3 games is not too bad for a guy that signs 1-year contract after 1-year contract and tries to make the team. We do have a little bit of news that does affect the Bucs because it's within their division. Ian Rappaport tweeted out that there was a rare trade early. The Saints are trading with the Bears, and the New Orleans Saints are now on the clock to start.
Really? Okay.
Start day 3.
Interesting.
Big Ed.
Scott, I could see Northwestern defensive tackle going to the Saints here. I think they could use another defensive lineman at Adebaware. Scott, is anyone you look like a young Christopher Walken? I've been told that by plenty of people. So, yeah.
People have told me I look like an old Sean Connery.
So, I do get that. If I had my mullet, which I had last year, if I had the mullet and a baseball hat on, I am a dead ringer for Phil Mickelson. My side profile, I'm Elon Musk. So those are the 3 that I typically get. I would love to exchange bank accounts with any of those gentlemen. That would be the best, rather than just look like them. I would love to, be rich like them. That'd be fun.
They gave up their 4th and 5th.
Oh, the Bears, the Saints gave up a 4th and a 5th to move up. Okay, gotcha. So that is the trade compensation. And we are half an hour away from.
Speaking of the NFC South, let's go through there and just
take a dive,
take a little gander around the NFC South. Let's start with the first pick, right? Bryce Young. Now, Matt, the interesting thing is the Panthers traded up into the 3rd round to get DJ Johnson, and they expended a day 3 pick to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now they only have 2 picks. Now, they've been somewhat active in free agency, but this kind of goes against conventional wisdom a little bit. Typically, new coaching staffs, Frank Reich over there in Carolina now, they want to have a lot of picks. Like they want to have a lot of
build out your team as much as you possibly can.
Yeah. That surprise you, Matt?
Yeah, a little bit. But I feel like the Panthers in general, ever since they got their new owner a couple of years ago, they tend to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of going after this free agent guy or just making bold moves like trading away their entire team, which is crazy too, because they traded away Christian McCaffrey in order to get more draft capital. But I guess that that's why they got the 1st overall pick, obviously trading with the Chicago Bears. But it goes against, like you said, conventional wisdom. It goes against everything about, all right, we are rebuilding. We are trying to move from the ground up. And the Panthers are in a spot. The NFC South is in a spot in general. And I understand the Saints got Derek Carr now. The Falcons made some moves. But the NFC South still very much feels like it's up for grabs.
Right.
And it's kind of is anyone's ball game. So I understand the Panthers you do have to rebuild and you got to get all the right pieces. And I'm not saying that they should, cut corners in order to just compete for first place in the NFC South this year. But they got to do it sooner rather than later.
Right.
And, they were in the mix last year, even with all the different quarterbacks, all the different trades that they made and just completely stripping their offense. They were still somewhat in the mix. Like it was a winner take all game.
We'll see about Mingo. Ole Miss does not have a great track record for producing wide receivers. We'll see if that changes. They need a wide receiver for sure. Trading away DJ Moore their best wide receiver and really one of their only offensive weapons. Not a big DJ Johnson fan in the third round. I like Yaya Diaby a lot better than DJ Johnson.
I would agree with that. I mean, people were saying that the Yaya pick was a bit of a reach.
Yeah.
I think DJ Johnson falls even harder into that category.
Exactly. $2 super chat from Overland Park native Christopher Oxentine, my homie. SR, have you ever been on a boat with Natalie Wood? No, I have not. Is that a Robert Wagner reference? Do I look like Robert Wagner? I'd have to put him in the mix now too. The price of age, I'll tell you, folks. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support, Christopher. Thank you so much.
He's been an all-star all week.
Yeah, hope he had a good time at the draft. He was there day one. Still
Eat some
watching
barbecue
us.
for me, please. That's one thing I desperately miss about Kansas City is the barbecue there. So we've taken a look at the Carolina Panthers. Let's take a look at the Atlanta Falcons now. Bijan Robinson, listen, a hell of a player. He saw him do some damage to my Kansas State Wildcats and everybody else in the Big 12. So glad he's gone. Thank you. Matthew Bergeron, I'm a little conflicted on Bergeron.
Yeah, you wrote about him a fair amount during the day 2 preview.
Yeah, I mean,
or you mentioned him. I wouldn't say when.
I like him, but don't love him. I know they need offensive line help in Atlanta, and he's probably better as a run blocker than a pass protector, so I kind of get that. And they'll probably move him inside, although he was a left tackle at Syracuse. So we'll see. They've had a hard time finding that guard opposite of who am I thinking of? Who's their guard that just cashed in on a bunch of money? The Boston College kid, Christopher Lindstrom. Thank you, Christopher Lindstrom. Love him. Loved him coming out of BC, but they've really struggled to find that other guard. They might think they have that now. Zach Harrison, not a fan. Again, out of these third-round edge rushers, I would rather have Yaya Diaby over Zach Harrison. I just think you look at the tools are there, but the production is not. And more often than not, when you have a really toolsy athletic guy that doesn't have the production, something just doesn't click. And I hope that that's not going to be the case with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but you can kind of make that case.
Parallels to it.
Yeah, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that he balls out this year for the Bucs' sake and for his. But and listen, there are plenty of people, and a lot of times it comes from like smaller conferences like the MAC that will light it up with the sacks, and maybe Carl Brooks is one of those guys that they end up being okay in the NFL. So sometimes if you have 20, 30 sacks in the league, it doesn't really mean a damn thing. Or I should say in your division when you get to the league. So sacks and production, it's not everything, but if you're going to be a first round pick, if you're going to be a second round pick, in Harrison's case, athletically, he's probably second round talent, but it's just a situation where the production wasn't there. They were late. They were waiting for that light switch to come on at Ohio State, and it never really did.
Sorry, I don't mean to get distracted, Scott, but you're going to love this. Greg Allman tweeted before, the legend of Bucs rookie Cody Mauch grows. He mentioned last night that he had a chocolate lab he'd be bringing to Tampa. The name, Motley, as in Motley Crue, because of course. And then Greg said he messaged Bucs general manager Jason Licht to let him know, and he's literally listening to Crue on his morning walk. So Cody Mauch, fitting in even further than we all would have thought. Yeah,
and anytime you have a general manager listening to Motley Crue, you know that your franchise is in good hands. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kickstart my heart. Okay, so let's get back to our tour of the NFC South here.
Real quick.
Yes.
DJ Johnson, you had mentioned him being a reach, Matt, and versus Yaya. Yaya was taken about 32 spots before the consensus board.
Yeah.
DJ Johnson consensus was 174, and he was taken at 80.
Yeah, so a big what Josh Capo is saying, a much bigger reach on the consensus board for DJ Johnson than Yaya Diaby, and I agree with that. We had a super chat here. Let me get to that.
Yeah, Bucs Basement with the $1.99 super chat.
I got it right here.
Okay, cool.
Scott, this doesn't feel like a home run draft. We're going to talk about the Bucs in 1 second, and I might change your mind here, Bucs Basement, but we always appreciate your support. Thank you for that super chat. Let's talk about the Saints real quick. Brian Bresee, not a huge fan. I'm not. When I saw this pick to the Saints, I don't think that he's anything special, to be honest. I know he's got some fans out there. I'm not one of them. I think he is an average defensive tackle. When the Saints got him, I'm like, good. Great. That's good for the Buccaneers. Isaiah Foskey, again, this is another example where big-time sack producer. I think he had 2 years of double-digit sacks at Notre Dame, but did not impress me at the Senior Bowl too much. And I think he's stiff. I think that there's some stiffness in his hips. I want to say he's probably the second coming of Marcus Davenport, to be honest. I was not surprised that the Saints took him because they have not picked any good edge rushers. I shouldn't say that. Trey Hendrickson really was a good edge rusher out of Florida Atlantic.
Yeah.
I did like him at the East-West Shrine game. I was hoping the Bucs would get him. But yeah, I'm just not a Foskey fan. So Kendre Miller, I like Kendre
People
Miller.
are very high on Kendre Miller.
I like him.
Like Pro Bowl talent, like already.
Yeah, he's a tackle breaker. He's a chain mover. There's not a lot of. He's more bash than splash. Good runner at TCU, but third round is way too early. I think he's a fifth round back. Yeah, he'll be a good pick.
I guess maybe they're trying to just cover their chances because we don't know what's going on with Kamara yet, if he's going to get a suspension or anything like that. But if Kamara ends up playing the majority of the season, if either the suspension isn't too long or, I don't know, the NFL's crazy sometimes, he might not get suspended at all. Kamara's the workhorse on that team.
Right.
And sure, they would sprinkle in Mark Ingram at the time and a couple other running backs, but that's Kamara's backfield. The Saints are kind of old school in that sense of just doing the bell cow type of running back.
Yeah. We've got a little bit of JTS dislike going on here. I've said it once, I've said it twice, I'll say it again. JTS is Eric Curry 2.0. Boy, that hurts because I was here for Curry's like last couple of years. Curry was bad because Curry didn't give a shit. He John Gruden was famous for telling me there are two kind of guys in the NFL. There's players and players. And I like players. I like guys that want to be great, that love the game of football. That's a player. A playa is somebody who wears the jersey, struts around the nightclubs in Tampa Bay and says, I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, right? And they're more excited to be in the NFL than to play NFL football. And Eric Curry was a playa. And boy, when you get one of those guys in the first round, it sets your franchise back. It really does.
Can you find a guy that can be both? Because like immediately I think of like Deion Sanders back in the day. He's prime time, but he backed up the play.
Deion Sanders was incredibly intelligent because he was one of the first players that truly had a sense of marketing and brand.
Yes.
Right. And he knew that his brand didn't matter. It was nothing without what he did on the field.
Yeah.
So I think
and
that
playing two sports
exactly. Yeah.
As well.
But his athleticism and his desire to be great drove his brand. So yeah, I think it's a very well said. But he could pull it off. He liked being a playa and a player, but he knew that there was no playa without the player that he was. So very well said, Matt. But
Prime's he's a trailblazer in general.
Really
like
is.
even what he's doing as a coach now. And some people get mad, like, oh, you're taking it away from the kids and things like that. But I don't think he necessarily does that. Like he elevated Jackson
You realize
State. We wouldn't be talking about Aubrey Miller Jr. if it wasn't
Colorado, lowly Colorado, who hasn't done a damn thing since leaving the Big 12, right?
Yeah.
They went to the Pac-12, haven't done a damn thing. Sold out their football season tickets already. Sold out.
The spring game was sold out.
Haven't played it down yet in Colorado, and he has got that program sold out. So yeah, he's a difference maker. There's no doubt about it. And I tell you, there's no doubt he's going to have success at Colorado. I mean, this is not a joke. This is not a fluke. Deion Sanders' will to be great is what made him a Hall of Famer. The athleticism was there for sure, but he willed his career to be the best, and he did it on and off the field. The branding, the plays, the Pro Bowls, everything. He just a phenomenal player, one of the best. Let's get to the Buccaneers, and then I'm going to switch this out, and we're going to bring on Josh Pappoe, who's going to break down some film. Who doesn't love that? Here we go. We got 5 picks left for the Buccaneers. You saw some of those NFC South teams not have a lot of picks here on day 3.
No.
But the Buccaneers, they're loaded. They got 5.
They got a full belly of draft picks.
The Buccaneers wanted to get faster. and more physical. And they did. Kalijah Cansey, Yaya Diaby, Cody Mauch, all fast, physical guys. And you know what we said? Remember, in our mock draft, the last couple mock drafts, and Josh Pappoe helped me work on this. If you go back and look at the first 2 picks in each of our mock draft, for the last couple ones, it was in the trenches. It was offensive line and pass rush and offensive line. And that's what the Buccaneers have concentrated on here. It wasn't the guys that we said they were, right, in terms of our actual mock. That's hard to do because all it takes is 1 or 2 picks from other teams, and it kind of ruins things. But they've addressed what we thought they were going to address: the trenches on both sides of the ball, getting the pass rush, and then also helping to fortify the offensive line. We thought it might be tackle. There's only a couple in this draft that were worth a damn, but we also knew Tristan Wirfs was going to move to left tackle, and now it's just finding a right tackle. Is it Luke Gedeke? Is it Brandon Walton? Will there be a guy here on day 3? I'll tell you what, there's a player that Josh Pappoe and I really like that is a Bucs best bet. We have him at guard, but I wouldn't be surprised if McClendon Curtis from Chattanooga, if he could play some right tackle. This guy is a mean, ornery SOB. 6'5", 325, built like a brick wall, moves really well. They pull him. He does wide zone stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he could kick out to right tackle and make a living out there, but we'll see.
The Bucs absolutely love taking an offensive lineman and then asking him to play
somewhere else.
Somewhere else along the offensive line. I was talking to Mr. Pappoe before we started the show today, and just talking about like my overall thoughts on the first 3 draft picks that the Bucs have made. And while I'm not in love with it, I'm certainly not like enthralled with what they've done. I do think that they are overall trending in the right direction. They're really getting into the meat and potatoes. I've said it before, this isn't the sexiest draft class that the Bucs are building together, but it's all necessary. It's all building towards the right direction. Shout out Cody Mauch. Love that image.
That's sexy right there.
That is
sexy.
It's the sword. It's the sword in the mouth.
The dagger. Yeah.
The dagger. That really does it.
Yeah. Cody Mauch he's a fun guy. I think that he has fun playing football. And
he said it yesterday. I asked him. I was like, tell the Bucs fans, if that aren't familiar with you, like explain your game. Essentially, didn't even go into like, I love run blocking.
Yeah.
Just I love to have fun.
Yeah. And then Kalijah thinks he's a skill position player.
Yeah. He's all about Todd Bowles. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when he was like, I used to watch Michael Vick, Randy Moss, and Todd Bowles is like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And the thing is too, is you got to remember Jason Licht has built this team from the trenches, right? If you go back to 2018, traded for Jason Pierre-Paul, drafted Vita Vea, right? I mean, he flooded the defensive line that year. Picked up Carl Nassib, right? And then you look at what he's done with the offensive line. Back-to-back picks in the second round back in 2015 with Donovan Smith and Ali Marpet, and just has continued to build the offensive line. Football is all about the trenches, and we've said it going back for the last couple of months now. They need to fortify the offense and defensive lines, and so far they've done that. And we'll see how they continue things along here.
We got a super chat from our guy, LDBC's Most Wanted. Curious to know what LDBC stands for. But anyway, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. They say, love the draft. The game is won/lost in the trenches, and they can't count on JTS. That stands for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I can tell you that definitively to develop. Hope the next few picks are tight end, running back, and secondary. I'm with you, LDBC's Most Wanted, in terms of the draft needs that you said at the end there. I'm also in agreement. You got to go old school like an old fool, win through the trenches. Yeah. The Bucs had the worst run game last year.
That's right.
That wasn't all on the offensive line. Obviously, Byron Leftwich, we've talked about the play calling and why he's no longer calling plays for the Bucs on the offensive side of the ball. But if you get the trenches moving, that's half the battle right there. That's why the Bucs were so successful in 2020 with what they were able to do on that side of the ball. And the JTS, you don't believe in him? One guy that really does believe in JTS a lot is Josh Pappoe.
Yeah.
You've made the JTS rant before.
It's me versus the world.
I don't know if you want to go through it again, but
Yeah, so with JTS, obviously he does need to improve his production. I'm not going to pretend like he didn't have enough sacks last year. What I am going to say is the repeatable skill set, the thing that you can say is predictable for future success, is pressure numbers. They are stable year over year. And JTS had a unsustainably low conversion rate. And what I mean by that is how many pressures did he convert into sacks? And you would expect that to stabilize, go forward. And if he continues to evolve his game and continues to ascend like he did last year in terms of his pressures, you are going to see the sack numbers naturally rise. And from a development standpoint, as a pass rusher, that I firmly believe year 3 JTS is going to turn a lot of his haters into people who are like, that was a solid pick. Do I think he's going to become a world beater? Is he the next, Khalil Mack? No, but he certainly has I've been saying this for over a year now. I think he's going to develop into a high-end number 2 edge rusher with the upside to potentially be a number 1. And for the last pick of the first round of a kind of down draft, that's a really good pick. He'll end up being a pretty solid pick, and I think he's got a shot at a second contract with the Bucs.
if JTS has a breakout year and just dominates and proves everybody
I'm
wrong,
gonna go on a victory tour.
would you be excited?
I absolutely
You'd
would.
be pumped up?
I would be pumped up.
Would you be energized?
I would be very energized.
Let's hear a message from our friends at Celsius Energy Drink. Shout out to Grace Point saying, yay, Celsius in the chats. Yeah, you know we love Celsius for so many different reasons, starting with all of the flavors that they have. You see on the screen right there, the new flavor, the Oasis 5. It's a sparkling prickly pear lime edition. I didn't even know you can put those flavors into a combination together. But if anybody can do it, Celsius can do it. Shout out to their sparkling lemon lime, their orange, kiwi guava, obviously Arctic Vibe, the #1 voted favorite flavor of Celsius. Zero crash after having an energy drink. You don't get those jitters that you could get with other products. Get you going. Has had this podcast, this live stream. It's gotten us going throughout all 3 days of the draft. If you need to find out where to go get a Celsius energy drink, go to the company website, Celsius.com. Go to the store locator, punch in your address, and it is so good. It doesn't really matter where you are in the United States. It can pinpoint the closest spot to where you can go find a Celsius, whether that's your 7-Eleven, your convenience store, your Walmart, Target, everywhere else in between. I'm missing something. That's right, your bodega. Hit up your local bodega. Get all these delicious flavors of Celsius energy drinks. And then when you know you love Celsius and you want to get more, you want to get not one, not two, but a whole bundle of Celsius, go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, have it sent to your house or apartment every week, month, quarterly, year. Get that variety pack, because variety is the spice of life. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. All right, Mr. Pappoe.
See,
we've given our thoughts a little bit about just the overall draft class for the Bucs, all 3 rounds, but obviously we have different fans that watch at different times. So we're just going to give a roundup. In your opinion, you look at all 3 picks. I know there's 1 or 2 that you like a little bit more than one of the others, but just tell the Pewter people.
Yep. So I think the Cansey pick on day one surprised me. I think it surprised most of us, right? Just from a physical profile, he didn't fit what the Bucs have typically looked for, especially head coach Todd Bowles, in a defensive, an interior defensive lineman over the course of his career. So it took me a little aback. After having kind of processed that, I really do like the pick. Now, a little bit rich when you look at the consensus board. I think Pro Football Network, RF Hassan, he's got a really great
I've had dinner with
compilation.
him before.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He seems like a cool dude.
Steakhouse. Yeah, very funny.
Yeah. So he compiles a big board of some of the most prominent draft boards in the public space to create this consensus. So Cansey was on the consensus big board 29th overall. Bucs took him at 19th. So there's a little bit of a premium there, a little bit of an overdraft. But there are some people who had him in their top 15. And a lot of it just comes down to, is he going to be able to overcome his size limitations? I think if the Bucs put the correct plan in place for him and utilize him in a very specific way that leverages his strengths, I think he has one of the highest upsides in this entire draft. So after processing it, I actually was a pretty big fan of that pick. Cody Mauch, Bucs got him at 48, consensus big board 50, so right in his value range there. I was a little bit lower on that pick. I had Mauch quite a bit lower. I'm trying to find it now.
Did you have Mauch in your mock draft?
I did not have him in my mock draft, although I do believe he was a best bet for the Bucs.
Yeah.
I had him 109th overall, so I was not a huge fan of it. Now, with that said, I went back last night. I watched a little bit more of his tape, some of his higher end games, the South Dakota game. I think we sent you over some clips on that we might be able to get into StreamYard here. And I can definitely see why the Bucs took him. You look at where they're going with their offense into this wide zone, outside zone offense. Mauch had some of the best movement skills of any offensive lineman in this draft, especially in terms of his agility and his speed. So his strengths will play up in this offense. And so I can understand why they went with him there. And then with Yaya Diaby, I do think he was a reach. Not that I'm not a fan of his game. He's a very linear athlete, so he comes in a straight line, does not have a lot of bend to him. But as Jason Licht pointed out yesterday, speed to power. He's a physical, specimen. I think he ended up with a 9.84 relative athletic score. He's an edge rusher running 4.5 40s with some impressive 10-yard splits, explosive lower half. So again, I can understand it. Would I have gone with some different players at both positions? I probably would have. But, at that point, Jason trusts his evaluation, trusts his evaluators. And I definitely get the strategy of building the trenches.
Yeah, you look at Diaby and that's what Jason Licht loved about him was the combination of the speed and the power. You can be fast, but if you don't have the power with you, you'll just get pushed over every single time. It's kind of like the Cam Gill effect. Like Cam Gill can get past the edge rusher. That's how you get a half sack in the Super Bowl. But if that guy gets that first quick step, and that's why you'll see at times like offensive tackles specifically will go off sides. It'll be a false start penalty because they're trying to get that first quick step. But Jason Licht said that he loves the combination of the speed and power with Yaya Diaby. And I think the Bucs are kind of banking on his continued growth because he made a huge jump from 2021 to 2022, specifically in pretty much the two most important stats as an edge rusher in sacks and tackles for loss, especially the sack department. I think it went from 1.5 to 9. So you're talking about like a huge jump. And sometimes if you see a guy that's a one-hit wonder, it makes you worry about that a little bit. But that's why you watch the tape, you see what he can do well, and you see, was this a flash in the pan, or was this just a type of direct, just out of pocket type of thing to happen? We have some more news in terms of the draft itself. Ian Rappaport says, unprecedented. Another trade at the top with no one having made any picks. The Eagles are now at 105. Repeat, no one has picked up. But now goes Saints, then Raiders, then Eagles. So teams are really jockeying for position.
Yeah, I think what that
you,
signals is each team has a very small board of players that they feel are draftable. and they're being aggressive at getting as many of those players as possible because they don't have a very deep board.
Right.
I think that's probably what that's telling us. One last stat to add to what you were talking about with Diaby, his pressures also went up by 50% from 2021 to 2022. So he had 22 pressures 2 years ago, 31 pressures last year. So almost a 50% jump there, as well as the increase in the sacks and the tackles for loss. So a huge jump in production.
We got a lot of tape on Cansey and Cody Mauch. You were kind enough to cut up for us. Do you want to get into that a little bit?
We can look at it. I guess we'll start with Kalijah.
Yeah, let's go first round pick
Okay.
first. That makes sense. We have a slew of videos. I don't know if there's one in particular you want to break down first.
We can just kind of go down the list here, and I'll see if I can narrate some of this.
All right. This first video is called Kalijah Displaced in Run Defense.
So this goes to the one concern that you would have, the biggest concern you would have about him, which is because of his small frame, he can sometimes get moved in the run game. So here you can see he was moved out of the way, and that allowed the ball carrier to get into, and you'll see it better here. So Kalijah's number 8 kind of heads up on the center, and the double team just moved him out of the way and created the hole for the touchdown. So that's the one thing that the Bucs are going to have to hedge against and try and put him into a better position. I think not playing nose tackle is where you start there.
Maybe not goal line defense.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe not goal line defense. We'll play the video a couple times, so if you miss it the first time, we want to make sure everybody sees it, and also so you don't have to like speed talk through the whole thing. Oh, here's a play. Oh, there he goes. Oh, he didn't make the tackle.
Yeah. So I again, it's something I said about Logan Hall last year. I don't really want to see Logan Hall heads up on the center, or even in the A gaps as a 1 technique. They're both more 3 techniques. Because when you put him here, you basically are creating a high probability that the center is going to team up with one of the guards to just move you. And that's what happened there. So I wanted to give both sides of Cansey. So that's kind of the weakness there to his game.
Starting with the bad news.
Yeah, but now the rest of this should all be pretty positive stuff.
Yeah, we're going to look at some of his pass rushing ability now.
Yep. So this was against Michigan State in 2021.
You asked him about this, I believe.
One of the clips from this one. Yeah, I don't think it was this particular one. So for those of you at home, Kalijah's number 8. So he's lining up over the right guard. Switches to the inside, and then just real. It's the explosion off the ball. It's the explosive use of his hands. He basically just swiped away the center's punch and then moved around it and quickly got upfield there.
Yeah, literally went from one side to the other. Just use those hands. Get out of my way.
That's the explosiveness there.
Yeah, the second camera angle definitely really depicts it.
Yeah, the end zone cams are really great for both him and
completely
Mauch.
Turned his shoulder.
Yep. And so we'll watch it one more time here. And you can see it just in his pre-setup. Just see how quickly he fires from one gap to the next. And he does it late because he's hoping that it will confuse the offensive line in their protection schemes and give him some easy pass lanes. If not him, then some of his teammates give them some easy free rushes. And with that quick swipe, and he got upfield real quick. And that's the explosiveness that he brings that you won't see from really any other defensive tackle in this draft outside of maybe Jalen Carter. And I don't even know if Jalen's that quick.
Yeah, and you saw the offensive lineman as well, like literally turn his head. Now, that could have been like a protection type of scheme, maybe a little miscommunication, but you see the quickness right away.
Reminds me of that the original Top Gun where he's like, where'd he go? Where'd who go?
Yeah, sounds like a great movie.
You haven't seen the original Top Gun?
No, that was a huge point of contention with
that's right.
with the Bucs media room.
It's a fireable offense.
Yeah, it is.
My goodness.
JC didn't either, and then JC went that night to like go watch it out of peer pressure. I was like, I'm standing my ground. I'm not gonna cave that quickly.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, but like that's kind of expected that Adam has. Based on his age alone, and there's a lot of movies you haven't seen.
So with this clip right here, you're seeing very similar to the last one. You're seeing the explosion right off the ball. You're seeing the use of the hands to swat away any type of punch from the offensive lineman. And I think the other thing that he does fairly well here is he reduces surface area as he moves through the line. what I mean by that is he's able to twist his hips and basically kind of go in sideways in between the guard. I think it was the guard and the tackle there, and makes it more difficult for them to get hands on him. You'll see it one more time right here. So there you go. And that allows him that rush lane to take the quarterback off his spot. So very, very quick, and it's functional athleticism with him. He uses it to his advantage on.
Yeah, he doesn't
the
look
field.
like your typical defensive tackle.
No, not
Just,
at all.
Yeah, like a little more slender and nice move there, bouncing off the other offensive. And like obviously that one he forced the quarterback to roll out and eventually get rid of it quicker. You don't always, if you get into the backfield right away, obviously you want to get the job done, but just getting the quarterback off his axis, like in the first place. Is,
I mean, look at how this play ends up. He has to roll out of the pocket. His teammates come, and then he ends up just throwing the ball away. So it's a negative play for the offense there. So we got a few more there.
Next, this one's labeled lateral quickness. So I think you guys know where this one's going.
And we were talking about, that functional athleticism. You can see it in how he moves upfield. You can see it in his speed. You can see it in his explosiveness. And here you're going to see him kind of moving horizontally as well as vertically. So here I believe he's again lined up kind of over the center. Mm-hmm. And you're going to see him cross two different offensive linemen's faces.
Yeah, right? And takes on the running back too.
So immediately explodes laterally, gets around both of them, and then moves upfield very quickly. So that change of direction, he's able to accelerate through both a horizontal plane and a vertical plane. It's these end zone angles that really make it pop.
Yeah. And with the Pittsburgh jersey too, the yellow and white in this case. Going against the Tennessee orange.
There it is. Nice. And then runs over the running back on his way to Hendon Hooker.
Let's get to a couple comments too. Where was it? Grace Point said he basically beat a double team.
Mm-hmm.
Heath, a little bit of a concern here, says he basically. Oh wait, sorry. He looks really small on tape.
And he is. He's very small for that position. Let me pull it up. I want to say his height is in the 0th percentile, and his weight maybe almost as small. Sorry, 1st percentile for arm length, 2nd percentile for height, and 4th percentile for weight. So you're not wrong. He is very, very small for that position, and that's why he wasn't a top 10 pick. If you had 2 inches and 15 pounds, he would have absolutely gone in the top 10 with the tape that he has shown and with the athleticism that he has. Those small differences in the size are what allowed him to slide down to 19 and allow the Bucs to take a shot at him.
Long Lost Glazer says 0 percentile. Does that
Sorry, 1st percentile. Good catch, Long Lost Glazer.
Supply and demand, those D White blitzes will be nasty.
Yeah.
I think just lining up next to Vita Vea, what they can kind of do with the two of them as a 1-2 combination.
Yeah, you put Vea, who played a lot of 3 technique last year, but you put him back at the nose tackle, and you're going to create a lot of one-on-ones for Kancey, which is how he should win and how the Bucs hope he can win. And it's going to, I think Kancey needed to go to a team with a really good nose tackle, and that's what the Bucs are. So and that's what made him so hard to project in terms of mock drafts, because there are only a few teams that have that. The Eagles with Jordan Davis would have been a great pairing for him. I'm trying to think of some of the other really good nose tackles, and there just aren't that many left in the NFL. But the Bucs are kind of one of those perfect landing spots for him.
He does so much twisting and stunting. It's hard to get your hands on a guy that's moving.
Yep. And especially again when So Scott had a great point in terms of Kalijah does a lot of twisting and stunting, which makes it hard for offensive linemen to get their hands on him, which again is going to negate his lack of size. And then you pair that with his ability to kind of twist his hips. So not just twisting around the line, but twisting his body, reducing that surface area, making it even more difficult for offensive linemen to get their hands on him. Now, this is, again, kind of the him at his best, right? This is how he should win if everything goes to plan. So.
By the way, everybody, the NFL day 3 of the NFL draft has officially gone underway with the New Orleans Saints on the clock.
Nolans.
Before we get into more about Kalijah Cansey and all of the new Tampa Bay Buccaneers, one fun thing about the draft in general is, and you would have to do this before day 1, is you can bet on the draft, which that's super fun to do. And I know on Thursday, along with the draft, you got a ton of different sports going on right now. Playoff hockey, the Bolts play tonight, game 6. If you want to bet on all of those events, go to mybookie.ag. Like I just said, you got playoff hockey in the mix. You got playoff basketball. The New York Knicks are playing tomorrow against the Miami Heat. You got UFC fights coming up. There's a huge UFC fight coming up next week. TER. You could also participate in the My Bookie Money Bag. That's a big deal that they got going on at the moment. Great place to place all of your bets. So many different varieties of bets that you can go. You could just place one. You could do a parlay. That's when you string a couple of teams together. They all have to hit. You could bet money line. You can bet the spread. A lot of different things that you can do. I think at some point during the draft today, we're going to do a Pewter Report parlay and going to come up with a couple of picks. I think myself and Bailey are going to spearhead that campaign. But of course, we're open to any options as well, including the chat if you want to get in on the Pewter Report parlay. So one more time, go to MyBookie and use the promo code Pewter to deposit up to $1,000 with your first deposit bonus. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, shout out to Mark Cook, RIP. He'd be very happy right now with all the redheads on the Buccaneers. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. So use the promo code Pewter for mybookie.ag. Bailey, it sounds like you have something to say.
It's Nick Saldiveri, offensive liner for the Saints. Yeah.
All right, the Saints have made their pick.
Nick Saldiveri played
Bust. No, I'm kidding.
played tackle. I'm trying to pull him up here. I want to say at BYU. Old Dominion. That's right. Where is he? Did I scout him? I thought I had. Maybe I didn't get to him. Might have put him in as a guard. All right, I don't have him. Maybe if you have the write-up from Dane Brugler's The Beast.
The Beast.
Eighth-rated tackle according to Google.
Yep.
Third, 4th round.
He was literally the next tackle I was going to evaluate. I just didn't get to him.
6'6", 318.
6'6", 318 pounds. And this makes sense for the Saints. I mean, they're continuing to beef up their trenches, just like the Bucs are. Seems like the NFC South is reacting to Bijan going to Atlanta. Everybody's saying we just need to get better in the trenches there.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's interesting, Matt, is we've got the NFL Network on kind of off screen here, and they were just showing some Kansas City ribs. And I still maintain that we had an awesome idea that we just didn't execute. So, well, you know, having at least one Pewter reporter live at the draft.
Yes.
Now, we wanted to do it in a very economical way. So my suggestion was that we take Adam, right? And we had him live from the draft in Kansas City. And basically we just send him to barbecue joints around the Tampa Bay area. And he would just call in and we would get, you know, a shot of him right in front of like a Sonny's or a Dickie's.
Yeah.
Or any of these other
Jimbo's.
we're like live from the draft. And you knew he was there because he was in front of a Kansas City joint. So anyway, so I don't think Saldiveri is going to move into the starting lineup for New Orleans right away. And most guys on day 3, that's just not going to be it. So he'll be more of a developmental guy for them. That 6'6" frame sounds really good. I will say that. Wonder what the arm length is, because that's really kind of the number one thing.
33 and a quarter.
33 and a quarter inch arms, which is in the 18th percentile for tackles. So there's a good chance he might move it inside. Arm is 40-yard dash was 5.21 seconds, which is a little bit above average for tackles. Vertical jump and broad jump were both in the above the 80th percentile. So it says he probably has an explosive lower half. And he did the short shuttle and had an above average score there. So appears like he can move fairly well. So 318 pounds on a 6'6" frame, probably more of a leaner player as well.
Yeah, Brugler says needs to refine his aiming points and recovery skills to combat NFL strength, but his mental approach and athletic body control will keep his head above water. He is a scheme diverse NFL prospect capable of backing up multiple positions on the line, and he had a grade of his in the 3rd or 4th round. So there you go.
Yep. And it looks
Right on
like
cue.
the organization that was formerly Oakland has made their selection. And this is a guy I really like. Jacorian Bennett is going off the board. He's a slot corner for, I want to say it was Maryland. Yep. 5'11", 188 pounds. Willing in the run game. He has the inside-outside versatility to play boundary or in the slot. I saw him better as kind of a zone coverage guy. Reads quarterbacks really well. Needs to improve his tackling technique. I think there were a few too many missed tackles from what I saw. And then he, if he got beat, as with a lot of young corners, has a propensity to get a little too grabby and draw some laundry there. So, but I did like Jacorian Bennett as a possible slot option for the Bucs, and still a lot of good cornerbacks left on the board. So I don't think that that's too worrisome, but he was out of the corners still available, third on my list, out of the guys still available.
Yeah, still a fair amount. Keely Ringo.
Yep.
Have you guys seen Ted Lasso?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just every time I see Keely Ringo, I just think of him going, Keely, the whatever his name is. Roy Kent. Keely. I haven't watched the new season.
Oh
but-
my gosh, the most recent episode is downright hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Darius Rush still available. Cam Smith, 2 guys from South Carolina.
Caillou Blue Kelly.
Your guy,
Yep.
Caillou Blue Kelly.
And Corey Trice, who's really, really interesting out of Purdue, 6'3", 206 pounds, was coming off of an injury last year. But he had some really fun tape as well. He shut down quite a few of the wide receivers in the Big Ten.
Who's on the clock?
Eagles.
The Eagles?
The Birds.
Traded next year's 3rd rounder to pick here.
Next year's 3rd rounder, the Eagles traded.
Where did
to
they
make
move up
this
from
pick.
that they had to give up such a premium?
Well, it's going to be Keely Ringo. I bet.
Keely.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, that would make total sense. I had read something earlier today that I guess when their head coach, what's coach's name? It's Nick Sirianni, when he was like pulling into the parking lot today or yesterday, he like saw some media people as he was getting out of the car and he said, "Go Dogs!" So
Daniel Jeremiah just tweeted about Jacorian Bennett. He said he's one of the fastest players in the draft. I see him fitting in at nickel where the Raiders need some help. And just to give some context to him being one of the fastest players in the draft.
4-3.
It's Keely Ringo.
4th.
It is?
4-3
Get the
flat.
hell
40 for
outta
Jacorian.
here.
Nice job.
another dog off the board
So
and going to Philly.
Keely was my number 4 overall player left on the board. And I had a 2nd round grade on him. So from my perspective, this is a really great value for the Eagles. I know Bucs fans don't want to hear anything positive about them, but I definitely think that they are killing the draft.
All right, here's the thing. They can't beat the Chiefs, but I think they can beat Alabama.
Yes, that's true.
So Scott Reynolds off screen, in case you didn't hear that, he said, with as good of a draft as the Eagles have had, drafting Georgia player after Georgia player after Georgia player, he said, I don't think that they're good enough to beat the Chiefs, but I definitely think they're good enough to beat Bama.
So does that mean that the Eagles, and I don't know if they play them on the schedule this year, will the Eagles struggle against the Texans the way that they struggled against Ohio State in the
And then would they beat
playoff.
up on
Whoever Max Duggan gets traded to?
Well, I was
Or
thinking,
drafted by?
the Panthers because Bryce went to Carolina.
Maybe that's the game where Bryce gets injured.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
I hope that doesn't happen.
no Houston on Philadelphia.
Damn.
No, do they have Carolina though?
No.
No. Well, interesting.
John V says Eagles killing it, man.
Yeah, they are having a very good draft.
Gaming Wizard says Eagles getting all the Georgia players.
So
Jeremy Lowe says, how do y'all feel about Rush? I really like Spirit of the Radio. Tom Sawyer is pretty solid too. Spirit of the Radio is probably my favorite song.
now I'm just thinking of Paul Rudd going slapping the bass.
Slap the bass. That's a great movie. Shout out to I Love You, Man.
I love you.
Anyone?
Man. Yep.
Adam, have you seen it?
No.
No.
Jeez.
We're gonna keep a tally. We're at 2. We are at 2 movies that references we have made that Adam has not seen. 0 for 2.
Well,
Has not seen Ted Lasso. We are 0 for 3.
earlier I tweeted out a gift from Step Brothers. Do we just become best friends? Yep.
All right,
All
we're 1
right.
for 4. We're on the board.
We got him
We're
on the board.
You're on the trajectory of completions that Kyle Trask had against the Falcons in his NFL debut.
Blake Freeland off the board to the Colts.
Blake
Bucks best bet.
Freeland, Bucks best bet, goes to the Colts at pick
106.
106. I do have him. So 6'8", 302 pounds out of BYU. Had really great athletic testing. I want to say his relative athletic score was above 9. Moves well in space for his size. Uses his arms well. He's got a strong latch, heavy hands, but he can get out over his skis. Some issues with balance. And for his size, he does. When you're that big, you would assume that a guy can physically dominate other people.
Right.
And it's just not. I didn't see it in his tape. He's got some trouble with twists and stunts, and he definitely struggles against smaller, more nimble and agile rushers. So, but a good development tackle, and like I said, Scott and I, and all of us here at Pewter Report, we had him as a Bucs best bet. We thought that the Bucs might be in on him, especially given that those movement skills for Dave Canales' new Bucs offense.
Tom wants to know, Adam, have you seen Wedding Crashers?
No.
What was that, 1 for 5? Anyone got a pen?
Gosh, you're hitting as well as Carlos
1 for
Pena did
5.
at the end.
Oh.
What was Trask? 5 for no, 3 for 9. All right. All right, you gotta.
There's the benchmark, buddy.
Yeah.
33%.
Someone just tweeted the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah, a lot of times.
So we're up to 4 that you haven't seen.
Josh, a lot of times in day 3, it's traits.
Yeah.
Gamble on trades and special teams.
Yeah, here on day 3, most teams are looking for one of 2 things, right? Does a guy have some type of projectable trait that they could develop into something that's elite, or can they contribute on special teams?
Yes. Yeah, gotta find that. All right, Richard says, has Adam seen Old School? You're my boy, Blue. He has seen Old School.
All right.
2 for 6.
And a little bit of an old school. Old school is very near and dear to my heart. It's something that I say to my kids every night before we put them to bed. Is I'll tell my son, "You're my boy, Blue," and I say it to my daughter as well. So one of my favorite all-time cinematic quotes is "You're my boy, Blue."
Yeah,
I've got
that's
the tally going on here.
Okay, cool. We got another one. I don't think you're going to see this one. This one's a little bit older, so I don't think it's fair. So if you haven't seen this one, we're just going to say it was completed pass, but there was a flag on the play, so it doesn't count. There's something about Mary. Oh, you probably should have seen it because Brett Favre's in it.
By the end of the stream today, he'll have found a way to have watched it,
Well,
clip by clip on YouTube.
yeah, add it to the list because Favre's in it. But we'll give you a mulligan.
Yeah.
Okay, one more movie suggestion, and then
This one's
we're
a bit
not going to
newer.
put another one up unless you super chat us. Jeremy says Daddy's Home.
Oh, great movie.
It's with Will
Will
Ferrell
Ferrell
and Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
And John
Wait,
Cena.
And those two really like working together because they also they were together on The Other Guys.
The other
guys.
I have seen.
You have seen
He
The Other
has
Guys.
seen The Other Guys.
We're
All
gonna
right.
give it to him.
All right, good.
Oh, this is the day 3 content.
Yeah. I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly. I just love when he's like, my wife is not hot. She is cute.
Right. So you were a pimp? No, I was not a pimp.
Yeah.
I had a whole stable of girls. You were a pimp.
Got some people asking about. Also, great cameo with The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson. at the very beginning. Yes, Mr. Angle says aim for the bushes. But some people were asking about DeJuan Jones and his fall. I'm not gonna say fall from grace, but his overall drop in the draft. Yeah, he can't move.
Yeah. So
Jake Andrews
They-
drafted.
Jake
the
Andrews
Pat
to the
Ryans.
Patriots. All right. So as far as DeJuan Jones, I think that he can be a very good tackle in the NFL. He just has to go, as many of these players do, to the right fit, right? To the right team. DeJuan Jones, if the Bucs were running their offense from last year, absolutely would have been a fit for the Bucs, right? It's more of a gap scheme. It didn't require a ton of movement skills laterally, didn't require guys to climb to the second level at an angle. And I think he could have fit in very well. Almost like a DeMar Dotson. Okay. But the Bucs have moved to
Scott Giving, the Kansas State.
Yeah.
But the Bucs have moved to a different offensive scheme, and it's a scheme that requires offensive linemen to move much better in space than DeJuan Jones does. So that's why he's not really a Bucs fit at this point. A lot of the NFL has moved to this type of offense, which reduces his fits. With that said,
And he's only a right tackle.
With that said, there should be a team at this point that's willing to take the chance on, because he does have a lot of great physical traits. He does have a lot of really good film. Former Pewter reporter John Ledyard was saying he actually liked DeJuan Jones's tape more than Paris Johnson's on that Ohio State line. I don't share that opinion with John. And he did say that he had Paris ranked higher because there's a higher ceiling for him. But DeJuan Jones has some really great tape. And if he goes to the right system with that long wingspan, he can be a very good tackle. And he's one of the few players, I think, left on the board where you could take him in on day 3 and you could plug him into your starting lineup as long as you have the right system. Unfortunately, the Bucs just don't have that system to match up with DeJuan Jones's talents at this point. So just a little bit on Jake Andrews, center out of Troy. 6'2", 305 pounds. From my scouting report, he has a thick lower half with good leg drive and a decent punch. Plays with a good pad level, despite that 6'5" frame. He's got a strong latch and moves off of double teams to pick up late rushers really well. But his size is maxed out and he's small. I don't think he can really put on a lot of weight onto that frame, even though he's taller, and still be able to move well. At Troy, he didn't face the greatest level of competition. I don't think he's terribly athletic, and he has trouble getting to his landmarks and second-level defenders, and didn't have the greatest of anchors, and that's why he's more of a day 3 guy.
Another Andrews at center for the Patriots. They have David Andrews.
Oh, that's right. They're just the Patriots are stacking up Andrews at center. They already had one. Now they've got a second one.
Anthony Bradford to the Seahawks at 108.
Okay. Anthony Bradford to the Seahawks at 108.
Dylan Horton to the Texans at 109. TCU defensive
And
end.
Dylan, I'm sorry, Horton.
Like the Who. There you
Gotcha.
go.
Out of TCU to who was that?
The Texans, I believe
Yeah.
you said.
To the Texans. Okay. I don't have scouting reports on either
Sacks
one.
last year, 4 against Michigan in the playoff game.
Right, yeah, he did ball out in that one. In the meantime, Scott Federico has a question. Does Gedeke fit the zone scheme as a right tackle?
Yeah, I think
Definitely.
do you
As
just want to
Slavon
come
says,
on? Do you
definitely.
just want to come on and talk? So Adam Slavon, our resident Luke Gedeke aficionado, yeah. I'm trying to pull up Gedicke's measurements from last year. I think he can move well enough to
Off the charts. That's all you need to
off the
know.
charts. Yeah. Well, he didn't.
I think that kind of goes back to the fact that he's moved.
He didn't work out his pro day or Josh.
That's right.
Or the company.
AA off the board.
Finally,
Oh,
somebody is
double
taking
A.
added
Sends
some.
to the Colts.
Tommy boy going to Indy,
Yeah, somebody finally taking Attaboy.
which the Bucs will play the Colts this year. So we will get a first-hand look at Double A. Could be the first game of the season. We don't know.
Yep.
Bucs Colts does sound like a game that would be the first game of the season.
I think for going at pick 110, absolute steal.
Yeah.
Absolute steal. Attaboy had some, I don't want to say red flags, but some question marks in terms of his overall production at Northwestern. But at pick 110, I'd make that pick all day long. I don't think anybody in this
Yeah, I
room
think
wouldn't.
we've all been fans of him, and the fact that he fell that far, I thought he would have been a third-round pick, but Indy's able to get him in the fourth round, add to that D line. Tom wants to know, does someone take Cam Jones yet? I don't believe so.
Nope. Cam Jones is still on the board. Buck's best bet. I
Yeah,
believe.
Bucks best bet. Let's throw on the Bucks best bets.
It's not updated yet.
It's not updated just yet, so never mind.
I open up the beast right to, and I don't know why, but it just opened right up to Attaboy. It's like it knew that I needed a moment. So I was very high on him. I had him. Where did I have him? I had him as second round value, 20th overall on my board. And he goes 110th. That may be the biggest positive value from my board out there. I think there are some that would probably match in terms of negative value, but yep, big one there.
Yeah, it's updated now.
Updated. The Bucks best bets that are still remaining at quarterback, Houston's Clayton Tune. Running back, both still on the board. Roshan Johnson from Texas and Mohamed Ibrahim out of Minnesota. Again, you'd get that Minnesota connection if he ends up back in Tampa Bay with Cokeep, of course, Antoine Winfield Jr. Wide receiver Trey Palmer out of Nebraska. Justin Shorter from Florida. At tight end, you got Payne Durham, who impressed on the last day of the Senior Bowl. At center, Chris Murray, Oklahoma. Guards, we already hit with Cody Mauch from North Dakota State. Also available, Curtis McClendon. Is McClendon Curtis or Curtis McClendon?
It's McClendon
McClendon
Curtis, which throws Bailey off every
Throws
time.
me threw me off. D-line, Carl Brooks. We talked a fair amount about him throughout this draft process at a Bowling Green. Yaya Diaby, of course, hit it outside linebacker. Inside linebacker, Owen, I keep messing up his last name, Pappoe. And from Auburn, of course, you got that Auburn pipeline that the Bucs front office loves so much. Cam Jones out of Indiana was in recent SR's, I was supposed to say Fab Five, but a Pewter Report mock draft. Cornerback Miles Brook from Louisiana Tech. Nickelback Jammie Robinson from Florida State.
You're big on him.
I am, yeah. Can cover the tight ends. Did pretty well at the Senior Bowl.
All right. And we're starting to see some of these more highly rated prospects who fell to day 3 go, as DeJuan Jones is now going at pick 111 to the Cleveland Browns. That makes a lot of sense.
The Jets traded with the Patriots. That's
Interdivision.
That's just
trade.
dirty. That's just dirty.
Interdivision trade. Now, you said the Browns are taking Jones. That's interesting because we just got done talking about there are very specific schemes that he would work well in. And I'm pretty sure the Browns still run the wide zone, outside zone. And so that would be interesting because that's not exactly a fit for DeJuan Jones unless they're modifying that offense for Deshaun Watson.
Okay, so the Patriots traded up. They're getting pick 112. Jets get 120 and 184.
So a little bit about DeJuan Jones, and then maybe we'll pull up some Cody Mauch clips because I think
Let's
the fans
do
are
it.
going to enjoy that. So DeJuan Jones has an almost 80-inch wingspan. which is absolutely incredible. I think it was the longest or the largest wingspan ever recorded at the Senior Bowl. And it was 87 7/8 inches. His arm length is 36 3/8 inches, ran a 5.3, 5.40 with a 1.85 10-yard split. And this man, he makes his living getting those long arms on to edge rushers and just shutting them down. If guys try to come into his chest or come inside, he loves to do a snatch and trap move. And if they try to go wide on him on the arc, he just uses those long arms to push them well beyond where they can be, they can affect the passer. So I think the Browns, again, I'd say these last two picks between Adebaware and Jones, wonderful value for where they end up going. And I would say those are two of the more likely day 3 guys to have an impact on the NFL their rookie years.
So the Colts have taken Anthony Richardson, who had a 10 on the RAS.
Yep.
Julius Brent's 9.99 and Adebaware 9.72.
Oh, that's a great note from Adam here. So the Colts are obviously prioritizing athleticism. Anthony Richardson, who they took 4th overall, quarterback out of Florida, scored a 10.00 on a scale of 0 to 10 relative athletic score. Then they also took Julius Brents, I want to say in the 2nd round, 44th overall. He scored a 9.99 relative athletic score. And then now with Adebaware, 9.73, 9.72. So prioritizing that athleticism. I've had some conversations on Twitter, Matt, about people who, when we reference some of the physical traits or the percentiles that athletes fall into in some of their testing or their relative athletic scores, they're saying that there's too much weight being put on those things these days when it comes to the draft. And I want to be clear. I don't think that you just look at the athleticism and say, oh, that's an athlete. He'll definitely be good at the NFL. It's an athletic score. But one of the things that I try and remind people is if you look at all the elite players in the NFL, almost all of them are elite athletes.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's near a requirement to be elite, right? You have very few elite players who don't have good athletic scores. So when you're trying to figure out who you want to draft as an NFL team, it's got to be a major data point because there are so few non-athletes who play at a very high level. It's not impossible, but it's very improbable. So it's a great place to start. Then from there, you say, well, what does the tape look like? And that's where you get these huge differences in terms of this guy's an elite athlete, doesn't have great tape. I think a perfect example of that is Adebaware, right? He did not get a lot of consistent pressures despite a lot of opportunities at Northwestern. So that's where you get into that differentiation, but it's a major data point that has to be considered when teams are making these choices.
Yeah, I think with anything, you got to balance everything out. The eye test, the tape, the analytics of it, everything else in between, needs to be factored in. I got asked the other day about, because there's the whole like CJ Stroud getting a low score and, the Wonderlic test and things of that nature. And I kind of went back to, and I hate using this example, but I think it's the right way to kind of depict it because we all love Ryan Fitzpatrick. We love the Fitzmagic era in Tampa for what he was. He had a perfect score on the Wonderlic test, right? That's like the big thing about him. Besides the fact that he went to Harvard, if you guys didn't know. Patriots took a kicker. Wow.
Second kicker.
They traded with the Jets to get a kicker.
Chad Ryland, he was my number 1 kicker.
But the point I was going to make about Fitzpatrick is there were so many times in Fitz's career, whether it was with the Bucs or anywhere else, where he threw these interceptions where it was like, what are you doing? Who are you throwing to? And it's like that guy got a perfect score on the Wonderlic test, but is still throwing these egregious interceptions. I think it's probably the best way to summarize it. I love Ryan Fitzpatrick, but that's the top example I was thinking of.
And I think the other thing that's important to note with those S2 scores from recently, especially with regards to CJ Stroud, is the people who run the S2 score or S2 company, the cognitive test said that the reported numbers for him were inaccurate. And the second thing is where the Wonderlic was just a single score, right? This is what you scored. And it was on a lot of things that weren't necessarily football related. The S2 test apparently does a lot of things that are football related, and it gives you a composite score across a bunch of different things. So, somebody may score really high in one area and lower in another. And what it's supposed to do is give NFL teams a better idea of, if you draft this player, here are the things that they do well that you can hopefully build around. Here are the things that they're maybe not as strong at that you would need to potentially minimize when you're constructing an offense. And I think these things go into defensive players as well, how they would be able to leverage what these players do well and minimize what they don't do well.
Sly, sounded like you have
so
something
the
to say.
NFC South is going back to back here. At 113, Falcons take Clark Phillips.
Okay.
114, Panthers are taking Chandler Zavala.
Chandler Zavala. Okay. So a couple of picks have come through. I'll note Chad Ryland, a kicker, went to the Patriots. Is that right? So he was my number one kicker on my board. He comes out of Maryland. I was a big Maryland guy this year.
Yeah.
Deontay Banks, Jacorian Bennett.
Turf's up.
Yeah. Jalen Duncan. That's right. And I used to live in just outside of Annapolis. So that kind of makes sense. I liked Ryland over Jake Moody, the kicker from Michigan, who went yesterday, just because he was more consistent on longer kicks. So I thought that he would be more of a Bucs bet. We didn't do Bucs best bets for kickers. Yep. Ryland would have been the one that I was lobbying for. We did have him in a mock draft though earlier in the year. So, and then you just said Chandler Zavala, and who else went right before Zavala? Clark Phillips. So perfect. Clark Phillips is the exact opposite of what we were talking about in terms of athletes. Clark Phillips' relative athletic score, I think, was only like a 5.6, very average athlete, elite tape though. So he would be what you would consider a football player. So kind of the stark contrast to somebody like Adebaware, and it'll be interesting to kind of track their careers to see who has the better shot at being, an effective or a good or a great football player. But Phillips is phenomenal tape, smaller guy, but he was playing outside for Utah and playing at a very high level. But that athletic testing was definitely much more on the mid-range. And then Chandler Zavala was a guard out of NC State, got a lot of hype pre-draft. He's had some back issues, which is very concerning for an NFL player. And I think that's what probably kept his draft stock down.
Ward Burns says Falcons just got better with Clark Phillips, thorn in our side for years to come.
I wouldn't bet against it. I mean, I loved his tape. I think I tweeted about him when I was watching him. He just explodes off the screen. He's everywhere all at once. Very instinctive player, twitchy, very, he's got short area quickness despite limitations to his long speed. And I think he didn't play slot very much in college. What's that? Yeah, some really great battles with Jordan Addison out of USC, who went in the first round. I think the very little tape he had in the slot, and this will be the really interesting thing with his development in the NFL, is his worst tape was when he was in the slot. But he doesn't really have the size to profile as an outside corner at the NFL. So if he went to the Falcons, that now gives them AJ Terrell, who they just executed the 5th-year option on. They traded for Jeff Okudah. Yeah. Sounds like those are going to be the two outside guys. Phillips gives them their nickel, and they signed Jesse Bates.
They also signed UCF legend
They signed Mike Hughes. Mike Hughes.
UCF legend.
More like Hughes.
Where did he go? Yeah. I like it.
You can't laugh at that. His return to kick against USF.
What's up?
Break your heart.
I can laugh at it.
Oh, the Bears are taking Roshan Johnson. Pour one out. RIP to the, well, not free, right? It's going to be okay.
Oh, it's not. Roshan Johnson was my guy.
He was.
He's Bailey's guy too.
He was Bailey's
Bailey's
guy.
not off the hook.
He was the only thing that Bailey and I have ever agreed on, ever.
Yeah, true.
Bailey thought about it for
two ships passing in the night.
He was like, no.
With
And now that he's gone to the Bears, we can go back to being mortal enemies. Oh.
Yeah, Al said, told you Roshan was a 4th rounder. Yeah, probably arguably the best available at running back. As Naresh says, Mo Ibrahim to Bucs then, please. Jeremy Lowe. Sorry, Josh.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeremy.
Can't fall in love with the Jersey Shore and the NFL dream. I'll keep saying that. Yeah, it's a tough one with Roshan. You guys started getting me excited about Roshan Johnson to the.
I'm a
to the
talker, and
Bucs.
I'm just speechless.
Was a had a top 30 visit with the Bucs too.
Yep.
The stars were aligning.
Yep.
So they were. Chase Brown might be an option around 5.
Yeah, Chase Brown. All right.
I liked Chase. Not as
I was
much
down,
as
but now I'm
Roshan.
back up.
Not as much as Roshan.
We can get the tiki to Sidney Brown's Ronde.
That's true.
That means the Bucs will go to the Super Bowl and lose. Yeah, and while we continue to wait for
And I mourn.
all, while Josh mourns, you might need a little more pep in his step. You might want to look into age rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to age rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with age rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using age rejuvenation. There are 5 Tampa Bay area locations where you can go to for age rejuvenation to help you out. They have testosterone therapy, a couple of other different therapies as well. You've heard Pewter Report's Scott Reynolds talk about how it's helped him feel 10 years younger. He's not taking naps anymore. Boost you up with that testosterone therapy. You can go to agerejuvenation.com. You can also get a free consultation. Why not take advantage of that? It's absolutely free. It's free 99. Make sure you check out Age Rejuvenation and agerejuvenation.com. One more time, 5 area locations in the Tampa Bay area. Make sure you go and check it out and see how it can help you over at Age Rejuvenation. Get that testosterone boost. Salai's passing around the phone like he's got something big to say.
Well, it was mine. It was just a picture of the Eagles' new logo.
Oh, that's all. That's
so
awesome.
it's basically a Georgia Bulldog with the eagle feathers coming out the back there.
Go Dogs.
So, all right. Any new picks come in since then?
Packers taking Colby Wood. Auburn. Yeah, Colby Wood, defensive lineman.
Yep, edge.
The Vikings wouldn't take him, but the Packers wouldn't.
So the Packers have taken Colby
That's a bad
Wooden out of Auburn. Trying to find my write-up. So I did 23 edge write-ups, and he was 22nd on my list. So I was not big on him. 6'4", 273 pounds. He's decently strong. He's got some good hand fighting, power and length. I think what the Packers will like about him is he can move inside or outside. But I think he's a clunky and slow mover, and I didn't see any bend or burst off the line. So I'm not a big fan of this pick. I'm not a big fan of the Packers, so I could care less. That's right. You no longer like the Packers.
Yeah, that's true.
Since they just a Rodgers fan.
Gangrene.
Just a Rodgers fan, right? Yeah. Oh, do you like that Zava thing? Like, he hasn't seen Ted Lasso. So here's why you need to watch Ted Lasso. There is a character in season 3 called Zava, and it's a perfect parallel to Rodgers. Perfect parallel to Rodgers. Straight down to the existential,
Bucs life asking the Brown twins are still on the board. Only Chase Brown.
Yeah,
Sidney Brown went to the Eagles because the Eagles, or was it the Eagles or the Seahawks?
That's right, the Eagles.
Eagles.
So,
I'm getting them confused because I like both of their drafts.
Why don't we pull up some of those Cody Mauch
let's mock it up.
clips that tried to pull. So I think Bucs fans are really going to like some of these clips. I will say, for the personality that Cody Mauch obviously has through social media and even the limited amount of time we got to talk to him, he plays exactly like he seems to just exist in this world. So
We'll start with
I can't tell if that's Cody or if that's.
I think that's Cody. Yeah. Yep. So Cody Mauch is number 7. He's playing left tackle here. You can see him climb to the second level, find the linebacker, throw him to the ground, and then made sure right at the end there, just kind of the sumo, just slam, where he just jumps right on top of him. Boom. Yep.
The little extra pancake at the end.
That's
Play
what
one more
Jason
time. It's a
Licht.
quick video.
Yeah, Jason Licht spoke about how he really likes what he calls the extracurricular activities that Mauch does at the, as he put it, the echo of the whistle.
Yeah.
Not after the whistle, but right at the last part of the whistle. So then on this one, you're going to see, again, he's playing left tackle, and you see him. He's racing a linebacker who had a good 4 or 5 yard advantage on him laterally to a spot and got to him on that outside zone run to away from him. So just really,
I just realized they're playing South Dakota. My girlfriend went to that school.
oh, there you go.
Go Yotes.
So
As Cody Mauch destroys their entire
them.
defense.
Exactly. But this shows, his ability to move in space, his lateral movement. These are things that are going to play up really well in the Bucs' new offensive scheme. And this is why the Bucs definitely saw him as a day 2 fit for them. Right. So
Yeah, keeps it moving.
go to this one right here.
Downfield?
The one right now.
Multiple?
Yeah. So this goes to his demeanor. So I'm going to block him. Then I'm going to block him. I'm going to throw him. I'm going to keep blocking him. He does not, and keeps going.
Yeah, he's like a bowling ball there,
does
just
not-
bouncing on, just trying to find people to block.
He literally, I really feel like the whistle is like an alarm for him. I'm going to keep doing this until the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
He does not quit until the end of the play. And that demeanor is definitely something that offensive line coaches love. Jason Light's a former offensive lineman, so something that appeals to him.
Yeah, just fun to see. He gets to the second level like really well.
Very well. Go to that one.
Snatch and trap.
Yep. So this is him in pass protection.
This is this is what he needs to work on overall, though. Is
Yes,
the pass blocking.
is his pass pro, but there's still a solid foundation there. And it's called a snatch and trap. So he ends up getting his hands on the defensive end there and gets him leaning and just pulls him to the ground and jumps right on top of him. And it says, "You're not going anywhere." So,
where you going? Nowhere.
Okay.
Nicely done.
I think that really gives kind of a good idea of what he kind of brings to the Bucs offensive line.
I just want to watch this one because it's labeled as Cody LOL.
Oh yeah. So this I tweeted last night. So this encapsulates everything that probably Jason Licht likes about him.
Oh, okay. So this is the video we watched before.
Oh,
It's just a double up on the video. Yep. But yeah, nothing like a good pancake block. So there you have it with Cody Mauch, what he can do for the Bucs. Obviously, again, the emphasis on running the ball a lot more this season. Sign him up for that.
Yep. Looks like we got some more picks in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who do we have?
City So, you saying that correctly?
Yep.
Eastern
City So. Yep.
To the Patriots at 117.
I like that pick. I thought that I liked City So a lot. He was number 8 offensive guard for me. 6'5", 323 pounds, a good frame, lateral agility, passes off stunts and twists well, good leg drive, and a strong punch. His hand placement is inconsistent. He misses his second level targeting, and he can be a bit of a waist bender. And then who after him?
Commanders took Braden Daniels at 118.
Okay.
And
Commode.
the Chiefs have just traded up, so the Chiefs are on the clock now.
All right. So interesting. The Commanders announced Braden Daniels out of Utah as a guard. I scouted him as a tackle. He was my number 9 tackle. 6'4", 294 pounds, very athletic. Good leverage, allows him to recover well. He has a wide base and a good pad level. Moves laterally very well, plays with good balance. He's quick off the snap, passes off to stunts and twists well. I don't know why I had him this low with all the good things I wrote about him. Small hands, and he has trouble latching. A lean frame, so he can get pushed around a little bit. Doesn't have the greatest anchor. Short arms means he can give up his chest a little bit too much, and he misses with his punch. And the shorter arms make sense why they would see him as a guard. So it looks like Kansas City, the pick is in.
What they get?
Not seeing it yet.
No? We'll get that for you in just a few minutes.
Jamari Connor, there you go. Defensive back.
DB Jamari Connors. A Hokie.
Don't know. I didn't get to him.
Jamari Connors. See the read up on him. Virginia Tech.
13th ranked safety. And Dane Brugler.
He's not the 13th safety off the board, though, so that means a bit of a reach versus Brugler's board. Adam off screen was saying that Dane Brugler of The Athletic, he puts out the Beast every year, which is absolutely amazing. I think he has over 400 prospects.
Yeah, it's
this
incredible.
Year. Had him as the 13th ranked safety. And I was just commenting, I definitely don't think that there have been 12 safeties that have gone off the board so far.
Yeah, not that I recall. They say strengths, he's a versatile athlete, a controlled mover, quick-footed to mirror transitions from the slot with receivers or tight ends, displays astute play recognition to quickly process what he sees. He's zone instinctive and balance sight lines between the backfield and routes using well-timed swipes at the catch point to make plays. Weaknesses include gives up a step of separation when he delays at the top of his pedal. Average speed shows when tasked with covering go fade patterns from the slot, and he's inconsistent. He has an inconsistent feel in coverage with his back to the football. More likely to hand fight down the field than turn his head and find the ball, which of course will cause a lot of pass interference. All in all, Connor needs to iron out his tackling and become more reliable with his back to the ball in coverage, but his versatility, play recognition, and baseline athleticism will help him compete for a nickel role. His special teams background should stand out from day one of training camp. So there's the write-up on him.
Antonio Johnson was a second-ranked safety. He's still on the board.
From Iowa State? Or
No,
Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Because there's Johnson. Yeah, there's two Johnson.
So, yeah, Antonio Johnson, what Adam was just saying, it was the second-ranked safety on Dane Brugler's board, and he is still available here as we get to pick 120 in the fourth round. I was not as high on him. I had a fourth-round grade. He was safety number 5 for me, and
Carter Warren to the JETS.
And I had Antonio Johnson 115th on my big board, so we're right kind of in the area that I would think that he'd be a decent value. Carter Warren to the Jets. I'm going to let you talk about it's the Jets.
I've been up and down with the Jets picks. Initially, I liked Will McDonald. Then people started saying it's a reach a little bit because they wanted to, which like at the time, going back to the Rodgers trade, it was like, oh, they're only moving 2 spots back. It's not that big of a deal. Well, the Jets like really wanted Broderick Jones, and then they lost out on Broderick Jones because of the fact that that they had moved 2 spots back, and the Steelers moved there. So I don't know. I don't really have too much of opinion on the Jets draft just yet.
Protecting A-Ron.
Got to.
I liked Carter Warren. He was my 6th ranked offensive tackle. Good vertical sets, so that's good for Aaron, right? In terms of pass protection.
Yep.
Impressive leverage in goal line situations, arm length, and he keeps his lower half moving in the run game. He can be late and wide on his punches, and he exposes his chest, so he's going to have to improve his technique there. Plays with a bit of a high pad level, and has trouble redirecting to a secondary inside counter move. And there were some injury concerns, but I think that's a really good pickup for the Jets and for Zava.
Zava.
You guys want to recap the South real quick?
Sure. Let's recap the NFC South. First up, the Panthers. They kind of sounds like Zava. In the 4th round, they picked up guard Chandler Zavala. Obviously, Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo, DJ Johnson were the first 3 picks for them. the ATL Falcons, Bijan Robinson in the first round, Matthew Bergeron in the second, defensive end Zach Harrison in the third, and their pick today, Clark Phillips.
My favorite picks.
Jeez, yeah. Wow. What a huge gap.
My favorite picks for the Falcons may actually be their round 3 and round 4 picks. And I love Bijan. It's just getting him at 8 is a little rich for that position. And I do think that Bijan's going to be phenomenal. And I don't have an issue with it. But I was higher on Zach Harrison than I think you were, Scott, and I think most people. And I love Clark Phillips's tape. The interesting thing there, and I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier, is they're probably going to put him in the slot, and that was by far his worst tape that he had was when he was in the slot.
And last, and hopefully last for Bucs fans, the Saints. Their fourth round pick today was Nick Saldiveri. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't like this draft very much. I don't like the same.
Yeah, outside of Miller, it's everything else I can do without.
I will root for Brian Brzee just because of what he's gone through in his life, and nobody should have to go through what he had to go through in terms of his younger sister unfortunately passing away last fall. So I will forever root for that man. But I'm still not a huge fan of really any of these players and where they were picked.
And of course, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not picking until the 5th round. But Kalijah Cansey, Cody Mauch, and Yaya Diaby rounding out the top 3.
You're going to have a lot of fun with that over the next 4 years.
I am. Which is good because when Carl Nassib was here in both stints, if he would make a play, Trevor Sikkema and I would go, Carl, good to see you, from Billy Madison. Yes, he's seen it. Okay, good. I always like little, I don't know, jokes and tchotchkes that you can come up with certain players. So the Bucs' best bets still remaining. Clayton Tune out of Houston, Mohamed Ibrahim at running back from Minnesota. Both wide receivers still available. Trey Palmer, the speedster out of Nebraska, and Justin Shorter from Florida. Payne Durham, the Purdue tight end, is still available. Chris Murray, the center out of Oklahoma. Obviously, as we talked about, Cody Mauch, the first Bucs' best bet to hit. McClendon Curtis out of Chattanooga available as well. No offensive tackles available. Carl Brooks from Bowling Green, the second Bucs' best bet to hit. Yaya, as we were just talking about a second ago, out of Louisville. Owen Pappoe from Auburn, trying to bring more lineage to the Auburn pipeline that the Bucs so thoroughly enjoy. Cam Jones, Indiana, the other inside linebacker. So as far as the positions with 2 players still available, wide receiver and inside linebacker, and I guess technically guard if the Bucs go 2 for 2. Miles Brook out of Louisiana Tech, and of course Jammie Robinson, who we talked about a lot, available at nickel and safety as well. So
Scott, I've never rooted so hard for us to get a best bet wrong as Miles Brooks. Like if it comes down to it, I think we typically we do pretty good at getting about 3 Bucs best bets a year, right? So if we end up at 3 and he's like our opportunity to get to 4, I'm going to be very conflicted over whether I want us to reach new heights or whether I want Miles Brooks to go to the Bucs. Oh, man. All right. Bucs Life says we need to move into the 4th round. So, Scott, I think Scott got some inside information earlier today. Pretty certain that that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That the Bucs are going to keep the shotgun shell worth of picks that they have in the 5th, 6th, and 7th, and really go for quantity over maybe
they're gonna pull 50 Cent and Eminem and just be patiently waiting. Adam knows that. Adam's a rap guy. For those that don't know, he might not know a lick about movies, but he's a big time rap guy.
When you said 50 Cent, I thought you were gonna go off like my shotgun reference.
I
It'd be
actually,
like,
I had the 50
shot
Cent
9 times in
I,
the face.
I had the 50 Cent and Eminem thing lined up, and then you said the shotgun thing or the shells. So
Okay.
yeah, it kind of just went perfectly with that.
Nice.
How would you describe the look on Jason Light's face in that photo?
Patiently waiting.
I
think like kind of grimacing.
Yeah, to me, I just think he's annoyed at whatever question I may have asked him.
We've got 3 straight picks here. The Jags are taking Ventrell Miller, the Florida linebacker.
Yep.
Okay.
At 120. That's 121. And then Cardinals taking offensive lineman John Gaines.
Okay.
Then the Seahawks taking Cameron Young, the defensive tackle at 123.
Okay. So you want to announce those?
Rapid succession.
In case people didn't hear Bailey.
Rattle them off one more time.
Ventrell Miller to the Jaguars.
Ventrell Miller going to the Jaguars at 121.
Florida linebacker.
Florida linebacker.
UCLA guard John Gaines to the Cardinals.
John Gaines going to the Cardinals. He's a guard out of UCLA.
Cameron Young, defensive tackle to the Seahawks.
Cameron Young to the Seahawks.
I wanted him, but
I think it's slide job and tackle.
I think out of those 3, the only one that I had an opportunity to scout was the defensive tackle. Who was it again? It was
Cameron Young.
Cameron Young. That's right, out of Mississippi State.
Call him C Young. They call him Cy Young.
6'3", 304 pounds, uses his frame to anchor in the run defense well, watches the backfield and moves laterally, controlling gaps. But he doesn't have much twitch or penetration, really more of a run defender than he is a pass rusher, which is typically what you see with defensive linemen, kind of how things go in succession is early. The pass rushers go early, and more of the run defenders come on the day 3.
Eduardo says the draft is over now. Why do you say that? The Bucs haven't even picked yet, Eduardo. 30 more to go. I can't believe there's been 2 kickers taken already.
Well, I was just going to say, try 21 Media here. I'm annoyed he took a kicker so early. Not sure if he's talking about what the
Maybe just a Niners fan.
well, I was going to say that the Niners taking one yesterday, or that was the Patriots took one today. Could be worse. Could be a team that takes a kicker in the 2nd round. We don't know any of those though.
No, never been that.
Never been done. Although not the highest a kicker's ever been taken. Here's your fun trivia fact. Can anybody tell me Sebastian Janikowski?
Yep. I'm not even trying to make movie references, but Sebastian Janikowski like reminds me of that kicker in The Replacements. Like I could just see
he's whitey.
Yeah.
Have you seen The Replacements? Oh my god,
that's a great movie. I could see like Janikowski showing up to practice with like a cigarette in his mouth as he's like getting ready to kick every single time.
Best thing I can say about our only offensive weapon is he's wiry. He's whitey.
Also funny that Roy from The Office is in that movie.
Yes, he is.
He's the
deaf tight end. Tavius Robinson went to the Ravens at 124. Let's see here.
Oh, how about this? Jamie Robinson or JL Skinner?
I would take JL Skinner over Jamie Robinson personally. But I don't think he's a Bucs fit. Scott, you don't either, right? JL Skinner. You don't think he's a Bucs fit? That's a tall dude.
Yeah. They did interview him at the combine, but I don't think he is.
Sean Surt says, what about Caillou Blue Kelly? Has he been picked?
He has not.
I still can't get over the one-handed sideline catch he made. Like when I say sideline catch, I mean he was not on the play. He was chilling on the sideline and just came over and took the ball out.
I'm huge on Caillou Blue Kelly. I am probably higher than anybody in the draft community on Caillou Blue Kelly. He will, if he does not pan out, he will be an easy point for people to call me an idiot. Believe me, there are a lot of easy points for people to call me an idiot.
Edward Claringbold. I don't think we need a running back now. There isn't much good players left. Would prefer focus on safety and tight end.
So the thing to keep in mind with running back, and this is something I'll encourage fans to do, don't just look at this year's needs, right? So let's look at the Bucs running back depth chart in 2024. Who's on it?
Say that again.
The Bucs running back depth chart, not this year, 2023, but 2024. Who's on that depth chart?
Rashad White.
And
Player number 2.
And that's it.
Yeah, no.
That's it. So
I mean, Evans' 1-year deal.
Yep.
Keyshawn Vaughn comes off the Bucs.
Exactly. So both the Bucs' current backups are not signed for 2024 and beyond. So the best GMs out there, you look at, and they've had such a great draft this year, so I'll point to them. You know, the Eagles, they already had 2 very good defensive tackles, and yet they still took Jalen Carter, right?
Yeah.
They consistently draft a year ahead of their needs.
Got to keep replenishing.
Exactly. So, and then they've got a fantastic stable of pass rushers. They still took Nolan Smith. So that's really what you want to focus on, is not necessarily what are our needs this year. Maybe you hit that on your first round pick, but beyond that, how do I make sure I don't have needs going forward? Right. You don't want to have a hole on your roster that you have to fill next year, because with a rookie.
Yeah.
And what if that draft class is light on that position group? Now, what are you doing? Overpaying in free agency? That doesn't usually work. So if you look at it, running back's definitely a need for the Bucs. It's just not an immediate need. And if they go ahead and on day 3 find a quality player that can slot in behind Rashad White, now it's not a need next year that they have to reach for.
Is this the round where it's a bunch of like super fans that make the picks and stuff like that?
I don't know, but I still remember that Giants kid last year who announced it's the Jets kid, right? Who announced Jermaine Johnson and just like went insane.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I remember
it
that.
was so
I also
fun
remember
to
they
watch.
drafted Jermaine Johnson, but I don't
So the
remember that.
Chargers took Darius Davis, receiver. Second TCU receiver.
4.36 speed.
Okay.
After John.
Jeez, 4.36. Oh my goodness. Maybe it'll be Buck Nasty. I guess that's not a crazy fan. That's just a person.
I mean, technically speaking, you're not always guaranteed to get a person. I want to say Indy one year had
the Bucs were supposed to have that parrot.
Yeah, the Bucs were supposed to have the parrot. I think Indy was supposed to have a gorilla at one point.
Have you ever seen the video? It's like when the Chargers were still in San Diego and they had like a city hall council about like keep the Chargers in San Diego, and it's like in this courthouse, and Bolt Man shows up like in his whole Bolt Man outfit and everything. And he's like up at the podium, like, here's why the Chargers need to stay. And it's this whole thing.
That's
That's
fantastic.
freaking hilarious. I'll have to look that up later. Bolt Man. I don't know if he ever made the trip over to LA.
I want to know if all the like Raider super fans from Oakland are still like
Migrated to Vegas.
Yeah,
I think Raiders,
migrated, or just even like if they still in like the team, or do they feel betrayed?
I think the Raiders fans though, they're kind of in that category of like
they're
everywhere, kind of like Steelers, Cowboys, Packers as well. Like you can kind of find them in any area. Isaiah McGuire.
Yep. Isaiah McGuire to the Browns. Browns have been picking up quite a few guys that we've been kind of interested in as we did our draft prep. I was just thinking about just Oakland fans in general, especially now that the A's have announced that they've bought land. I want to in Vegas. I think it is. Just God, it's got to be terrible to be an Oakland person who likes sports teams, because that's going to be like the third team they've lost.
Yeah, they lost everyone
in the last 15 years or so.
A lot of people clamoring for Chase Brown. Still got a ways to go, but
the Bucs' next pick is at 500. Not quite. Isaiah McGuire out of Missouri, 6'4", 268 pounds, so a bit of a bigger edge. Uses his long arms well in the run game. Deconstructs blocks, sets up inside moves by exploiting angles and false steps. He's got a good rip move, and he will occasionally counter with a swim or an arm over. Uses his power length pretty well. He's a high effort player, but he has trouble keeping his hips open on wide runs. Not a great change of direction guy. Doesn't really have bend, and his burst off the line is below average. And we just heard
the Saints.
Bucs rival, the Saints, are, what are they doing, Matt?
They made a trade. They're on the clock.
Another trade.
A sick free.
2024 4th round. So they get pick 127, and they give the Jaguars pick 227 and a 2024 4th rounder.
Just saw one of the coolest facts of the draft. You ready for this?
I love facts.
So Keely Ringo was taken a while back. To put his age in perspective, by the time he finishes his rookie contract, he will still be younger than Hendon Hooker is right now.
Oh my God.
That is a young dude. And
they do
Hendon
say
Hooker
age
is
is
an
just a
old
number.
dude.
So can we really put a stat on it?
Yeah. Hendon Hooker went in. He's been taken at this point. Yeah, the
Yes.
Lions took him in the 3rd.
Yeah, he got Liam Neeson.
Scott, if Hendon Hooker,
Hayner just got picked? Are you kidding me? Of course the Saints took him.
Scott, just thought of this. We saw Hendon Hooker at the Senior Bowl.
Too small.
He ended up going in the 3rd round to the Lions. Where do you think he would have gone if we would have sent him to age rejuvenation? I think he would have been a 1st rounder at that point.
I think he would have been the number 1 overall pick if he used age rejuvenation.
Absolutely. His knee would have immediately healed.
Yeah.
He would have been able to play. Shaved 2 years off.
And he would have been 10 years younger.
Exactly.
So he would have been getting a huge
We
return
missed
on your
out
investment.
on helping his draft stock. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
And would still be more durable than Bryce Young. Oh.
The next time I have to do an age rejuvenation read, I'm definitely bringing that up.
I can't believe the Saints took Hayner. Slimy Saints.
Neil, MUFC. What's our chances of getting the number 1 pick next year? I think very low, Neil. I don't.
Very
I think
low.
the Bucs have a solid roster in a weak division, and those two things usually add up to.
God bless you.
To not the number 1 pick. I think the odds that the Bucs even pick in the top 10 are probably not amazing. I think you're probably looking somewhere between the low teens to the low 20s, depending on how the NFC South shakes out.
Josh, I got something to tell you.
What have you got to tell me?
There's a player trade.
There's a player trade. Okay.
The Lions, you may have known that they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying they
but
drafted.
because they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, they are trading starting running back DeAndre Swift to the Eagles
And he went to Georgia.
in exchange for draft compensation. And he went to Georgia. That is incredible.
Go Dogs.
Incredible. The Eagles have to have a training camp, like maybe for a couple of days in Georgia or at just the Bulldogs.
If they do, I live like 40 minutes from there. I'll go cover it.
I think the Eagles have an NIL deal with Georgia.
Yeah, has to be.
All right, so the Eagles screwed up by drafting Sidney Brown. They should have drafted Christopher Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely right. Jake, what a terrible pick. I'm just going to say
This is really bad draft.
this is a terrible draft for the Saints. They have no idea what they're doing. Things have fallen apart terribly since Sean Payton left. What's up?
They're gonna have no cap.
No, yeah.
Josh.
It's a bad draft. No cap.
Can I answer this question? Hey guys, Cansey
Hi,
keeps
Mike.
getting compared to Donald, but he doesn't have a relative athletic score. Do they stack up athletically other than the 40 time? And how valuable is straight speed for a defensive tackle? So he does have an RAS. Let me pull it up real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. So Kalijah Cansey's relative athletic score was 9.59. Now, he graded out as very poor in size, 6'1", 281 pounds, both below a 2.0 on their 0 to 10 scale. But he was elite at every other part of the composite score. So his explosion grade was elite. 33.5-inch vertical was 9.50 on that 0 to 10 scale. 9'4" broad jump was 8.89. His 40-yard dash was 4.67, which came out to a 9.95 score. 20-yard split was a 9.94 score. 10-yard split was a 9.95 score. So he maintained that speed and acceleration throughout the entire 40 yards. Short shuttle was 4.36 seconds, which came out to 9.65. And his 3-cone was 7 seconds flat, which was 9.98. Give me 1 second, and I will pull up that compared to the Rams are taking
The Rams?
Stetson Bennett.
What the heck is this? What the heck is
Quarterback
this
run.
quarterbacks for?
Quarterback run.
What, is Max Duggan going to go next?
So, and we're going to do a switch out here in just a minute, but I'll finish up by comparing Cansey to Aaron Donald. Here we go. That was all right. So Cansey had a 33.5-inch vertical, Aaron Donald 32 inches. Cansey's 9'4" broad jump was 4 inches less than Donald. The 4.67 40 was just a hair ahead of Donald. Short shuttle and 3-cone were both better than Aaron Donald. So, but the big difference there, and I want to, before I transfer out, I'll just mention Aaron Donald's strength profile miles ahead of where Kalijah Cansey is. That's the big difference between the two. All right, and we'll turn it over to Adam and Bailey.
Hockey shift.
Go Bulls.
Full line change.
Adam and Bailey. Adam. That's
No,
you add,
you never
singular.
put the UCF player in front.
That's not what I was saying at all, but glad you could bring it back to UCF. They're always on your mind. I can't believe Stetson Bennett just got picked in the fourth. Oh, look at UCF traffic. I love that. Can't believe Stetson Bennett just got picked in the 4th round.
That is very surprising.
I'm actually stunned. I thought
He wouldn't even get drafted at all.
I wasn't sure he'd get drafted, and if he was, I thought he was going to be 6th or 7th round.
Yeah.
He was what? So I'm going to completely mess this up. He was probably what, the 6th or 7th quarterback off the board.
Around there.
Because Hooker was the 5th.
Yep.
Then did anyone go between Hooker and Hayner? No. So Hayner was the 6th, and then Bennett was the 7th.
I'm sorry. Josh's lobby.
Swear to
you
God,
accept
this
logo.
is not a good USF thing.
I wouldn't put it up there.
Lose.
I love it. I love it. No, that's great. This is so Ian Rappaport's saying that Les Snead's favorite quarterback of the draft was Stetson Bennett.
Wow.
What?
That doesn't make any sense.
Was he the only quarterback he watched?
Yeah.
I'm not a Stetson Bennett fan. I don't know, man. That's absurd to me. And especially to say he's your favorite quarterback of the draft. Maybe if you want to say he's my favorite quarterback that we could have taken on day 3, sure, fine. But to look at the other quarterbacks that went before him and say Stetson Bennett is my favorite quarterback of the draft is bizarre, I think. So we're looking at the DeAndre Swift trade too. DeAndre Swift in a 7th in 2023 goes to the Eagles for a 4th round pick in 2025 and a 7th round pick this year. That's crazy to me. I mean, I think it was the writing was kind of on the wall after they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs as high as they did.
Kind of a runner of the same archetype.
Yeah. I didn't think that the trade would happen this quickly. I wasn't sure how it would unfold, but the fact that it has happened today, and what do you think of the compensation there?
So you have a 4th round pick in 2025. Is what it's looking like. So they're not going to feel the ramifications for a little bit. And DeAndre Swift, if he's healthy, he's been compared to kind of being as elusive as maybe like Alvin Kamara. But the big thing is staying on the field. Last year with the Lions, he didn't get a lot of touches as Jamal Williams. He really took over, and he had, I believe, 18 rushing touchdowns. So DeAndre Swift, he's more of a change of pace back. But for the Eagles, getting another Georgia guy, I think that's the biggest story there.
I think so. Yeah, I've seen some jokes already on Twitter about Howie Roseman just found out where DeAndre Swift went to school and was like, "What's it going to cost to get him?
Yeah,
what can we do?" Another pick in here from the Cowboys, kind of trying to load that up, but yeah, I mean there was a guy like Dorian Thompson-Robinson was one of the guys who I think people thought would go before Bennett. I mean, there was a lot of quarterbacks I thought.
Yeah, he was ranked 11th via Dane Brugler. And you have Clayton Tune. He could have been an option, or Jaron Hall.
So it is for the Cowboys at 129. It is defensive end Viliami Fehoko, if I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah.
To the Cowboys at defensive end. So 129 is off the board. The Bucs are about 20-ish picks away. Still a little ways to go.
I do like this comment here from Ward Burns. Jake Haener is more of a Case Keenum or Taylor Heineke kind of quarterback. And that's accurate because we make the comparisons to Drew Brees wearing the number 9, kind of similar in stature, being around like a 6-foot quarterback. But he's going to come into the league more as like a backup right away. And he might just profile best there at the next level, which drafting a quarterback in the 4th round, the Saints, do you think they've reached for a lot of their picks?
Feels like it. I don't like it. I know Josh and Matt and Scott have all talked about it already, that they don't like what the Saints have done. I also am not really a big fan of what the Saints have done. And it's in a way, it's kind of a fitting draft for the Saints, I think, because most years I would say I don't really like their drafts, and some better than others will work out, I think. But not a huge fan of really anything they've done. I think my favorite pick of theirs, in terms of the player, is Kendre Miller.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I would have gone. I think 3rd round maybe was a little early.
Yeah.
And again, we've talked about it over the last couple of nights. Like at this point in the draft, it's just the flavor they like. Whoever they want, they're going to take at that position. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what the Saints have done. I think they've reached a lot. One more thing, I don't want to keep harping on Stetson Bennett, but this is just a tweet that was too good. So this is Chris Vanini from The Athletic. Stetson Bennett and Lamar Jackson were born in the same year. Bennett is now a rookie, and Jackson is entering his 6th NFL season. So that's quite
that's
the stat.
Incredible. Yeah,
that's quite the stat right there.
He's already closer to 30.
Yeah. Tyler Lacey now off the board at 130 to the Jags. So still inching up a little closer. So Sly, what are you, now that we're on here, what are you looking at here as far as when the Bucs get kind of creep closer to making their first pick at day 3? What position would you say you're eyeing the most?
Still, I would say secondary. You have guys like Jamie Robinson, Kyle Blue Kelly on the board. Now that Rashawn Johnson, Pewter Report's guy's gone. Running back, kind of mentioned earlier, it's not an immediate need, but it's something that the Bucs could look towards maybe adding to the group for 2024 when you don't know the status of Edmonds or Keyshawn Vaughn. I think that's maybe more of like around 6 or 7 need, or like priority free agents. So definitely secondary is probably the biggest fish to fry for Tampa Bay.
I think so too. And just to point out something that Kieran just had up in the chat, if we can bring this comment up about one of the previous picks. Where is it? Missing it. Anyway, it's basically that Viliami Fehoko from San Jose State is a cousin of Vita Vea, second cousin of Bucs defensive tackle Vita Vea. There it is. There's a comment. So yeah, good to point that out.
Did you get the trade compensation for Swift?
Yes, we did. We got to the trade compensation for Swift. It's an interesting one. I think
I like the 25 4th rounder.
Yeah.
Long-term outlook on it, and that's going to turn out to be great value because Swift only had 1 year left on it.
And it keeps the title window open, getting more win now kind of players.
So as Field Yates points out here, the Eagles running back depth chart now includes DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny, Boston Scott, Kenneth Gainwell, and Trey Sermon.
Ooh,
so
that looks
a lot of guys. So a few of those guys haven't really broken out yet, but have a lot of upside. I know Trey Sermon was somebody that actually, I know some people were talking about fantasy football with respects to that group. I took Trey Sermon in the rookie draft that we had in our league this last season, whatever that was. That hasn't worked out for me, but that's quite the deep group there with a lot of upside. And the Eagles I think they've dominated the last few days in terms of just kind of what they've done by taking all the Georgia players, but the fact that they're getting such high quality players too.
And think back just a couple years ago, Howie Roseman, they were calling for his head after the Carson Wentz deal.
It's one of those things. We talked about this yesterday because Matt and I were on. We were talking about the way some Bucs fans view Jason Licht, and it's a cyclical thing because, like you just mentioned with Howie Roseman, a few years ago it was get him out of here, he's gone.
Right.
A few years ago with Jason Licht, it was he's built this Super Bowl roster, and now he's brought back all these guys from the Super Bowl year, and it's really great. Now a couple years on, people are questioning him. So it's a cyclical thing with GMs. I don't think any GM has a 100% hit record at any point ever.
There's really only one team that's been able to sustain a Super Bowl run for a long time, and that's the Chiefs, right? And the Pats before that, but both of them had one thing in common, which is an elite quarterback.
Josh might know the answer to this question better. Josh is off screen here, but Gary Buff asks, are there any more gingers left on the board? That is one of those things where in future years, if we haven't done it this year, in future years, we're going to have to scout
a ginger board.
We're going to have to scout out which of these guys are redheads, which of these guys have a similar profile to what the Bucs like, especially up there in the trenches.
I can't think of any.
I can't either, but
now I really want to go back and figure it out.
One guy that Josh liked is off the board here at number 131. The Bengals are taking a wide receiver and Charlie Jones, who, based on his measurables and kind of his athletic testing, he compared more favorably than Jordan Addison out of USC. Now, Addison has more of the track record. His time at Pitt with Kenny Pickett, he, I believe, had 17 touchdown receptions, really solid college career. And that was the reason why he was drafted in round 1. But really good value getting Charlie Jones. He had a big season last year for the Boilermakers and another weapon for Burrow.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is the Bengals have to get to this point where they're building everything around Joe Burrow, and rightfully so. You've seen with some of the picks they've made, beefing up the offensive line, but definitely something they needed to do last offseason. They did it to an extent, and then injuries saw that fall apart, I think, down the stretch into the playoffs. But, yeah, getting him another weapon is huge. We got a $5 super chat here wondering who we are. So if you want to introduce yourself.
Adam Slavon, also known as Sly, and join with me is
Bailey Adams. I've been here for, what is this? About a year. I'm a 1 year at Pewter Report this coming Monday. So, big shout out Animal for the $5 super chat, wondering who the heck he's watching on his screen right now.
Now you know.
The A-team.
I don't know if everyone would call us the A-team. Sean Surratt here is asking.
The A-team, Adam?
No.
Write it down.
I know they have a van. They have a black van.
I like this comment from Sean. Is saying, I don't know if I'm watching Pewter Report's draft stream or tryouts for High School Musical. I get that. But I think
that's fair.
Sly is more the I don't know. Sly, you're 21 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm a little past the threshold.
You would
for
be
High School
Zac
Musical.
Efron.
I don't think I would. I think I appreciate that, but I don't think I would. That killed Josh. Josh Capel.
Yeah, Josh is dying in the background
dead.
here. But
I hope we clip that. Put it all over the
Steelers are taking.
Scott retweeted. Somebody put out a post that says Eagles Director of Football Operations, and it's just a picture.
Kirby Smart. Yeah.
And then Brad Spielberger from PFF tweeted out the Rams are cornering the market on.
Me and Sly are getting roasted right now. The
real.
chat does not like us.
This is brutal.
This is brutal. We're waiting here for the next picks to come up.
One pick came in, number 132. The Steelers are taking Wisconsin edge Nick Herbig, who I believe is only 240 pounds, but his athleticism and kind of his production really put him on the map, and kind of a late fourth rounder here.
Yeah, somebody that I think, I don't want to say he fell further than I thought, but I think a name that kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit because of this linebacker class isn't that great to begin with. He was bound to be one of the first linebackers off the board. And I guess he's probably at this point, the fourth linebacker off the board, fourth or fifth. So still in that top group of linebackers coming out here. So here we are at 133 is coming up now. So the Bucs are at 153, if I'm not mistaken. So about 20 picks left. Going back to what you just mentioned when I asked you about which position you would say probably the Bucs should target here. The secondary feels like the one, and we've talked about it over the last couple of days, and they've kind of gone a little bit off the board, I think, with that defensive tackle pick in the first round and then offensive line in the second round, because I thought coming in the big needs were going to be pass rusher, which they ended up taking in the third round with Yaya Diaby, and then, of course, offensive line, but more of an offensive tackle kind of pick. So haven't really addressed the secondary yet, or haven't at all. Feels like the move because of how deep the cornerback class is. I wonder if they kind of maybe go – they have a couple picks here coming up in the 5th, and I think a couple in the 6th as well. So I wonder if they do get that guy to play the slot and they get another outside corner if they want to double dip there. But again, this tight end class, at some point today, you're going to see a tight end come off the board of the Bucs, I think.
Yeah.
As Ward Burns says here, dropping some names in here. Payne Durham is one of our Bucs best bets, I believe. He is a guy to definitely keep an eye on out of Purdue. Had a really, really good Senior Bowl, really good pre-draft process in general. Trey Palmer, I'm actually a little surprised he hasn't.
Yeah,
he hasn't gone anywhere yet.
4.33 speed. You saw a guy earlier in Darius Davis, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Out of TCU, and he had 4.36 speed, and probably was a big reason why the Chargers ended up taking him. But Trey Palmer, a big athletic wide receiver, and somebody the Bucs could really use, and he was one of the Bucs' best bets.
Yeah, and then a couple of linebackers here. Ivan Pace, who's a guy that I like, undersized definitely, but kind of just a bullet out there. Really, really big fan of his, despite the fact that he went to Cincinnati this past season. Henry, if I'm going to say this correctly, Henry Tuotuo.
Yeah.
From Alabama, another linebacker.
And
I don't know.
ESPN has him ranked as the best player still available.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. We haven't talked a ton about him as a Bucs fit. I don't think he's necessarily a guy in terms of what the Bucs are looking for at that position. Yeah, it's interesting. And there's another tight end people are throwing out here, Josh Wiley, who we've talked about, I think, at length in the pre-draft process. And here Darren's talking about, I believe it's Oklahoma's Braden Willis. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tight ends left on the board.
Old Dominion,
Zach Kuntz is another one who
jumps off the page.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, the side, just everything about him. I keep saying this about a lot of guys. They're surprised they're not coming off. And I guess it's just kind of guys that I've fallen in love with throughout this process have become my favorites. And I'm like, why aren't they off the board yet? But yeah, and there's a ton of those tight ends. This is a deep class. You can grab a good solid tight end in this class in the 5th or 6th round or 7th round, potentially even in there. So yeah, I mean, it'll be so secondary tight end. And then the guys just kind of talked about it. The running back position.
See this comment here, bringing up Chase Brown.
Chase Brown is still available.
Yeah.
Grace Point. That's good.
We didn't get Rondé, but could we get Tiki Barber?
Yeah.
And getting Chase Brown, who was very productive at Illinois and I believe averaged 27 carries a game. He had over 300 carries last year, put up big numbers, very similar athletically, obviously, to his twin brother. Ran under a 4.5 40-yard time. So with all the running backs, it's a deep running back class. It's also a very deep secondary class. And that's maybe why the Bucs have waited to address those positions, taking some guys in the trenches and Cansey and Mauch. And you don't know what's next.
Tyler Scott, the Cincinnati wide receiver, going to the Bears right there, ahead of Trey Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of some surprises coming off the board from the wide receiver position ahead of Trey Palmer.
I like Tyler Scott more than him.
Do you? So Josh is saying off screen that he likes Tyler Scott more than Trey Palmer. Yeah, I mean it's we're about to come up into the 5th round here. The Vikings have pick 134 and the Patriots are at 135. Then we'll flip in to the 5th round where, of course, the Bucs will be making their next pick at 153. But still some names out there.
Yeah, there is.
I think I'm kind of surprised Jammie Robinson hasn't come off the board in the 4th round. Whether or not he ends up a Buck or not, I thought he was probably going to be a 4th round pick at this stage. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I'm curious to see, because like I mentioned, they've gone off the board a little bit. I mean, definitely addressing needs with Kalijah Cansey and Cody Mauch, definitely Yaya Diaby too, but not exactly the positions I expected them to go in the first couple rounds. So I'm wondering if they're going to go a little bit off the wall again with this next pick, or if it's going to be somebody, because it is the classes that they have, the running back class they have to choose from, the tight end class, pretty deep. So we'll see if they end up waiting on that for later today, because they do have 5 picks today as of right now.
There is a comment here from Grace. Kayshawn.
Yeah, Kayshawn Booty.
Out of LSU. He was projected, if he was in the draft last year, to be like a first-round pick.
Yeah,
but
he
just didn't have the production.
He dropped off this past year. I know there was some personal things I think that he dealt with. Potentially was going to transfer from LSU. They convinced him to stay with the new staff with Brian Kelly there, and it became a big thing because he was initially not wanting to be there, it seemed like, and then by the end of fall camp, he was being awarded the number 7, which is a big prestigious honor at LSU. So he was wearing the number 7 for LSU, if I remember correctly. And yeah, he just didn't have LSU went on to have a good season. They appeared in the SEC championship game, but he just didn't have the type of season that, everyone expected from him, especially after last year. And then he announced that he was coming back to LSU for another year. Mm-hmm. And then I think it was like a day or two later, had gone back on that, said, he wasn't available for the bowl game. Everyone was wondering why. And then he entered the draft. So he is somebody that I think his stock has plummeted over the last year plus, because it did at one point look like he was a first round guy with some of the production he had at LSU.
Definitely. And 2 points here. So Trey Palmer, we mentioned him earlier. He went to LSU and he was a part of that 2019 wide receiver room that featured Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase,
Terrace Marshall too.
Terrace Marshall, who's now on the Panthers.
Bums.
So
All of them bums.
Why are you here? Josh is over here just chiming in.
And
trying
then
to ruin my life.
Also, another wide receiver that I feel like nobody has talked about is A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest. And the past 2 seasons, he's had really good numbers for the program, and also is 6'4", about 200 pounds, and he would be more of that X wide receiver. Yeah. I believe Scott mentioned earlier, outside of Mike Evans, the tallest guy in the wide receiver room in 2023 is 6'1", and Chris Godwin. So getting another guy with maybe some height would presumably be an option, and you wonder if the Bucs would target, whether it's a guy like Shorter out of Florida, Perry, or even Trey Palmer, one of those guys.
So here at the end of the 4th round, Jay Ward from LSU, the corner, just went to the Vikings at 134, and the Raiders have traded up to 135, the final pick of the 4th round, with the Patriots. So we'll see. The trade is being announced on the TV right now. And
how familiar are either of you with Case Cookus?
Not.
Okay. I'm assuming he's had some off the field issues, because somebody tweeted, let me find it. I just found it was really funny.
Wait. Okay, so looks like the trade is 135 for 144 and 214. So and there's some hints coming out here from Rappaport and Mike Garafolo that could be a quarterback off the board here for the Raiders. That'd be Dorian Thompson-Robinson, maybe. I don't know.
I liked him.
Yeah,
I liked him too. We were talking about, I don't know if you were in here at the time. I like him better than Stetson Bennett. I like a lot of quarterbacks better than Stetson Bennett. So
you know who hasn't gone? It's a little bit Tanner McKee.
Tanner McKee is another one. Yeah. Tanner McKee was a guy I saw mocked to the Bucs at 50 a ton.
PFF is in love with Tanner McKee.
So Diana Rossini from ESPN tweeted out about Stetson Bennett going to the Rams. It was never a big secret that the Rams love him, but they played this out really well. I was told how important it was to get a quarterback in that room who wouldn't be a problem or cause issues. And she's tweeting about Stetson Bennett.
Stetson Bennett not being a problem will not cause issues.
The man was just arrested.
He was just arrested for public intoxication, and honestly,
and hiding their interest in him.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I know Stetson Bennett, but just his demeanor to me has always he rubbed me the wrong way when we talked to him at the combine, and I don't know. It's an interesting one.
I'm still shocked he went round 4.
Yeah,
in Atlanta, I heard some stories that he wasn't the nicest individual.
Yeah, it's
people were saying he profiled better as a car salesman than an NFL quarterback, and now he's round 4 and maybe Matthew Stafford's successor.
Raiders did go with a quarterback, and this is another one who people were mocking in the 4th, 5th round. Aiden O'Connell, the Purdue quarterback.
What is wrong with Tanner McKee?
I don't know. Tanner McKee and Tanner McKee, Dorian Thompson-Robinson both still on the board, but Aiden O'Connell to the Raiders, who just obviously have Jimmy G and we'll need somebody to step in at some point, given Jimmy G's injury history. So that's an interesting one. That wraps up the fourth round, and we'll be on to the fifth round here. Who's picking up the top of the fifth round? I gotta move over here to the
O'Connell had a kind of a down year last year, but in 2021 at Purdue, he had 28 touchdowns to 11 interceptions while completing 71.6% of his passes. So pretty solid quarterback numbers. And a guy, who's it, McDaniels? Or is somebody that he can kind of mold and develop out there in Las Vegas.
So here's something from Rappaport here now after the pick for the Raiders. He said, Purdue's Aiden O'Connell has been the target as Las Vegas made draft calls for the last hour. They finally get him. So getting him right there at the end of the fourth round after apparently calling around about him or calling around for picks for an entire hour before then. Again, they traded number 144 and number 214 to the Patriots for 135 to get O'Connell. So, yeah, we're on to the fifth round here with the Jaguars kicking things off any minute now. These picks are flying off the board very quickly. So we got the Jags, the Bills, the Colts, and the Cardinals, the first four picks of this fifth round. Talking here a little bit. People are talking about Stetson Bennett. Sean says Stetson's a winner.
He is.
Someone says, Tony says Stetson was on a loaded team that won. Doesn't mean he's a winner.
That's also
Josh Capo agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. He obviously played his role very well. I'm not going to take that away from him. I mean, even I think more so this past season as a senior or whatever, 6th year senior, whatever he was. Josh says 16th year senior. I think he had a lot. He showed a lot more this past season. I mean, a lot more playmaking ability and kind of, taking hold of the offense when he needed to. But
I think you saw that most in the national championship game where he was. I think he tied a record with Joe Burrow for most total touchdowns. You saw him passing for touchdowns, but also his running ability. And even though he's under 6 feet, he can still make plays.
I'm going to date myself, and I'm pretty sure neither one of you have seen this movie, Necessary Roughness.
No.
1991, Scott Bakula.
We're still talking movies, and I still don't know him.
Necessary Roughness.
It's about Scott Bakula plays a guy who was a college quarterback who still had eligibility left. And 20 years after he went to college, after an entire team got suspended, they bring him back. And I just really feel like it's a documentary pre-Stetson Bennett.
Okay. Necessary Roughness.
Interesting here.
All right.
Josh McDaniels compared Aiden O'Connell's release to none other than Tom Brady.
There it is. Our first Tom Brady reference.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took this long.
Yeah,
actually, it didn't
him.
necessarily take this long because I did see as they were kind of running through the little intro of the day 3, they were putting late round picks up on the board, and they did, of course, flash Tom Brady up there as pick 199. So, but yeah, first Tom Brady comparison. Oh, Yasir Abdullah, the linebacker from Louisville, off the board to start the fifth round to the Jaguars. I like him. I like him a bit. I was actually seeing last night. He had tweeted a congratulations to Yaya Diaby, obviously former teammate at Louisville. And Yaya responding saying, "You're next." So yeah, they're both coming down to Florida. Yaya to the Bucs and Abdullah to the Jaguars. So we're off and running here in the fifth round.
Yep.
Oh, and then there's another trade. I wonder how many trades there's been.
It has to be a record amount of trades.
I think so. It was Washington has traded up to 137.
The Saints are trading up just to reach for guys. It seems like.
Yeah, so not only are they reaching, but they're trading capital to reach.
And the Patriots moving up 8 spots to draft a kicker.
That's
just really weird trades.
It's one of those things that the Patriots get away with.
Yeah.
The Patriots get away with those kinds of things because
a very Patriots thing to do, though. He trades up all the time.
Yeah.
He has a very specific board that he sticks to, and he goes and he gets his guys, and he wastes a lot of draft capital. Right.
Let's see what the Commanders are trading up for here. Looks like the pick is not in yet, but I'm trying to see if there's even the compensation. Mike Reynolds with a comment here. Saints draft gets an A+ grade from the Bucs, Panthers, and Falcons. Yeah, I think the Bucs, Panthers, and Falcons might be the only ones giving the giving the Saints an A+ right now.
Mike Reynolds is a fantastic follower of Pewter Report.
Yeah, it's very, very
Definitely.
true. Yeah, Al Bundy says, talking about the kicker pick for the Patriots. You can't say it was a weird move for the Patriots. It is the norm. Yeah, they do
Unconventional things, but it works for him.
I wonder when that's going to run out, because I think we said that for the last few years that it's starting to turn
cracks.
a little bit, because ever since Brady's been gone, they did go to the playoffs. What was that, 2020, 2021? Yeah, Mac Jones' rookie season, as Josh points out, but they're not the same Patriots anymore.
No.
Of course, they're not going to be without Tom Brady.
And you saw that last year with their offense and Belichick relying on old assistants and Matt Patricia and Joe Judge to run the offense. And that was a big reason why Mac Jones took a step back. And there was even controversy within the building between Bailey Zapp and Mac Jones and who would be the quarterback. So just not the same Patriots. They might still be relying on the old formula, but is the sauce still there? It's to be seen, but doesn't look likely.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little different over the last few years. But Belichick, I think, has for so long earned the benefit of the doubt that it's not going to go. It's not going to go away right away. It's taken some time, but it is starting to turn a little bit. So the pick is in for Washington. I still haven't seen
any update on it.
I haven't
yet.
seen.
Dan Snyder, they're bringing him back.
Oh God, I haven't even seen the compensation for this one yet. So we'll see what they traded to Buffalo to move up to 137. Wondering where they go here. It's a team with quite a few needs, I'd still say.
So somebody mentioned here Jaron Hall, the
Jaron
quarterback.
Hall, the interesting one.
Maybe. You have Sam Howell, who they drafted last year in the 5th round.
Who they appear to be rolling with
to
start this season. A lot of belief in him.
Did you get the Jaguars pick?
The Jaguars pick. Yes, Yasir Abdullah.
Yeah.
Yes, we talked about Yasir Abdullah. KJ Henry, the edge from Clemson, to Washington here at 137. I talked to KJ at the Combine, and actually, I think it's always funny. You talk to certain players from certain schools, and you put a clip out there about them, and you get so much interaction from their fan base. So I had a lot of. I put a video out there, KJ Henry kind of talking about adversity and sticking through adversity, and a lot of Clemson fans were loving that. Really, just an interesting guy to talk to because he had a lot of insightful things to say. So he's going to Washington at 137. The Colts pick is already in at 138.
Will it be another athletic guy? That's who they like.
Wouldn't bet against it with the Colts right now. So we're a little behind here on the NFL.com tracker. The pick is in for the Colts at 138. The Bucs again at 153. So barreling toward that pick.
Yep.
Barreling toward
We're
it.
getting to it.
Ward Burns actually makes a good point here. Commander's going with Sam Howell. Wish we had the same faith in Trask. It's an interesting point.
Yeah. And kind of want to ask you, mentioning Howell and the NFC quarterbacks in general, has been more of a changing of the guard. And you don't have Rodgers in the NFC, you don't have Brady, and really left in the NFC, you have Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and an aging Matthew Stafford. All the talented quarterbacks on paper are in the AFC. Who are is there anyone else? You have Derek Carr.
Derek Carr coming over from the AFC to the NFC, but not.
Partly got out.
Not entirely sure how that'll pan out. I'm trying to think who else.
Darius Rush to the Colts.
Okay, so that's South Carolina, correct? South Carolina corner Darius Rush to the Colts at 138. Yeah, the landscape of the NFC has changed so much over the years. Obviously, it got a huge boost when Tom Brady came to the Bucs because it was like now there's this new elite quarterback in the NFC, and you've seen some movement over the last couple years now. And I was just thinking about this earlier. The Bucs play the Packers this year, and just actually last year it was Tom Brady versus Aaron Rodgers. Last couple of years, you've seen Tom Brady against Aaron Rodgers a couple times, and now it'll be Jordan Love against either Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield. A much different looking matchup when those two teams see each other this year. The Cardinals pick is in at 139. And we'll see who that is in a minute. But yeah, the AFC is just loaded. I think it's been that way for the last few years for the most part, because you even looked at last year when Brady came back from his 40-day retirement. It was okay, well, the Bucs, it's wide open for the Bucs to take it.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out that way, but it did look like you looked around the league and you're like, Breeze is retired. Obviously, he's been retired for a couple of years now. So the division looked wide open. And then you looked at the rest of it and you're like, all the quarterbacks, all the top elite quarterbacks are in the AFC. It's it's Joe Burrow, it's Lamar Jackson.
They've kind of moved over one by one,
yeah,
and then
Mahomes,
the young guys are all getting
Mahomes,
drafted
Herbert.
over there.
Yeah. And so I wonder if at any point any point soon, if it's going to basically flip the other way, because you're seeing a lot of question marks with these young guys in the NFC, because it's not like, and you saw a little bit the other night with obviously Bryce Young going to the Panthers, but not a lot of top picks in the NFC at the quarterback position. It's been more like your Sam Howells, your potentially your Kyle Trasks.
Yeah.
So
and then Bryce Young, another guy, Kyler Murray, and the same old kind of that undersized quarterback. There's more question marks in the NFC compared to the AFC for sure.
Yeah. So the Cardinals pick is in at 139. Still waiting on that.
Feels like the worst quarterback in the AFC right now is the Jets.
Oh, that's a hot take there, Josh.
Aaron Rodgers over there on the Jets. Can't make a Zava reference because we've got Sly over here who hasn't seen Ted Lasso.
Oh,
yeah.
Scott.
And then, okay, so Barning Knight actually puts up a good question here. What round do we think Clayton Tune would be an option? Clayton Tune, somebody who we had as a Bucs best bet. They had him, met with him, I think, informally at the Combine. They had him in for a visit. Definitely someone that they probably are eyeing later in the round. Oh, never mind. Can't even finish that question. Clayton Tune's off the board to the Cardinals at 139. So,
yeah.
I was in the middle of explaining when he might go, and he's gone.
Yeah.
So
after Stetson Bennett was taken, any pick.
Yeah. Okay. And then so they're coming quicker now.
Yeah.
Clayton Tune to the Cardinals, and then Dorian Thompson-Robinson to the Browns.
Okay.
I can't believe that Thompson-Robinson and Tanner McKee's still not off.
Tanner McKee's still not off the board. Tanner McKee, everyone loves his size. He's 6'6", I think.
Yep. 6'6".
The production at Stanford was just bad, and I know Stanford's offense is Stanford offense, but
the only quarterback that ever really produced there was Andrew Luck. I mean, and I think John Elway back in the day, or Steve Young.
It's RPO based. It's easy.
Yeah.
Like throw some touchdowns.
I want to pull up those stats because McKee did have, I think it was like 13 touchdowns to 7 interceptions or something like that.
13 and 8 last season.
Yeah.
He only started for 2 years, and in 2021 had 15 touchdowns to 7 interceptions, and last year had 13 touchdowns to 8 interceptions.
28 to 15 for his career. Not an ideal stat line. 2-year starter. Dane Brugler here in the Beast has his NFL projection being similar to that of Mike Glennon coming out of college. So, yeah.
Does he have the neck?
I don't think he does. No, I don't think Josh, I don't think he has the same neck as Mike Glennon. Not many people do.
Yeah.
Glennon and what Davis Mills.
Looking at the quarterback position, so McKee is one of the next quarterbacks probably to come off the board, but then Jaron Hall from BYU is another one I would anticipate being a potential pick here in the coming rounds. Got another $5 super chat from Animal. It says, will Riley Allman be on the show today at some point? And you all are doing a great job. Well, we appreciate that. I don't know if Riley's here. Not sure. Yeah, I don't think he's here. I know I've been in this room for the last couple hours, but we appreciate it. Appreciate the $5 super chat from Animal. Yeah, I think Riley was. Yeah, was that? No, he wasn't here. It was another son. Another son.
Could be.
Okay. Yeah.
So don't know that. Family tree. Reference ancestry.com.
Yeah.
All right. So
I get 21andMe and see if any of us are related to him.
So the Browns at 140 taking Thompson Robinson, and we've got the Colts on the clock next.
Colts making 2 picks and 4 pick range. They just made a pick. Couple.
Yeah, getting Darius Rush. So they went Darius Rush, then the little mini run on quarterbacks with Tune and DTR. Colts back on the clock now at 141. We're just about in that 10 pick range The Bucs, yes.
Want to do a little Celsius promo?
Let's do a Celsius promo. Yeah, I'm on still working on my first Celsius of the day.
Instacart.
Where can you find Celsius? Well, you can go to the store locator on their website, head over, and you will be able to find it at your local convenience stores, your local markets, your Targets. You can get the new Oasis Vibe exclusively at Target. You can get, Matt Matera just walked in. You can get them at your bodegas. You can get your Celsius at your local bodegas. Head over to the store locator on their website. I'm working on my first Celsius of the day. Definitely have a second one loaded up for later. We've got a
Which
long...
one you rocking with?
Right now, I have over there, didn't bring it over here with me. I have a lemon lime, sparkling lemon lime. And I have Josh Capo's favorite, the sparkling cola. He raised his arm. He thought I was actually going to tell him.
He's a
So,
cola enthusiast.
I've got the sparkling cola on tap for later. We have a trade. Okay, so the Vikings go to Celsius and go to Celsius website. The official energy drink of Pewter Report and the Pewter Report podcast. So the Vikings have traded up to 141. So we just talked about the Colts making 2 picks in a 4-pick trade span.
Yeah, they got their guy. Yeah, they're making
a trade. So the Vikings are on the clock at 141, and we will see which way they go.
I want to get your guys' thoughts on the Browns draft so far. Keep in mind they didn't have a first or second rounder because of the Deshaun Watson trade. They got Cedric Tillman, the wide receiver out of Tennessee, in the 3rd. They have to repeat that.
Yeah, so Josh is kind of going over the Cleveland Browns picks right now. After the Deshaun Watson trade, they were without their first and second rounders, but they've had an interesting class. And Cedric Tillman.
Yep, wide receiver out of Tennessee. Siaki Ika, defensive tackle out of Baylor.
Siaka Ika, the defensive tackle out of Baylor. Big guy, nose tackle.
DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones, another big guy, 374 pounds.
Isaiah McGuire, defensive end out of Missouri. And now Dorian Thompson-Robinson, very much in a Deshaun Watson mold.
And then finishing out with Isaiah McGuire and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So a lot of interesting guys with some interesting traits. You have Tillman, physical wide receiver out of Tennessee. DeJuan Jones, he's a brick wall at right tackle, 6'8", 374. And then getting a big nose tackle, maybe a toolsy, speedy quarterback and DTR. And well, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a mixed bag for me.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that high on Siaki Ika. I like DTR. We'll see, how that pans out down the road. Obviously, they have Deshaun locked into that contract. DeJuan Jones is an interesting one. I think my favorite pick of theirs was Isaiah McGuire, a guy we've talked about a lot from Missouri off the edge. Grabbing him where they did, I think was pretty good value. It looked like, and I think that would be my favorite. I think overall, you can see the direction that they're going in. But I think some hits, some misses as far as the way I'm looking at these players.
Getting more upside kind of guys.
Yeah. All right, so the pick is in for the Vikings at 141. And then the Browns will be on the clock again, unless they trade out, because every team appears to be trading out. Let's see here. While we wait for that, let's go to the chat. Grace Point bringing up some quarterbacks still on the board. Max Duggan from TCU, Malik Cunningham from Louisville. 7th round guys, I think, to me. And you're taking them purely as QB3 development type. I don't necessarily see either of those guys ever being starting quarterbacks in the league. Cunningham, I think, just a little too slight.
Yeah, he's not. He runs like Lamar Jackson, but he's not the next Lamar Jackson.
And it's funny to think because I don't know. I'm as everyone was joking earlier about us being young.
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson now being in his 6th year in the league, it was just interesting to hear Malik Cunningham talking about how he watched Lamar Jackson like when he was younger. And I was like, that's an odd feeling to hear that. But obviously both guys coming from Louisville, and then Duggan. Yeah, Duggan's one that is a good story. Kind of like Stetson Bennett to me, like a good story at the college level. I don't think he's necessarily an NFL quarterback.
I think the top guy left is Jaron Hall, and then
then McKee. I think McKee's the other one. But it's one of those where Duggan can fill out a quarterback room, but it's his ceiling is very.
You don't want to rely on him, but
so the Vikings pick is in at 141. It was LSU defensive tackle Jaquelin Roy. So another LSU player off the board.
Jaquelin?
Is that right or no?
Jaquelin.
Is it Jacqueline?
Yeah, I think
Scott's laughing at me.
I'm just thinking of Key and Peele.
Oh, is it
Jacquelin?
Is it Jacqueline or Jaquelin? I don't know.
I think it's Jaquelin.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay.
You should have the pronunciation on the beast.
I can get there. Got a million tabs open right now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I hear you on that one.
So the Browns are making their pick, second pick in like the last three, at 142.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's look up the chat here. Yeah, that's a good point from Gary Buff. We talked about wide receiver a little bit earlier that the Bucs have lost in free agency, lost Scotty Miller, Brashad Perriman, and Julio Jones, and they all have to be replaced. Yeah, that wide receiver group right now is looking pretty thin behind the top three guys. Then you have Devin Tompkins and you have Kalen Geiger, two undrafted free agents from last year. So you do wonder if there's going to be a pick here at the wide receiver position, or if they're going to dip back into free agency after the draft, or again go to undrafted free agent route. See Trey Palmer on the board here on the screen. Again, a guy who has a lot of speed, a guy who's still on the board right now as the Bucs come and make their pick here in about 10, 11 picks.
Yeah, for sure. And Trey Palmer, he had some big games last year. And I think one that stood out, he had like 6 catches, 180 yards, 2 touchdowns. So he can make plays. He has the production playing for the Cornhuskers. And as you mentioned, you have a lot of receivers that the Bucs have to replace. And the hope is that Devin Tompkins, he can take the next step up. Maybe Kalen Geiger can round out the depth chart, but definitely receiver is an option. Similar to tight end, you have to add another guy to the room. It's just whether they address it now through the draft or maybe a little bit later.
So 2 quick things here. It's Jaquelin Roy coming from LSU. And then the Browns pick is in at 142, being Cameron Mitchell, the Northwestern cornerback. And we're right about 10 picks away from the Bucs.
Yeah. There is a question here before. There we go. From Will. If the Bucs need a nickel, would they draft an undersized cornerback versus a safety? Bailey, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on that one?
I think they go either way. I think with the class they have right now, or with the classes, the cornerback and safety classes, there are different types available. I think you see like a guy, we talked about him, Jammie Robinson, is as a safety, and he's listed as a safety. He can play that nickel position a little bit bigger. Or they could go the undersized cornerback route. And this is something I mentioned to you earlier, is that they have multiple routes they could take, because they could take a safety that can play in the slot and then later take an outside corner because they need depth at outside corner, or they could do the opposite and take somebody who is more of a cornerback who can play the slot and then go to the safety position, because they need a fourth safety right now with the roster in the position that it's in right now.
There's another comment here. Antonio Johnson and Jamie Robinson back-to-back Bucs picks. Antonio Johnson hasn't gone off the board, and he was seen as maybe being a second-round pick. Josh wasn't as high on him as maybe the consensus board, but surprisingly, there's been other safeties taken. Shamari Connor, who was ranked 13th on Dane Brugler's board, and you wonder if safety will be addressed by the Bucs. The question of an undersized corner versus a safety. Jason Licht and Todd Bowles, they like their tall corners at standing over 6 feet. So probably undersized safety seems to be more of the fit of the two, but definitely could go cornerback or safety for the nickel position, because Antoine Winfield, he's going to be moving back to safety full-time next year. That's what Todd Bowles has mentioned. So will be interesting.
So as you see on the screen here, our Bucs best bets, some of the ones remaining. In that secondary, there's none of the safeties are off the board. At nickel, you do have Jammie Robinson. Brandon Hill, as Scott mentions, Brandon Hill was a guy we had in our mock draft on Pewter Report, and
college teammate of Elijah Cansey.
Yeah, it could go back to the pit well. And then a guy that Josh was talking about earlier, and Miles Brooks, a guy that he does not want to see land in red and Pewter. One of the best bets here on the board still for the Bucs, but they're starting to fall a little bit. I know we just talked about receiver. Trey Palmer is another one who we keep mentioning, and then Justin Shorter, a later round guy who caught passes from Kyle Trask. So there is the plus there.
And another guy between the trenches, Carl Brooks, still hasn't been taken yet out of Bowling Green. Mentioned before, yes, the Bucs, they've taken Elijah Cansey, but would they take another defensive lineman and just continue to stockpile the trenches with another big guy?
I wouldn't put it past them. I could see that happening. A guy that they really like in Carl Brooks. And the way they're building through this draft, or the way they are building this draft, is through the trenches. So they could load up on those positions here, and next year might be the year where let's fill in some of the skill positions that might open up holes and kind of patch things together this year, because they have a lot of skill talent already on the roster, and they need to beef up the trenches. They needed to improve the pass rush, which I think they've done with Yaya Diaby, and also they're going to get a lot of pass rush out of Elijah Cansey. So they've done those things. So they could double up here on the defensive line when they make their pick.
And it is a successful formula. I mean, you have the Philadelphia Bulldogs, or also known as the Philadelphia Eagles. That's where they've built in recent drafts, and that's why they're a Super Bowl contender on the offensive line. And the defensive line, they've added to it in recent years. In this draft, they got Jalen Carter. Last year, they had Jordan Davis. And just continuously taking big guys to shuffle in and out, it's really valuable to have.
You guys mentioned apparently the Jets have taken running back Israel
Anaconda from Pitt. Okay. That's an interesting one. Loading up their running back room. And then the pick is in for the Patriots, Antonio Mafi, the guard out of UCLA, going at 144 to New England. So yeah, what do you think about that pick, Israel Anaconda?
He's an angry runner, and that's something that we saw last year throughout college. And he was somebody that the Bucs could have taken. I believe he was in a few of Pewter Report's mock drafts. And another running back off the board, you wonder if the Bucs would draft one now in the 5th round, or would they maybe wait?
Chase Brown is the guy we keep talking about. He's still out there. As we get to pick 145, again, the Bucs at 153. Going to point out a tweet from John Ledger here saying still lots of strong nickel / safety types for the Bucs pick coming up. As someone asked about earlier, John saying if they don't go developmental linebacker, he's thinking DB. It does feel like a DB range right here for them, especially given the need both at nickel and at the safety position. They could go either way with it and fill a massive need.
And just mentioning the running back taken out of Pittsburgh last year, he had 1,400 yards and 20 touchdowns on the ground, which that's a lot of production.
Yeah. It's funny the way things have shaken out with this draft because of probably how tight the NFC South was last year. There are these teams, the Saints and the Panthers, finishing with very similar records. That's why they keep picking. They keep these back-to-back NFC South picks keep coming up. So the Panthers and Saints picking one after another right now. The Panthers pick is in, so we'll see where they go here.
You really are seeing the NFC South picks fill out in short order, picking back to back, and even yesterday, I think they went back to back to back.
Yeah, I think at one point they did, and it's funny because the NFC South as a whole doesn't have a lot of picks left. I think we mentioned earlier the Falcons don't pick again until the 7th round, if I'm correct. And then the Panthers didn't have a ton of picks coming into the day anyway. So
yeah, I don't think they have a 6th or 7th rounder.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure they do. I know they're coming up on the end of their draft here at 145. We'll see where they go. And then it's the Saints. Then we got the Titans, the Bears, Packers, and just shortly after that, a couple more picks. Then it's the Bucs on the clock for the first of currently 5 times today with their 5 picks.
We got a few comments here. Shows Jalen Duncan out of Maryland at tackle, maybe getting Carl Brooks at defensive tackle and trading back in for Jammie Robinson could be an option. Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion.
Yeah.
A very intriguing athletic tight end. And Scott also mentioning here that 153 would be great value getting somebody like Kuntz. And we've seen a run on tight ends throughout the draft. And it's a very deep class. Jason Licht, he's gone on record. He said one of the deeper classes at tight end within the past 10 years at least. So probably a big reason why the Bucs have waited to address that position. But adding somebody to the room like Zach Kuntz, it would just add another dynamic
Jammie
threat.
Robinson's off the board to the Panthers.
Ooh, okay.
Jammie Robinson to the Panthers at 145. I liked him. That stings a little bit. Seeing him go in the division. You see him on the screen here making that tackle. Going to the Panthers, so the Bucs will see him. They won't see him in their own building, but they'll see him in the stadium once this year and then on the road. So that is the Panthers pick at 145. And here coming up is the Saints. We'll see what they do now. We'll see what the Saints do.
I think I know why Tanner McKee may be falling.
Okay.
So Brock Purdy, a 4 or 5 year starter, obviously lots of success last year for the 49ers. So Max Dugan had 43 career starts in college. Dorian Thompson-Robinson had 48. Stetson Bennett had 32. Clayton Tune had 44, so on and so forth. All these guys who have been drafted 28 starts or more. Tanner McKee only has 21.
Yeah.
So it just may be that they're looking at that Brock Purdy kind of success, lots of experience, can step in and manage an offense. And they think McKee maybe can't do that.
That's a great point by Josh. I don't know if you didn't hear him in the background, kind of mentioning why Tanner McKee out of Stanford is falling in the NFL draft based on a lack of college experience. We saw somebody like Stetson Bennett, who has led the Georgia Bulldogs to back-to-back national championships. Maybe that was a big reason why he was taken by the Rams in round 4, when most analysts didn't even have him projected if he was going to be drafted maybe 6th or 7th round. So for Tanner McKee, even though he has the prototype being a 6'6", quarterback, taller and well-built, he didn't have the starts. Only 21 starts, and the production wasn't there in college. So what are your thoughts on that?
It was not. Yeah. And it's, we always say that the NFL is a copycat league. So they do see a guy like Brock Purdy being Mr. Relevant last year, having a long successful career at Iowa State, making a lot of starts, having a lot of experience. And the fact that was successful for them last year, teams are seeing that and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't go for these project guys. Maybe we should go more for guys that have played a lot of football. And then, so the Saints pick is in, and Jammie Robinson, of course, going to the Panthers just now. We're bringing in Scott Reynolds back here as the Bucs make their pick here in about 8 picks.
We're actually doing a full hockey shift, as Matt is also going to be joining Scott here.
And you see, the Panthers draft now is concluded with Jammie Robinson. He was a nickel safety candidate for the Buccaneers in the 5th round. And now he's off the board going to a division rival. So the Panthers draft is complete. We're awaiting the Saints pick right now. We're closing in on Tampa Bay's picks, and we'll go over some of those players that the Bucs could be targeting here once we find out who the Saints have selected. And the Saints have 2 more picks in this draft. They've got the 5th rounder that is on the clock right now, and then a 7th rounder, and then their draft will be complete, Matt. So far, what do you think of the Panthers picks compared to the Saints and the
I like it better than the Saints. I can definitely tell you that. I will say the Panthers drafting Jammie Robinson hurt, especially like I stepped out of the room.
Yeah.
I looked at the TV, bam, Jammie Robinson's name all across the television with all of his highlights. That one hurt a little bit. I will say I do overall think that the Panthers have a better draft at the moment than the New Orleans Saints. Yeah. I know it's not conventional wisdom like we talked about before with not having a lot of picks. As you just said, they're done. But I do like the idea of Bryce Young finding his top wide receiver right away, same draft class, try to emulate the Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, Peyton Manning, Reggie Wayne type of connection that went on for so many years. I don't know if that's just the first duo that popped into my head. DJ Johnson, again, thought it was kind of a stretch. Zavala, so. But I really do like the pick of Jammie Robinson in the 5th round. The Saints, I think, are a little more all over the place, in my opinion. I'm just pulling that up right now. Oh, up further. We got a lot of photos and videos if you guys can't tell. The Saints draft picks. I mean, I go back to, again, didn't love the Foskey pick in the second round. The Breesy pick we talked a lot about. Not exactly the right fit. But we'll see. I mean, we're about to be on the clock.
Yeah.
But it says
looks like Tennessee might have traded up.
Yeah.
Is that what we're understanding here?
That seems to be
the case.
Seems to be what went on.
The pick is in, so it looks like Tennessee has jumped up.
Jump up, and get down. I'm searching my.
They did that earlier in the draft for Hendon Hooker.
Let's see.
No, sorry, for Will Levis. Right.
Yeah, so we'll see who the Titans have selected, and that probably means that the Saints actually gain another pick.
Right.
So instead of having 2 more picks, they might have 3 more. You know, another player that we have to kind of put in the mix for the Buccaneers, didn't do a whole bunch of work on him, is Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
He did play in the slot a decent amount, and he's a player that's really kind of fallen. I heard you guys talk about it earlier.
Okay.
That regarded as a second rounder, but when you look at the ability to play in the slot, he had 280 snaps in the slot.
He was ranked all over the place too.
He was.
Like some, he was very high. Others, like all the way down the board. And clearly, the NFL front offices kind of tend towards the lower.
And
part.
sometimes when you see players slide
Josh
down
Gable
the
had him at
board,
5.
it could be a medical issue that we don't know about. It could be a character issue. You just don't know, or it could just be the media overrated a player, and the NFL general managers and talent evaluators just see it differently.
By the way, the Saints have drafted Minnesota safety Jordan Howden.
Yeah.
So Howden is off the board.
And not just in Dane Brugler's guy, but also Pro Football Focus both had Antonio Johnson in the second round. So you have to wonder if there is something there with regards to something that we just don't know about with Antonio Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be ranked that highly for at least some of the big boys, I guess, if you want to say, and then all of a sudden, wait, what? He's a day 3 guy. Just something is not adding up.
Yeah, exactly. But a bigger, more physical safety, 6'1", 198 pounds. Dane Brugler says about Antonio Johnson. Overall, Johnson has undisciplined tendencies and is still getting his body organized technically, but he is at his best near the line of scrimmage with zone instincts and eagerness to drop the hammer in the running game. His play style is reminiscent of Jamal Adams, albeit in a different body type.
Missed 3 games in 2022. I mean, that's not an insane amount that would really perk your ears up about what the difference would be there.
Yeah. But the Buccaneers, they do like kind of bigger slot guys. That was a little bit of an issue with Antonio, or I should say Antoine Winfield Jr. last year.
Yeah.
Being around 5'9".
Mm-hmm.
He was more physical, but gave up some size to some of those bigger slot receivers.
Let's see what else. Oh, Tom Brady tweeting about Cody Mauch, or at least giving the laughing crying emoji to all of the memes and gifs coming out about Cody Mauch. I can't open up my phone, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, whatever. I cannot open up my phone without some type of Cody Mauch picture or GIF or anything. I absolutely love it. I'm certainly not complaining about it.
You're here for it.
Mikey, what was your super chat? Apologize if we missed it. I'm going to scroll through real quick. Oh, there we are. Sorry, Mikey. Appreciate it. Mikey with the $4.99 super chat says, who has the best RAS scores left available? Don't have that.
Yeah,
that's a difficult thing to search. Appreciate the question, though.
Definitely Zach Kuntz.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Zach Kuntz. Zach Kuntz is the answer. He is number 1 on the board. I like Sly in this Tony Reale role when he was on like Pardon the Interruption.
Yeah.
He now hosts that other show on ESPN.
How many picks are we away from Tampa Bay now?
They're at 153. And 5 more.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 more.
So we should know probably in the next 20, 30 minutes who the Bucs are going to select, or maybe even sooner than that.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say 20, 30 seconds. Like, all right, cool.
That would be the rapid fire selection process
Lightning
there.
round.
Yeah. Speaking of lightning, go Bolts.
Go Bolts. Huge, crucial game 6 tonight in Tampa.
Yeah. Now, if the Bolts win tonight, it's really interesting because I think all the pressure goes to a team that could have closed it out a couple of times.
And it's a
in
perennial
Toronto.
choker.
Right. So you have to wonder.
No, seriously. I
Yeah,
mean, they
yeah.
haven't gotten out of the
Just
first
still fun to
round.
hear it.
Yeah.
There was a couple years ago, I think they played the Bruins, and they were up like it was a game 7, and they were up like 4-0 or whatever it was going into the third period, and they lost. And then I was listening to some radio on my drive here today, and they were saying the Leafs in possible game clinching opportunities are 0 for their last 10. So if they lose tonight, they'd be 0 for their last 11.
Yeah.
And if they lose game 7, obviously 0 for 12. So
And you have to wonder how much that creeps into the players' heads. Like you don't want to be a part of that awful string, that awful history, you know. The psychology of sports is very underrated, folks. It really is.
We'd also be remiss if we didn't mention the Bruins played last night.
yeah, the Bruins lost. They're going to a game 7.
Yeah.
Which
Shout out JC Allen.
Yeah.
Lightning fans should be rooting for
JC
that.
Allen conspicuously absent today.
Yeah.
Maybe not feeling so well after last night.
Not too happy about the Bruins loss.
Yep. So with a couple of picks left here, we'll take a look at the Bucs best bets that we have remaining, and we'll kind of go through some of them. All right, so the quarterbacks, Jaron Hall is still there. He's not a Bucs best bet. That
What
was
was
Clayton
up with
Tune.
this run on quarterbacks? I just don't
Yeah,
get it.
it was like a little bit of a mini run there. Mohamed Ibrahim from Minnesota is a running back. I know another running back they like, maybe as an undrafted free agent, maybe as a 7th round pick. Lou Nichols out of Central Michigan. We've talked about him on the podcast for some time. And wide receiver, Trey Palmer from Nebraska, speed guy, kind of a one-year wonder, transferred from LSU. And so he might be somebody.
What? Sorry. The Packers selected Penn State quarterback Sean Clifford, who famously held off Will Levis at pick number 149. So again, quarterbacks all out in the streets right now.
Yeah.
Packers.
Wow. Sean Clifford.
Really sticking it to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
We're gonna find the replacement to your replacement.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, watch out.
And you've got the inside linebackers. Another guy, and I'm not throwing him out there just because he went to a school that I happen to like a lot. But this guy right here, keep an eye on nickel safety, Josh Hayes from Kansas State. That might be a guy we see here as an option for the Buccaneers on day 3. That's one of those guys that if you start searching some of the draft guides, you're not going to see him with the draftable grade, but sometimes these teams, O'Keefe didn't have a draftable grade last
that's
year,
exactly what I was thinking. Is
If you-
O'Keefe, kind of.
If you like the player and you go back and you watch his tape against Iowa State. Now, this was a 1-year guy at K-State, transferred from Virginia, where he did not play a bunch at all. But before that, was very productive at North Dakota State, former teammate of Cody Mauch.
Yeah.
Mauch. So he is a Bison more than he is even a Wildcat, but helped Kansas State win the Big 12 championship. Had really good play, very fast, 4.44, ideal size, 6 foot, about 191 pounds. So just keep Josh Hayes. That's a name out there that they might like at that position. We've also talked about it. He was in our mock draft. Brandon Hill. Boy, he looks like Jordan Whitehead a little bit, right?
He does. Something about Pittsburgh defensive players.
Yeah. And he's a kind of a splashy player, big time hitter, will come down in the box. Reminds me a lot of Whitehead just because they went to Pitt. No, not necessarily. Just the body type and kind of the way they play and get after it. Speaking of Pitt, Servacia
Say
Dennis.
Dennis.
Now, he's a player that interviewed with the Buccaneers at the Combine. Also had an interview with them at the Senior Bowl. I think he's on the radar here, maybe in 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. Justin Shorter, I guess, just
I saw that in the
drafted
chat.
by the Bills.
Richie.
Yep. Yeah, and that was a bigger body receiver that the Bucs liked. He played with Kyle Trask. So that's one of our Bucs best bets off the board there. But Servacia Dennis is one of those inside linebackers. We've talked about Owen Pappoe, one of the fastest linebackers, actually the fastest linebacker in this draft, coming from Auburn, a school that Jason Licht is kind of familiar with.
Yeah, it's Auburn, it's Washington,
LSU,
Central Michigan. I would throw in there. They just fall in love with what's up. Jason Licht specifically likes Nebraska.
The
due to
pipeline
his
states,
connection. Yeah, the pipeline there. What was the other one? I don't think they have one on the team anymore, but James Madison for a little bit.
Yeah.
They had a couple JMU
Aaron
guys.
Stinney's on there.
Yeah, Aaron Stinney.
Yeah.
Earl Watford was the other one.
Yeah, Mike. He went to Rutgers, I believe. Or did he? We're gonna no. That's Willington. Willington Prevalon went to Rutgers.
Who?
Willington Prevalon.
Gotta let you have that one.
And then the other guy right here, Cam Jones. They had a formal interview with him. I really like his game. When I turn on the film, Mike Morris going to the Seattle Seahawks. That seems like a Seahawk defensive end right there. Cam Jones really reminds me of like a poor man's Levante David when I watch him on film. He's more of a weak side linebacker, what they call the Mo position, right? You got the Mike and you got the Mo. When they're their nickel defense, those are the two linebackers. The Mike was more of that strong side, Devin White type, and then your weak side in that nickel defense, that's your Mo, and that is more of the Levante David style. And when I looked at Cam Jones, I was really excited about him. Tampa's on the clock.
I know. I keep scrolling through Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Tampa Bay's on the clock.
Here we go.
It's been fast. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Been
Before we were
fun.
saying half an hour. It
I
took
know.
us like 10 minutes.
Your guesses: linebacker, running back, tight end, DB.
I'm gonna say DB.
I would say defensive back.
I think DB.
DB.
Everyone's guessing DB.
I'm
A couple
gonna say
people.
tight end because I like being contrarian.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go. A couple people saying tight end. One person said inside linebacker. What shall it be? This is always the fun part.
John said someone texted him that ESPN doesn't have a full draft. Doesn't even have a draft profile on Sean Clifford.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, a wild card pick might be Hunter Lupke from North Dakota State.
He's been in.
that would be a fun.
The L train.
Yeah, the L train.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun guy down here. Yeah, and that's the thing. They really don't have a fullback in this offense, so he would have to be more of that Mike Allstott, that running back. They're going to call him a fullback, but they're going to give him the ball a bunch and throw the ball to him. So the pick is in with Detroit, and then we'll see with the Buccaneers being on the clock. Boy, that flew by.
Yeah. Took like.
I said 20 minutes. It's been like 10.
Yeah. Like, it felt like 5, but yeah, probably more like 10.
See, let's wait for the Detroit Lions. The pick is in. We see Dan Campbell excited. Well, who did you get excited
They're
about,
always
Dan?
excited. They showed a video
I know.
before of just the
Brad
Lions front
Holmes.
office every
Yeah,
time.
look,
going
there's Brad
crazy.
Holmes. He's hugging and high fiving.
Clifford is the 11th quarterback drafted this year, tying the
Wow.
mark in 1995 for most quarterbacks selected in first 5 rounds.
Colby Swordstill from William and Mary, the tackle.
Okay.
So the Buccaneers are on the clock now.
Tick, 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 tick.
I'd love for it to be Deuce Vaughn. That'd be fun.
You think they would go there?
Wouldn't be surprised. He was one of the running backs they're in consideration for.
The deuce is loose.
Yeah. That would be fun.
It's got to be a DB. It's got to.
Hey, I was pretty close on Jammie Robinson. Had him 156. He went up 145.
Will it
Right,
be a
the
DB?
pick
Will it
is
be
in.
a tight end? The pick is in for the Bucs. Everyone furiously scrolling through Twitter.
Yeah, I think mine broke.
You call out a JC Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rate limit exceeded.
All right.
My thumbs are getting to work out.
I know. Gotta
Keep
switch
pulling
fingers.
down,
Alternate
pulling down.
fingers.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, old
We're
tweet
waiting.
from 3 hours ago. What are we doing?
Will Levis or Titans? It's 18 hours.
Okay. Nothing yet.
The pick is in, but
No
they're not
whammy, no
telling
whammy,
us
no whammy, no
who
whammy,
the
no
pick
whammy,
is.
no whammy, no whammy. Stop. Give us something.
Yeah.
Even Charles Robinson is getting out of his seat on the TV.
Noah Ruggles.
Here, quick, put in the pick.
There we go. Even in the 5th round, this is
Yeah.
killing me.
Not seeing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tick,
They keep.
tick,
All right.
tick,
Here's
tick.
the pick. They're going to read it from Germany. That's why we're waiting.
Slide, translate.
Spielmacher.
Oh.
Servassier Dennis.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
We talked about him earlier.
We did.
Yep.
Another player that we have been talking about.
Yep.
2 Pittsburgh
Servassier
players.
Dennis. There we go.
Elijah
Really
should
good
be
player.
happy.
Yeah, Kalijah Cansey should be
Yeah.
very happy about
Yeah.
that.
I even asked him about this the other day, actually yesterday. I said, what would it be like to have Servassier Dennis, Brandon Hill, some of these Pittsburgh defensive players join you in Tampa? He would love it. And this is a guy right here, really heady player. What I liked about him is his ability to blitz.
Yeah.
When I
And
wa-
that's what we talked about
Yeah.
earlier, Scott, is just finding a guy that's tailor-made for something specific
Yep.
in Todd Bowles' defense, which in this case, it is the fact that he can blitz and get after the quarterback.
Yeah, the thing for me is when we're looking at doing these mock drafts and doing the Bucs best bets, his 40-yard dash time was not as sterling as some of the others, right? And Cam Jones, actually, I mean, you look at the 40-yard dash time, Owen Pappoe 4.39. That was the fastest running back here. Servassier Dennis
4.63 on his pro day too. Usually
Yeah.
pro day is a little more favorable to the
Correct.
to the players there versus being at a neutral site in Indy.
Exactly. And you look at Cam Jones from Indiana, 4.6. So it was either Jones or Servassier Dennis in terms of which player we were going to put in for a Bucs best bet. I like this guy, though. 15 career sacks. He had 4 sacks in 2020, 4 in 2021, 7 last year, and has just been a big-time producer. He was a team captain, played on special teams.
First team all ACC.
Yeah, blocked a field goal in 2021.
Yeah.
This is what Dane Brugler has to say about his strengths. Rangy and plays fast, lean, cut body type, 7% body fat. Makes plays up and down the line of scrimmage, never shutting things down. Aware player and consistently reads his keys to stay ahead of cutoff. Strong tackling form, strikes low and physical to make misses rare. He only missed 4 tackles, folks, in 2022. That's right, 4. That's pretty good. That's a hell of a number for a guy that racked up 94 tackles, including 12 for a loss.
400 career special teams snaps as
Yep.
well. I want to go back to a couple more stats that he had in college. You rattled off the sacks. When you look at 2020, his tackles for a loss, 14.5.
Yeah.
And it stayed consistent with it. Dropped a little bit, but to 9.5 in 2021, and then back up to 12 in 2022. So obviously a leader on Pittsburgh's defense. And let's face it, the Bucs, whether the Devin White situation rears its ugly head or not, the Bucs needed depth
They did.
at inside linebacker after Levante and Devin White, and they just found it here.
This is a really good pick.
Very
man.
solid 5th round pick.
Yeah.
I have no qualms
He's
with this
not
one.
the biggest guy though, and if you look at this picture, like he's 6 foot 226. That's about Levante David size. Where you look at a guy like Devin White, who's about 240, just a bigger guy, but he plays big. He plays faster than he times. He's a very smart, cerebral player. Does a great job in coverage as a zone dropper. Made all the defensive calls. Everything went through him on defense. He's a very smart player. As a 3-year starter at Pittsburgh, Dennis originally played the money position before moving to Mike in head coach Pat Nardizzi's 4-3 base scheme. He led the team in tackles each of the past 2 years and developed into a captain on defense with a dependable personal and football character. With his agility and play recognition, Dennis has the range to cover every inch of the field versus the run. And in zone coverage, he can get better man-to-man. Although he is a strong form tackler, he lacks the knockback striking power. And, with his size, if he doesn't beat the tackle or the guard to the spot, he's going to get blocked just because. And we've seen Levante David get that way too. He has to win intellectually. He's got to get to the spot and beat the offensive lineman to where the ball carrier is going to go. And if he does that, he's going to make the tackle. But
a couple more stats on him. He had a 90.6 Pro Football Focus grade last season, 92.1 against the run. Also had 32 quarterback pressures and 49 defensive stops as well. Got to say thank you to Salty Buccaneer for the super chat. Pass the Servassier. I was thinking about that as well. Hilarious comment. I believe that's a song from Diddy back in the day. Or maybe that's it. But
it's a playoff.
Yeah, when I was a kid when that song came out, so I didn't even know what they were really talking about. But appreciate the comment. Sorry, my bad.
Credit to Adam over here. He was talking about Servassier earlier today.
Yeah.
He thought he could be a Bucs fit there. The consensus board had Servassier at 189.
Consensus board had Servassier at 189. So this is
a little bit of a reach compared to that. And his overall RAS score was good at 7.28.
7.28 RAS score.
Elite explosions
with
the 41.5 inch vertical.
He's got a 41.5 inch vertical, very elite, explosive guy. The one thing too that I know Jason Licht and the Bucs put a little bit of a premium on is the fact that his parents were both in the military. So he grew up in a military
disciplined background.
Background for sure. And that's something that carries some weight. It's not like a necessity. It's not like the Bucs go looking for these types of players, but boy, it is certainly something that usually when you have what they call an army brat or military kid, they're raised right. There is a level of discipline there. And Servassier was named after the French cognac. That's right. Courvoisier.
Right.
And after his father heard the drink mentioned one night at a restaurant. He's already graduated with a degree in criminal law, and he skipped the 2022 bowl game, but did accept the invitation to the Senior Bowl where we saw him play. He didn't play in the game because he had suffered an ankle injury during the week. So Servassier, Dennis, this is a good player.
It is. Got the super chat before. I think we might have missed it, but thank you, Bobby Dean, for the $4.99 super chat saying, just have to say, love JC's article last night. Appreciate you saying that, Bobby. And thanks again for the super chat. Servassier, Dennis.
Yep.
We got
I had a chance to interview him. Cam Jones and Servassier Dennis were two of the linebackers I had a chance to interview. Came away very impressed with both of them. And again, it was a toss-up between which guy do we put in the Bucs best Bennett. With the fact that they took Kalashikansky, I almost thought yesterday. So I even asked in the press conference. I'm like, I bet you they're going to take Servassier.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't be.
You
surprised.
said it out loud for literally everybody to hear. Anyone that watched the press conference,
wouldn't be surprised if they come back and they draft Brendan Hill at some point too.
Just automatically create the Pittsburgh pipeline. Yeah, why not? I mean,
if the Philadelphia Eagles can draft Bulldogs, why can't the Bucs draft Panthers?
But I do think there is a sense of like continuity and things of that nature too. I always thought it was interesting. Again, we spoke about this earlier on the show, but when Jason Licht and the Bucs front office likes to flood the position, like if you draft two defensive backs in the same draft, I do think there is some type of like kinship with people with some people at the same position. Like you're all experiencing going through the NFL together all at the same time. And I think it's better to do it with a buddy or someone that you can build a friendship with. And if you're already teammates with a couple of guys, I think that really goes a very, very long way. So
Great
I think it's
point,
going to
man.
benefit Kalijah Cansey and obviously now Servassier Dennis as well.
And the other thing too is they're both coming in this rookie class, right? And we know Dennis, is going to come in as a backup. He's got to learn this defense. Devin White, if he's there, is going to be the starter. I mean, that's pretty much assured. But when you have those two guys on the field together, right? I mean, Servassier Dennis is used to playing off of Kalijah Cansey right in front of him. And so
point A to point B, right
yes,
there.
Yeah. Just like we've seen how Vita Vea and Devin White with those blitzes, right? Those A-gap blitzes, they will work off of each other. They have that chemistry, that camaraderie, that experience playing together. That means something. And so if Servassier Dennis is to see the field, then he'll be on the field during the preseason games. And I'm sure probably paired up with at least a little bit Kalijah Cansey for some of those preseason snaps. Those two guys are going to have that camaraderie, that feel for each other. And it's going to give them a little bit of a head start, I think, in this defense together.
Culture building, you know, building good chemistry. I think that goes a long way. Warburn says Kalijah, Yaya, Servassier. Somewhere Willington Prevalon is nodding in approval.
That's great. That's put that up on there. That's good. This is becoming the all-name team, really.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
Ward, shout out to that comment. That is very, very funny. Servassier Dennis from Syracuse, from upstate New York. So another fact for the people out there.
Birthday's the day after mine.
Wait,
When's
how
his
does that
birthday?
line up with everybody?
So his birthday's March 9th. That's so funny because Kalijah Cansey's is March 1st.
Oh, is it?
So both of these Pittsburgh players could work for PewterReport.com because
That's right.
we have a rule at Pewter Report. You have to have a birthday either during draft weekend or around draft weekend like Scott does, or it has to be the first week of March, or at least the first 10 days of March.
Did you just fire me?
Hold on, come on air so we can do it.
Yeah.
Give us the views. No, just kidding.
I had my anniversary draft.
That's true. Yeah.
So maybe.
Which was a poor choice on your part, by the way. I'm just saying.
By the way, having an Arctic vibe.
Yeah, I'm having an
On
Arctic
the
vibe
show?
too. Yeah, very good. Cheers.
Cheers. Gonna pour in the cup over here though, so I don't spill on you. That wouldn't be good.
Folks, we have another fifth round pick coming up here.
Yeah.
Not too long. So
Had to get through the fourth round, but now you're in
Yeah.
the fifth. It's like, all right,
let's
moving
catch
again.
you up on everything here. So Oluwatimi from the Michigan, the center from Michigan, Seattle. Daryl Luter from South Alabama to the 49ers. He's a cornerback. Jordan McFadden, the guard from Clemson to the Chargers. Caillou Blue Kelly, cornerback from Stanford to the Baltimore Ravens. Daniel Scott from California, the safety to the Colts. And the Packers pick is in.
Oh, so Blue Kelly.
So Matt, now that we've got the inside linebacker position, right? They're not. I don't think they're going to take another one. I think they're done there. Let's talk about where they could go in the next pick, which is coming up here in the fifth round. So defensive back, right? I mean, they don't laugh, folks. They could go Pitt right here.
That would be cool.
Pitt, hooray!
Pitt, hooray! Wow, Scott, you're on one right now. This is good.
It's the Celsius.
It's the Celsius Arctic vibe, which Mark Fisher just said he's having an Arctic vibe as well. Shout out
Great
Mark
choice.
to that. Big Jack 22322 says, "Sounds like we're drafting the Looney Tunes."
You can get a little loony on day three, folks. We've been
Yeah,
doing
but that's
this a
what
minute.
day 3 is all about, you know?
I thought Kalijah, like a good nickname for him, just his play style would be Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah,
The way that he plays.
I have no problem.
That's a Looney Tune.
So with going here with Servassier Dennis now, if you want to go defensive back, right, safety, nickel, those are the names we're throwing out there. With Brandon Hill from Pittsburgh, Antonio Johnson, unless there is something just medically wrong with them. And sometimes that's the case. Sometimes you see these guys that were projected to be day 2 guys, and they're sliding way into day 3. Then it comes out after the draft. Oh, he didn't clear medical. He had this, ailment or calamity, whatever. Or there's a character issue that we don't know about that will cause some guys to slide. But I'm not saying that's the case here with Antonio Johnson, but
you do
something
wonder
to-
though, and I think it's
Yeah.
fair to wonder as well.
Sticking on defense, if they want to really continue to beef up, Carl Brooks from Bowling Green is a player that could help them out along the defensive line. They'd be really young at defensive tackle, but that's a player.
It'd be the new version of the Gravediggers, which of course was all Bucs in the secondary.
Yeah.
Now they just move it over to the defensive line.
Running backs, it might be a little early for Mohamed Ibrahim.
Yeah, I think the number of picks that they have in the 6th round,
Yep.
including that one in the
Smells
7th,
like 6th round, right?
seems like they can wait another round. Even if Ibrahim gets taken somewhere else, I wouldn't hate waiting there. Yeah, let the
Vaughn.
deuce be loose.
Yeah, little Deuce Coop. He might drive into Tampa. Trained here in Tampa with Julius Brents, another Kansas State player.
Let me ask you this: if the Bucs take Deuce Vaughn, does he automatically become the training camp diary guy?
Yeah, without fail. Yeah, exactly. And,
That's
and,
fair.
and I will probably, my voice will probably go up many octaves if Deuce Vaughn becomes a Buccaneer. I've been lobbying behind the scenes, and I don't do this every year, folks. I only do it when the Wildcats are good, and I understand the last Wildcat in Tampa was not good. Josh Freeman, and I did not lobby for him, by the way. I knew he was going to be a pick. Raheem Morris and Mark Dominic told me that, but I
All you could do is you could lead a horse to water. Right?
Exactly. Yes. So that was the last Wildcat. Wasn't exactly thrilled about it. I would not mind seeing Deuce Vaughn in Tampa. I think he would be a great wide zone scheme type guy. Had over 1,200 yards receiving. 1,200 yards receiving.
I can imagine his first camp diary. Like it starts off with, "Today I met a giant. He introduced himself as Mike Greenberg."
Right.
Oh, that's good.
So listen, if they want to go offense too, we've talked about Trey Palmer being an option as a speed receiver. Another guy that we have as a Bucs best bet right there, Payne Durham, the tight end from Purdue, just reminds me of a better, more athletic version of Cam Brate. Just finds the end zone, man.
I was immediately, he has a nose for the end zone, and I think he could be just that red zone presence that I think the Bucs are missing.
Antonio
to a
Johnson
last year.
to the Jaguars.
Okay,
So the slide stops.
That's a no for him.
So Payne Durham is another guy that Bailey Adams and myself also like. Josh Wiley, that's another tight end from Cincinnati Bearcats. He went to the Titans?
I think he did.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, he's
All right. He's off the board. So screw me. Not paying attention. Huh? Okay, excellent. So
Hashtag thank you, Bailey.
Yeah. So and also too, Jaron Hall. This is a player, Matt, that still on the board. We saw the run of quarterbacks. He's out there. But what say you about Jaron Hall? He was at the Senior Bowl.
There was no quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl that I was like, oh man, I'm down for the Bucs to take a flyer on him, with the exception of Max Duggan if it's their 7th round pick. I don't think Hall really stood out to me too much. Let's check out the read.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I just got to relay something. Bailey, you know that it's Sir and then the V is capitalized, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I haven't checked the story yet, but it's just a little caveat.
Yeah.
So he's particular about it.
Another note about Servasi, I think, is important for a day 3 pick. Over 370 career snaps on
Special teams. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He will be a core special teamer for sure. 2 years ago, blocked a field goal. Yeah. Yeah. He's this is a good pick. I'm pretty excited about this pick. Cam Jones would have been nice too. I think both these guys have their strengths and weaknesses. I do like the fact that Servasi Dennis just has that familiarity with Kalijah Kancey, and also too that Pittsburgh defense is just it reminds me a little bit of Tampa Bay's in that it is just attack, 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 attack. It's a fun defense to watch, almost as fun as Georgia's, but very similar style. They will get after you. That's why you saw the blitz numbers from Servasi Dennis. Just a big time blitzer, 7 sacks last year, really gets after it. And I think he's going to be a fun player to watch in the preseason and in training camp too. And
especially if Devin ain't playing.
Especially if Devin's not playing. Yeah. I think they're probably going to give KJ Britt the reps if Devin doesn't show up for OTAs. Which
I think that's fair.
To.
He's going into his third year, fourth year.
Yeah.
KJ Britt. So should at least get the opportunity. And, maybe it's not 100% fair just to judge him off the last game of the regular season with the Falcons. Like, I don't think, we've all been praising Luke Edeke for how he played at right tackle in that game. I don't think he deserves to get all the great praise for playing for a little bit. Yeah. And just because KJ Britt didn't do as well, that he should get all of the negativity.
Right.
So,
but he was a hell of a lot better than JJ Russell was.
Yeah.
I'll say that. I mean, JJ Russell missed 3 tackles.
I mean, again, there's a reason that Olukunle Fadukasi beat him out for that last spot in training camp.
Yeah. I'm not sure what happened to Fadukasi. I thought he really lit it up
so the Bucs had to waive him 1 week.
Right.
Or they decided to waive him, and then he got claimed off of waivers, I think by Jacksonville, but then he signed with the Patriots this offseason.
Yeah.
So he's with New England right now. Maybe he was Indy during the season. But yeah, he did get claimed by another team. I can definitely tell you that. Yeah. Because he was another Shiano man.
That's right. Sing us the song of the Shiano man.
Yeah, makes sense why it's the Patriots with the Patriots now.
Yeah.
Good Billy Joel.
I try. I'm good for a couple bars, and then it kind of falls off, But this guy right here, he's a fiery, intense competitor. I like this pick. You know what else I like? I like the likes. Can you like us? Can you like us on Facebook? Can you like us on Twitter? But more importantly, like us on
you.
YouTube.
Do you like us?
Yes. Like
Please
us on
reply
YouTube
with a like. And throw a thumbs up in the comments as well, because why not? It's Saturday.
Subscribe to our Pewter Report TV YouTube channel and hit the like button. It helps us when it comes to getting in front of other awesome Pewter people like you guys. And we love you guys. We want to see more of you guys.
Yeah.
Servacia Dennis is a great name. I agree, Richie P. Totally agree. Unreasonable things is just being really unreasonable. And I've kind of ignored a bunch of comments, but you know what? I'm going to give you this. Not one of these picks was even sniffed at by any other teams. That is just so patently false.
Unreasonable Things was a big time commenter during the Pewter Game Day show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the Bucs would go down 3-0. He's like, game's over. We're going to lose by 100.
Okay. So,
but he would always constantly be
challenged to say something positive.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we did.
You have to say something positive.
Okay. So I know Matt has kind of danced around that, doesn't really want to address it, but Alexander O'Kane, Matt Matera, what is the story of what happened to your face? So the thing is kind of taking a page out of Blaine Gabbert, being heroic. There was a holdup in progress at a bodega up in New York, a bodega. And so what happened was this crook, we'll call him a crook, came into the bodega and was trying to steal some cans of Celsius.
Mm.
And, and Matt Matera, being a loyal Pewter reporter and an avid Celsius fan, says, "Hey, wait a minute, pal. What are you doing? You didn't pay for that." And the guy says, "Mind your own business, fella. I'm gonna take these Celsius." And and Matt Matera's like, "You do realize that you can order them on Amazon. They'll ship them right to your home, and you can use the subscribe and save money." And the guy's like, "Well, I don't want to save money. I want to not have to spend any money. I want to steal these." And that's when Matt Matera took his Arctic Vibe Celsius and pistol whipped him in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hit him so hard. Here's the problem.
That's
I
right.
hit him so hard. I was just thinking,
It's like
what
a
would Blaine
boomerang
Gabbert do?
effect.
Yes, it was the ricochet effect of
Yep.
bam, my head on their skull, whoop, came back and hit myself.
That's right.
So
again, I mean, to say that Blaine Gabbert left and there's no more heroes left in Tampa is not true. Matt Matera, hero, protector of Celsius.
I am
protector of
I'll
the
say protector of Celsius, but I would not say a hero, but a
So-
bodega protector for sure.
Yeah.
I will gladly defend the bodegas. Thank you.
You told me.
I'm just gonna be like the Joker's like, you want to know how I got these scars?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, we get Sly in here for that one because he definitely hasn't seen The Dark Knight.
Well,
He's probably like, Dark Knight? Is that a horror movie? It's like, no, it's Batman.
Jaron
Come on.
Hall just drafted by the Minnesota Vikings. Chase Brown just drafted by the Cincinnati
No,
Bengals.
Chase Brown off the board.
And
Damn.
Will Mallory to the Colts. So
Anyway, thank you to Chris for the $4.99 super chat. Chris says, great coverage, guys. With the shift in faster, smaller defensive players, are they hedging for different defensive schemes if Bowles is out after this season? Yeah, you know what? That's interesting because I had asked Jason Light when they drafted Kalijah Cansey in the first round. I asked, is this a shift in the plans for the defensive line, or is this just kind of adding to it? And Jason said that they're really just adding to it.
Right.
And then I think Josh Capo asked Todd Bowles, not the exact same question, but sort of along the lines of like, what does this do for your defensive line?
Yeah.
Are you moving pieces around? And Todd gave the answer, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, that it just gives them more versatility. It gives Todd another toy to play with, essentially, and move guys around on the defensive line. You can say what you want about Todd Bowles as a head coach. He definitely has some issues there, and that's why the Bucs were where they were last season. But when it comes to calling plays on defense, the defensive mind that Todd Bowles has, it's one of the best in the league without question. So I don't think this is necessarily changing the scheme too much. I just think it's the Bucs had a direct plan with what they wanted to go with heading into this season. Sort of a similar plan with last year, just wanted to get faster. And I don't necessarily know if they got as quick and as fast as they wanted to. I think maybe they had a little bit too much tunnel vision on the defensive line last year, where now they obviously did address defensive line again, but they're looking at so many more places, not just one spot. So that's a long-winded way of saying I don't think it's a crazy shift, just a little bit of a different game plan, but overall still a similar Bucs defense that we've seen since they all got here in 2019.
It's one of those things, Matt, where when you look at if a team wants to get faster, typically big guys aren't faster guys. Typically, you're going to sacrifice a little size for speed, and I think that's really what the Bucs wanted to do is they want to get faster, more athletic, and to do that, you have to sacrifice some speed. And you know what? Tampa Bay's defense back in 2002, folks, was undersized. They didn't win a Super Bowl, and put 4 guys in the Hall of Fame. So don't fret over the fact that this team is maybe getting a touch smaller at certain positions.
I saw T gave a super chat. I'm trying to find it. Apologies, T. I know you were in there somewhere. I know you gave us a super chat, but I'll put this one up for now. He says the Tampa Bay Pittsburgh Nears. That's a good one. I'm so sorry, Tony. I know I saw the super chat. We just got so much love from the Pewter people.
We love the Pewter people.
We do. Great participation all 3 days. In the meantime, we will give a shout out to one of our most loyal fans, biggest fans out there, Leighton Carter, the man. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Leighton, who says sparkling lemon lime here. Glad that that is your choice.
Favorite afternoon flavors. I love lemon lime. It's awesome.
It's different in the afternoon.
It really does. And I'll tell you what, folks, just a quick little promo here. So there is the lemon lime right there. And it tastes like a less sweeter lemon lime soda. I'm not going to name any brand names, but it's just a perfect amount of lemon lime. It's great. That Oasis vibe, folks. If you haven't tried it, it's available at Target exclusively for about 90 days. Then you can get it pretty much everywhere else, but it's available at Target. And it is damn good. It is one of my absolute favorite flavors right now. I think it moved up to number 2 or 3 on my list. It's really good.
Okay, found Tony's super chat. We'll answer this from Reese. Like and subscribe. Do you think Light has hit on the draft so far?
I do. I like this draft.
Overall, I'd say trending in the right direction. Not going to say a slam dunk. Jameson says, Marcus Whitman is a big fan of Servassier Dennis.
Yes.
Friend of the program, Marcus Whitman, which, of
course, was set up by our guy, Josh Capel. Thanks again, Josh. That was a very fun episode of the Pewter Report podcast.
We'll have him on after the draft too.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Just post-draft, like roundup type of aftermath, as
He was not a fan
they
of
say.
the mock pick. I remember him saying
Right.
that.
Josh is saying that Whitman was not a fan of the Cody Mauch pick. Adam, welcome back.
You seen The Dark Knight? No.
Oh.
The movie Barbed Wire.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know what the Dark
Adam
Knight
Slavon
is?
has not seen The Dark Knight, which is, of course, the best Batman movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've never seen that in theaters.
Some interesting things from us.
Matt, have you seen the movie Barbed Wire?
No, I've never heard of it. Also has to do with Bill Goldberg, but I think that movie's
Pamela
called.
Anderson.
Yeah, so what I
Okay, I'm in.
What I think happened with Matt Scar is he heard there was a Pam Anderson movie called Barbed Wire, and he took role playing way too far.
What? Say that again.
There was a movie from Pam Anderson called Barbed Wire,
Mhm.
and you decided to role play it, but took it too far.
Yeah, I was getting ready to go to Universal in Orlando,
Yeah.
and I just, big Harry Potter fan. I just didn't think putting on paint would do it justice. Trying to fit in. Thank you to T. What up, T? Feel like I'm talking to Tony Soprano. Hey, T. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I know it's early, but any position groups that are projected to be really good or deep for next year's class? I know we talked about the quarterback class supposed to be fairly deep.
Yeah.
I'm not going to speak out of turn here. I haven't totally looked at next year's class.
Yeah.
Just yet.
I've been so focused on this one.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet.
Harrison Jr. is eligible next year.
Marvin Harrison
Yeah.
Jr. is
He
eligible.
might be wide receiver number one. He's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
that
big time.
that I
talent.
feel pretty good. What was that?
Bowers, yeah, that's-
Brock Bowers, baby
tight end.
Gronk.
I think he's Gronk. I think he's baby Kelsey. He's
Baby
or
Kels?
yeah, I think he's more of like that receiving type tight end.
Baby Kels.
All right.
How many more picks until the
We're
Bucs?
closing in on it.
Yeah. Do you definitely want to get
Terrell Smith,
Adams.
cornerback from Minnesota, went to the Bears. B.J. Thompson, the edge from Stephen F. Austin State, went to the Chiefs. Maybe now is a good time to bring in Slide for a quick minute here, Matt. And I'll have
just
him
to
sit
recap
next to you and talk
what Servassier
Yeah.
was dishing.
Yeah, let's hear about that.
Pass the Servassier. Oh, I'm getting
Yeah,
kicked out.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were leaving. All right.
Yeah.
Sly, when's your birthday?
August 22nd.
You're
Get out.
fired.
Oh, you're fired.
No, it's all right. It's the day after my brother's. And my
Oh.
girlfriend. So,
You just really want to get me out.
and Mike Evans.
All right, so we got Adam Slavon here, and he's going to talk to us about Servassier Dennis. What was your initial impression of him? I had a chance to interview him at the Combine. Kind of a serious, straightforward, kind of no-nonsense guy. Is that the vibe you got from him today, or is he just super excited to get drafted and was a different person?
Super excited, and you kind of saw a fun side to him, and he
Okay.
had some really interesting stories. So as a kid, he actually met Derek Brooks,
Oh,
and he had a signed Derek Brooks jersey that he didn't take off when he was growing up. And just kind of speaking with him, his dad appeared on the Zoom call, and he was wearing a custom Bucs jersey.
wow.
Said "Sir" on the back with the number 3. So
he was ready.
yeah, he was ready, and
Dang, yeah.
he said secretly he was kind of hoping that the Bucs would be the team that would take him.
Right.
He has some family in St. Pete, so just
Okay.
really cool. Growing up, he watched Kalijah Cansey. He mentioned at his press conference yesterday that growing up, he watched a lot of skill players like Michael Vick
Right.
and Servassier. He did the same. He watched a lot of Michael Vick, and he was actually a quarterback growing up.
Wow.
So some pretty interesting backstory there, and it sounds like he'll fit with the Bucs right away.
Certainly, I mean, just to state the obvious, he's got to be thrilled to be going to a team in Tampa Bay where he's got not just a teammate, but like the teammate in Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah.
right?
And also, he watched a lot of Levante David and Devin White as well. So he's pretty familiar with the Bucs linebacking core as it stands, and he also stands to learn from him in Levante David and Devin White. If White sticks around for another season, you have Levante as a mentor and captain. Servassier has a great ability to get mentored early in his career.
Yeah. Very heady player, very cerebral. You can kind of get that just from talking to him. Has a really good football IQ. Again, started off playing the Mo linebacker spot, then went to the Mike linebacker spot, which is the captain of the defense. That's the guy that has the green dot in the NFL. That's Devin White, who's calling the defense. The entire defense ran through him at Pittsburgh. So was he as impressive to you as he was to me at the Combine? And did you come away with a good impression of him?
Yeah, definitely is a cerebral player. I think that stands from his both of his parents served, and his dad even won a Purple Heart. So you could see the leadership qualities that maybe the Bucs were fans of and interested in. And I wonder if Kalijah Kancey put in a good word for him. And being a former Pittsburgh teammate, now he's joining him in the NFL. So really exciting. Maybe the Bucs go 3 for 3 and get what is it, Brandon Hill, the safety out of Pittsburgh?
Yes. Yeah. And I would be a prophet if that was the thing. I asked
Spoke highly
Kalijah
of him.
Kancey about that too. I'm like, how exciting would it be for Brandon Hill and Servassier Dennis to join you down here? And he's like, that'd be great. Of course it would. Of course it would. It's always fun playing with your teammates. So yeah, man, I'm really fired up about this pick. I think this is and Owen Pappoe just goes to the Cardinals. They're a couple spots behind the Auburn linebacker. And if I'm being honest, I'm always honest with you, Pewter people. But in terms of linebacker play, I like Servassier Dennis better.
Yeah.
Owen Pappoe is the faster, more athletic guy. There's no doubt about it. But looking at his tape, it was almost a little KJ Britt-ish at Auburn.
Yeah.
And KJ Britt is, to me, a backup linebacker. I think Servassier Dennis, he's got the ability, I think, to ascend into a starter level. Would not be surprised if this is the guy that replaces Levante David over KJ Britt next year, not this year, but next year. And I'm excited to see what he can do. I think the coverage is going to be maybe the biggest issue is his ability to cover. He can spot zone drop, not a problem, but man to man, that's a problem. I think that's where maybe his lack of elite athleticism is going to show up. Levante David could go stride for stride a little bit. Back in 2020, let's say, he could go stride for stride with Travis Kelce down the field. I'm not sure if he can do that now, but Servassier Dennis, probably not that kind of guy, not that level of athleticism. And of course, Levante was a second-round pick, but I digress. So
in the media room before, Josh and I were kind of pulling up Servassier Dennis's PFF numbers to kind of get a better idea of him. And in 2020, well, throughout his whole college career, every year he increased his metric in terms of coverage. He had actually his best game in 2021 against Clemson, but against Tennessee in both years, 2021 and 2022, he didn't do so well in coverage. And that was probably his most NFL-ready opponent and seeing like their offense. And that might be something that he'll have to work on at the next level, but he definitely has the IQ. He's ready. He's excited, and he's going to have great mentors to learn from ahead of him in the years to come.
Yeah, I agree, man. I'm excited about this pick. For a day 3 selection to get me excited, it's not that often.
Yeah.
But so far, so good. So far, so great. I'm going to say I like this pick in the 5th round. Maybe not in the 4th, maybe not in the 3rd, but in the 5th, boom, sign me up for Servassier Dennis. So great job, Sly. Appreciate your reporting. Sorry you didn't get any FaceTime, but you will. We just wanted people to understand Servassier Dennis a little bit. So.
Did we also just have some Pewter Report history with yourself and Sly together on the show for the first time?
No, we did. Yeah, we did a podcast.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right. It was fun. We'll do it again.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought I saw history, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Unreasonable Things continues his Buccaneer hates. Smallish defensive players. Yeah, that's what they needed. Okay.
How about this, Unreasonable Things? Why don't you come up with a solution? Stop being the problem. Start being the solution.
5 picks away, lots of solid options, says Ward Burns, and I agree with that sentiment. So
you look at like every linebacker in this draft is a similar size.
Yeah, they're all that kind of 6'1",
Jack
225, 230.
Right?
Yeah,
they're all 220 to 230.
Yep.
I wish it was like Dion Henley. So it'd be like who the 5 greatest linebackers in this year's class? Dion, and Dion. We had a lot of Chappelle Show conversation before the show started.
I'm just gonna say this. I can't get any taller, but I can get older. I get older. Last Sunday, I turned 51. But I don't feel 51 because of age rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to age rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with age rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Age rejuvenation, folks. It's that simple. Go to Age Rejuvenation. Defy age itself. Restore some vitality to your life. I've done that. Not only am I a pitch man for Age Rejuvenation, I'm also a client. I did exactly what I'm asking you to do. I got the free consultation. I went to agerejuvenation.com. I signed up. And they checked my testosterone, did all the blood work, insurance paid for it. Wasn't any out-of-pocket cost for me. And it was awesome. I found out that I was low testosterone. That's not uncommon at all. Matter of fact, it's more men in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s have decreasing testosterone. It's natural. It happens with age, but you can kind of fight the process. Folks, they got 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. So there's probably an Age Rejuvenation right around the corner from your house. There's one up in Wesley Chapel where I live, right around the corner from my house. But do what I'm asking you to do. It's a free consultation. All it takes is just maybe half hour of your time. Sign up for Age Rejuvenation and go there, meet with their physicians, top-notch professionals, and see if testosterone therapy is right for you. It was for me. I don't have the mental fog anymore. I've got more energy. I'm not falling asleep like a loser on the couch at 8:30 at night watching a movie.
Probably some drool too.
Yeah, I'm not drooling anymore. So Age Rejuvenation, folks, we appreciate their support here at Pewter Reports, and we appreciate all the Pewter people out there who have supported us during the 3-day odyssey that is the Bucs draft. And we've got a couple of Bucs best bets right so far, and we got a chance with 4 more picks.
Yeah,
to get another Bucs best bet.
So what's the all-time record for Bucs best bets?
I think we did 3, and we've done 3 a couple of times.
All right, let's try to tie that record, and then beat it next year. Kind of like Tom Brady's trajectory with the Bucs and all the records he tied.
Exactly. So, how many picks do we have now, Matthew? Getting close.
Double check.
I'll update the Bucs best bets here.
We are getting close. I can confirm
here.
that.
Unfortunately, the only film available that I have for Servassier happens to be his worst game of the year.
Which was
Clemson?
Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Yeah, I knew it was an orange team. I forgot which one.
Not giving me a great impression.
All right. So as we zero in on the Bucs' next pick, which is in the 5th round, these are the current Bucs' best bets. We could go running back here with your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I could pencil in Deuce Vaughn right there to make myself feel better. Mohamed Ibrahim from Minnesota. Justin Shorter should not be on the list. Shame on me. I should just take him off right now, which I'm going to do.
All right, so the Raiders have their pick in at 170.
Trey Palmer is still on the clock. That's a player that they've had a Zoom conversation with, and I think might be on their radar. And Carl Brooks, defensive lineman, if they want to beef up that position and flood it, they could do that. Chris Murray might be that last pick for the Bucs. He is a center, played right guard at Oklahoma, and I love the player. Just really undersized, is 6'1", like 295. But man, he could be a future center for the Buccaneers. They do like him. They had him for a top 30 visit. He's kind of a fringe 7th round priority, undrafted free agent type. That could be a direction they go a little bit later this afternoon. But Brandon Hill, would not be surprised to see him from Pitt. That would be just very fitting to go pit pit right here in the 5th round.
Pit pit hooray.
Pit pit hooray.
We'll have to tweet that out if they go they go
Miles
somewhere else.
Brooks, who is not exactly our favorite cornerback, right, Josh, from Louisiana Tech, but the Bucs seem to like him, but we'll see.
Almost every kicker over.
Yeah, we shall see. So let's see where we're at now. Christopher Smith. Oh, the Buccaneers are now on the clock. Christopher Smith just went the Georgia
Bucs
nickel
are on
safety.
the clock.
Yep. So let's get ready. Let's get prepared.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud. I wonder where this pick's coming from. Is it
is in.
Is it coming from a pirate ship? Is it coming from Yeah, Bucs traded up.
Bucs traded up.
By the way, I love the graphics the Bucs have been using this year with like, hey, we're doing this or we picked that guy.
Traded up.
Trader Jason.
171.
So impatient.
Traded up with the Rams. And I'll tell you what, they want to get rid of that 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Jason told me, he's like, I hate 7th round picks. I'm looking to get rid of it, which is awesome for us because then we're done earlier.
Yeah.
Makes the drive back home to Georgia easier.
Yeah. Sticking around for Grant Stewart was not fun. It's like an extra hour, like tacked on to what's already been a busy weekend. Bucs are on the clock. Moved up 4 spots.
Scrolling.
Just scrolling.
Scrolling. They see me scrolling. Unreasonable things hating.
Has Slavon seen Robin Hood Men in Tights? Oh, Robin, you lost your arms in battle, but you grew some nice.
Purdue tight end.
Pain Durham.
Oh!
That's a Bucs best bet.
House of Pain.
That is
Bringing the pain. This is a guy we've talked
a
about.
Bucs best bet right there. That's number 3, folks.
There we go.
Pain
3
Durham.
Bucs best bets.
That was per Aaron Wilson.
There you
Per
go.
Aaron Wilson.
All right. Love this guy. Love him. He made a
Great
great
value.
impression at the Senior Bowl. And so, yeah, super excited about him, not just because we had him as a Bucs best bet, because he's a really good tight end. Probably a number 2 tight end in the NFL. And again, if you think back to Cam Brate, when Cam was in his prime, the guy was a red zone target. He was among the top 5-10 tight ends in terms of touchdown catches for like a 2 or 3 year span. So much so that the Bucs gave him a 6-year contract extension. And damn it, Cam Brate just about saw the end of that contract. Had to take a couple pay cuts to stay in red and pewter, but at the same time was a big time handy weapon. Think back to that touchdown against the Packers, right?
Yeah.
After that Devin White fumble recovery, Jordan Whitehead
jarred
the ball loose, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, the Buccaneers right after the halftime get that 3rd quarter touchdown, which was a key touchdown. Because then Brady
absolutely ended up being like the game winner, essentially.
Brady starts throwing interceptions all of a sudden in the 3rd quarter. But Cam Brate, there's
a reason Cam Brate, is where he is in the all-time touchdowns in Buccaneers team history. But yeah, to bring this back to Payne Durham, I think one thing that really stood out to me, we talked about the Senior Bowl before. There was one specific play where they were doing goal line reps, but it was 11 on 11. And the quarterback kind of had to get away from the pass rush, essentially threw the ball up. And there was 2 defensive backs covering Payne Durham.
In the back of the end zone.
In the back of the end zone. His helmet fell off. I don't know how that happened on the play, but his helmet fell off. He still went up, made the catch, and it was a touchdown. Nose for the red zone. And like you talked about, maybe not a tight end 1. That's okay. You still have Cade Otton. You wanted a compliment for Cade Otton in Tampa Bay's new look offense with Dave Canales as the offensive coordinator. And I think they have probably found that with Payne Durham. Jason Light has talked a ton about this is one of the deepest tight end classes in the last 10 years. And patiently waiting, one of the themes today, didn't overreach. I mean, they traded up a little bit, but only a couple of spots. We'll see what the compensation is for that. But a couple of the strengths and weaknesses of Payne Durham. He's large, lean-framed player with outstanding length. His wingspan and arm length makes some offensive linemen jealous. He's strong, accepting hands and drops were uncommon on his college tape. Only 4 and 136 targets. So
pretty good there. He displays a good-sized catch radius and is comfortable snaring throws outside his frame, coordinated feet, and doesn't need to gear down to break out 90-degree route breaks. The details of the trade: the Bucs are getting the pick that they just got, and they gave the Rams pick 175, so they moved up 4 spots. And yeah, they gave away their 7th round pick. So there you go. There's the trade compensation. Thank you, Adam. Some weaknesses of him: strong initial acceleration, but his speed taps out.
Yeah.
He's an all-gas route runner and would benefit from added tempo and pacing since he doesn't have an explosive gear to easily separate. Isn't much of a run after the catch threat unless you hit him in stride. Averaged only 10.1 yards per catch. It doesn't create many explosive plays. He only had 1 30-plus yard reception in 2022. So kind of what we talked about. Red zone presence.
Yep.
Will get open in certain pockets.
He's a tough guy. He's a dude.
Yeah.
He's a tough guy.
Another dude coming to the Bucs offense. Overall, Durham has average at best speed and separation skills, but he creates a large throwing target for his quarterback and enjoys the dirty work at the position.
Yep.
He has the skill set of a solid number 2 tight end option in the NFL, similar in ways to Jesse James, or the road dog Jesse James, as I like to say. I think day 3 might be my favorite picks for the Bucs throughout this whole draft.
Yeah, this is a really good pick. I mean, he's one of the guys that when I saw him at the Senior Bowl, especially that catch, I think it was right before we were getting ready to leave, wasn't it? Like towards the end of the week.
Yeah, it was the last day of practice.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was freezing my ass off. I remember that.
Yeah, because the first day we were all getting
sweating.
sunburned,
Yes.
and then the last day we got that true Mobile weather.
Yeah. And I remember him making that huge catch, and I was like, wow.
I might have that on my phone. We'll have to find to conjure that up.
Yeah, I was like, actually, I think that plays on YouTube as well. But yeah, it's
Payne Durham Senior Bowl.
Yep, yeah, he's a fantastic addition on day 3, and he's a gritty guy. He's not the best blocker, but he's got enough size at 6'5", 255. He can kind of grow into that. I like this kid. Gritty, tough, hard-nosed. He's going to fit in very well with the players that they've drafted. This draft class too, man. What's that?
Another great football name.
Yeah,
Payne
Durham.
Though if I shouldn't even say it, but if things don't go well, Payne. Dropped the ball in the end zone. Payne. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And he doesn't drop the ball much, so should be all right there.
Yeah, so we have tied, I believe, our record with 3 Bucs best bets.
Congratulations. And there's still time to break it.
There is still time to break the record. We have 2 more picks. So
would be the greatest live stream of all time.
We're doing pretty well. We're excited about these selections and how we've kind of forecasted them here. So let's.
What sounds better? Here Comes the Pain or House of Pain? House of Pain. Yeah. People loved my last tweet so much. I got to follow it up with another banger.
So the Buccaneers now have 2 picks to go in the 6th round. They traded their 7th round pick to the Rams to complete that trade. Again, Jason Light, not a huge fan of 7th round picks. Wants to kind of
hates them.
Wants to crack open a beer and let the party get started, and then start signing some of those undrafted free agents. And this year there will be a lot of undrafted free agents. Remember back in the Super Bowl season, and they re-signed everybody, but they have like 5 or 6 undrafted free agents. This year they've got a lot of. You're probably going to see, at least a dozen, if not 15. Maybe 18 undrafted free agents signed that they'll bring to camp just to help fill out the numbers here.
Do you imagine Jason back in the era when there was like 11 or 16 rounds?
Oh gosh, yeah. I think Brad Johnson was a 12th round pick. Yeah.
Keenan McCardell, I think, was 11th or 16th.
Something like that. Yeah. Yep. So let's catch everybody up here on some of these selections here. So here's what the Buccaneers have done so far in the draft. Kalisha Cansey, Cody Mauch, Yaya Diaby, Servassier Dennis, Payne Durham, 2 picks to go. And the Saints have got one more pick left in the 7th round. They drafted Jordan Howden, the safety out of Minnesota, in the 5th round. So they're almost done. The Panthers are done. They only had 5 picks in this draft. Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo, DJ Johnson, Chandler Zavala, and Jammie Robinson, a player the Bucs liked right there. And the Falcons haven't picked in a while, Matt, because they don't have a pick in the 5th or 6th round. They have 2 in the 7th. So we have not heard anything from the Falcons yet, and nor should we, because they're not on the clock anytime soon.
Bucs Communications pointing out that Payne Durham is the 2nd Purdue skill position player drafted, joining Mike Allstott.
Okay, well, there you go. In great company, Payne Durham is the 2nd skill player from Purdue ever drafted by the Buccaneers. Of course, Mike, the A-Train Allstott from the Boilermakers, being the 1st. So if he has a career anywhere close to Mike Allstott's, that would be certainly a quite defeat.
Maybe this is a troll of Saints fans to get Drew Brees to root for the Bucs.
An even more interesting fact about him, he was born 2 towns over from where I currently live.
No kidding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely more interesting than the Mike Allstott.
Suwanee, Georgia?
Yeah.
Suwanee, Georgia.
Peachtree Ridge? I don't know what that means.
I'm not quite sure about Peachtree Ridge, but Suwanee, Georgia, two towns over from where I live.
Where's the place over in Georgia? It's like Sand something. Not Sandstorm. That's the group.
It's a big state.
Yeah, true.
Also, too, I believe Payne Durham had a 2-point conversion catch in the Senior Bowl. He high pointed that like he did in practice.
Yeah.
I think it's actually in our media files for the pictures.
Oh, cool. Oh, I like this comment from Mr. Angle. The Pain Train.
Yeah.
This is what director of, this is about Servassier Dennis, but still important. Scott Smith, the Bucs team reporter, saying, Director of Player Personnel Mike Beal on new Bucs inside linebacker Servassier Dennis. As a player, he's super instinctive, has good athletic ability, and he just flies around the field and makes a lots of plays.
Yeah, that sounds like him. Big time playmaker.
Play is gonna play.
So far, so great on day 3. Whoa, ho, 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 ho.
Whoa, stop the brakes.
Come on
brakes.
now. Richie P, what are we doing here?
Our guy, Richie
Whoa.
P. Thank you so much for this
Whoa.
$100 super chat. Richie
Man.
P. Thank you, Richie. Richie.
Richie. We're sending Josh Capel home now. He can make it all the way back to Georgia.
Yeah. Richie says, I've been an OG
Yes,
for
you
you
have.
guys for a long time and just want to show my appreciation for what you guys do. It's been a long weekend, so thanks for the hard work.
Man.
Richie, that means
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. That is
fantastic.
super generous of you. If you've
Thank
been
you.
an OG, you've probably been listening before I was even a part of Pewter Report when it was Scott and the late, great Mark Cook
Yep.
and Trevor
Trevor
Sikkema.
Sikkema, yeah.
Little fun insight. A lot of those podcasts, and even when myself and Grizz were joined on
Yep.
and were a part of it, a lot of those podcasts got recorded in this room right now.
That's right.
So we're in a
Yep.
spot where there is Pewter Report podcasts.
This is a
Of old,
legendary spot.
This is a
here.
legendary area, and Pewter Report live streams of the future. So Richie P,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much,
Yeah. Man,
Richie.
that's fantastic. Holy smoke.
I was gonna say this is kind of funny because like the Bucs, the draft is sponsored by Hertz or whatever. So they're saying "Welcome home, Payne," and then like brought to you by Hertz.
Scott Federico with the $4.99 super chat. We love super chats, big and small,
Yeah.
and it all adds up, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah,
very
we don't
much.
discriminate.
Yeah, not a sexy draft, but there is a solid path to immediate contribution for all picks. That's a great point. You can see a lot of these players getting on the field, and whether they're starting or they're playing very significant contributory roles to this offense or defense or special teams. Yeah, I agree with you. Waiting and hoping for a DB next. Yes, I think that's the case. Couple of guys to keep in mind, just that I know of, that I'm aware of. Brandon Hill from
Sure,
Pitt.
why not?
And this guy right here, Josh Hayes from Kansas State as maybe a slot safety, nickel guy. Those are a couple guys that we know of. So we shall see if they...
I kind of look at this draft. I said meat and potatoes before, but it's almost like Bucs are getting a lot of vegetables. It's you have to have it. It's important. It's necessary.
Yeah.
You don't always want it, but again, it's important to what this team wants to do and how they want to function. So I think the Bucs are really getting the job done there. Yeah, I'll say it. Day 3, these picks have been my favorite. They didn't even have a 4th round pick. So kudos to Jason Licht and company.
Yeah. Edward Claringbold. Did I do that right?
Edward. Lord Eddard. Yeah, that was,
it was Claringbold. It's almost like Willington Prevalon, right? It's gonna be
Willington, Edward. Look at that suit you're wearing, Edward. Are you going to the Derby?
Yeah. If you've read my comments for the first time over the last, or you have read my comments for the first time over the last few days, appreciate you guys. It has been awesome coverage. We appreciate you, Pewter people. If it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't be doing this. We do this because we have a lot of Bucs knowledge that we want to pass along to you guys. It doesn't do us any good to just sit on it, and stew about it. We could tweet it, but I mean, this is more fun to have the interaction with you guys, answer your questions.
Where else are you going to see someone eat
from Thailand? We have people from Thailand.
That's pretty dope. How's Bangkok? Right? That's Thailand.
Yeah, Bangkok, Thailand. Exactly. You know what, Matt? I'm going to pull an audible here. This is going to be fun. We have close to 450 people here in the chat. So
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah. We're going to do this. A special draft day, and this is impromptu. Sorry for the short notice. We're going to do something that we love to do on Mondays. We're still going to do it on Monday at 4:20. That's the benefit. If you come on Monday's show at 4:20, we're going to do this.
We could just do it at 4:20.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we could. Nah, let's just do it now.
Let's just do it now. Yeah, we're in the moment. For a little thing we like to call
roll call. Where you at, Pewter people? We have awesome fans, literally, and I mean literally, all over the globe, including Thailand. And we love interacting with everybody. So this is just a fun way of doing some more interaction where we'll talk about the Bucs. We'll keep talking about the draft and start putting your location on the screen. And we'll put it up on the screen as you see there with Mr. something from Bainbridge. And Edward Claringbold, you nailed it. I am from England too.
There we go.
That is fantastic.
Awesome.
Who's your Premier League team? Me and Bailey like Tottenham, but they stink right now.
If they do end up getting another Pitt player,
Pitt Cheerio. I love it. But yeah,
Jim Stenman, we love it from Finland. Yeah, you're a regular in the chat.
So yeah,
as well.
You guys know what to do. But if you're here for the first time watching, just put your location and we will put it up on the screen as we continue to talk about this draft. So, going into the day, we had kind of discussed what were some of the positions of need, or maybe a better word is positions of interest that the Bucs should be
from Thailand. TB1009BT from Thailand, watching this live stream at 2:30 in the morning over there. Hats off to you.
Yeah, good for you, TB1009BT. But yeah, some of the positions we talked about: linebacker, tight end.
Yep.
Bucs already addressed that. We kind of thought that they would go with a defensive back, but that could be, next on the docket.
Yeah, they're just giving us the finger.
Not just giving us the finger, as Josh Pappoe was saying.
We got Canada in the house. We got
Canada.
A lot of Floridians. We got Evelyn Park, Kansas. We got some Georgia, Bainbridge. There you go.
So, yeah, I'm curious what will be next defensive back. We got a little bit of time now, whether it'll be defensive back, whether it will be running back. That seems like the most logical next two, unless they just want to bring in another offensive tackle or whatever that may be. But I think so far, so good. Jason Licht has done a great job addressing needs and finding talent all at the same time when it comes to filling out this roster. And Jason said yesterday, too, it's like you're not going to fill every single need through the draft as much as you want to. And there's still a long way to go before the start of the regular season. A lot of other stuff coming up soon, OTAs, Bucs rookie minicamp, Oh, Kildare, Ireland. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of international.
This is a challenge to do with this many people here in the chat. Denver, Colorado. I'm actually going to go to Colorado. I'm going to Colorado in about 2 weeks for the first time in a long time. So I'm excited. So I will be out in Denver, flying into Denver. So that's pretty cool. Love and support from Serbia. Yeah, we have a lot of international. Aberdeen, Scotland from Ben. Yeah, we've seen you in here before as well. Pittsburgh, PA. Rhodesia. Wow, holy smokes.
Detroit. Pensacola, home of Roman Reigns.
Yeah. Newport Beach. So we get some Saints country there. Stillwater, Oklahoma. Love this draft class. Yeah.
Haven't heard of that.
The Netherlands. Wow. Yeah, this is fantastic here. Just really appreciate you guys, tuning in from all over. It really means a lot to us. It's, it's one thing to, to do the show, and to see the comments is one thing, but it really adds a little bit more color and flavor to the broadcast when it's not just from Florida, it's from across America,
the world,
and across the world. So that's awesome, and it just goes to show. The Buccaneer fan base and just how much it's expanded over the years. We used to do Buccaneer magazine back in the day, and we literally had about maybe 20, maybe 30 at one point in time, like back in like 95, 96, international, where we would literally go to the post office and put them in international envelopes and ship them overseas. And most of the time it was to people that were stationed in MacDill that became Buccaneer fans that were shipped out overseas, right? But they were like kind of Floridians to begin with. But now this fan base has just exploded, and it's so much fun to see. You know what else is fun to see? Major super chats. Wow, Matthew Hamilton.
Matt A. Thank you, Matthew Hamilton, for this $50 super chat. No comment there, but if you comment something else below, we will, of course, make sure that we put it up on the screen. Thank you so much, Matthew Hamilton. And your relation to Adam Hamilton, the Bijan Robinson stan? Adam Hamilton is a big-time super chatter as well.
So now with this super chat money, what we have is we have enough money to get Josh back to Atlanta and maybe coming back down here for training camp. So we need a little bit of round trip action here to get Josh back up there for a month or so, a couple months, and then back down for training camp. So that's the next goal. So
and we can get him a limo to the Bucs Falcons game.
Khalif, I appreciate that. Still have a couple of the Pewter Report magazines. I do too, somewhere in the garage. It's been a minute. I think 2009 was our last printing of a Pewter Report magazine, but fun to do back in the time. I love the fact that we get this news to you on a rapid fire basis here. Let's get back to the draft. Eric Gray from the Giants, the running back, has been taken. We are now into the 6th round. Robert Beal, edge rusher from Georgia, not to the Eagles, but to the 49ers. Warren McClendon Jr., another Georgia Bulldog. Boy, you think the Georgia Bulldogs have won a national championship or two, the way these players are going. He went to the Rams. Davis Allen, the tight end from Clemson, to the Rams. They had back-to-back picks. Evan Hull, the running back from Northwestern, to the Colts.
So the Bucs are coming up again soon.
Bucs are coming up. Puka Nacua, the BYU wide receiver, to the Rams, and we're in the 6th round now, folks.
Yeah,
so let's
Bucs
get
pick
to
at 181 and then 196.
So in the 6th round, Eric Scott, the cornerback from Southern Mississippi, and then Green Bay is the pick is in. Then the Cardinals are now on the clock. Then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers we're right back.
I like this quick turnaround.
We're right back. Yeah,
got in a little roll call.
Yeah,
now we're right back at it.
It feels good.
It
feels
does.
Really good.
Carl Brooks went to the Packers.
Okay.
Carl.
Just hit publish and let somebody.
What's that?
Proof it.
What?
The pain drop.
Okay.
Oh, cool. I trust your judgment. Carl.
Did you hit publish?
I'm about to.
Okay.
I'm finishing. I just want to know if that's the route you want me to go.
Yeah. There was a pick in the admin, right?
I put one in.
Okay.
Bailey ran for the hills. Or he's a huge Payne Durham fan.
Carl Brooks went to the Packers. Arizona Cardinals now on the clock. Then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are next.
Yay.
What happened to our TV there? Why is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
Before it had Happy Gilmore on the
Time's
screen.
out. Okay. All right. So the Buccaneers with the first pick in the 6th round, they've got another pick coming up as well a little bit later.
181 and then 196.
Yeah. So
15 after they make this this next pick.
Yep.
And then they're done unless they decide to trade back in.
Yep.
But we're not.
So with
predicting
two,
that.
yeah, with 2 more picks here, we'll see if the Buccaneers go with another Bucs best bet. You know, the thing is Brandon Hill would be a good pick. Brandon Hill from Pittsburgh. Deuce Vaughn from Kansas State would be good. Mohamed Ibrahim from Minnesota would be a good pick. And let's see here.
Sly, welcome back. We'll get your thoughts on speaking to House of Pain in a little bit. But the Bucs have another pick coming up.
And we've got another
Rick
super
Morty.
checker.
Shout out to the show, Rick and Morty.
Yep.
Says, love the Cansey pick. And thank you for the 999 super
thank
chat.
you.
Love the Cansey pick. Think him and Vita Vea can do major damage in the trenches, along with gains and the improvement of JTS. Go Bucs. Also love the show, guys.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do really look forward to the combination of Vita and Kalijah Cansey.
Yep.
I think there could be some fun stunts and twists along the way, and shooting the gap and taking advantage of other teams trying to double team Vita Vea.
The pick is in. The Raiders. I guess the Raiders, did they trade up to
with the Cardinals?
Yeah.
The Cardinals have been trading all drafts, so
I know. It's hard to keep
wouldn't
up.
shock me. Oh, when are we going to play Aubrey Miller Jr. roulette? It's kind of be one of these last 2 picks.
So these are the Bucs' best bets so far. I would say Mohamed Ibrahim, Trey Palmer, Chris Murray, Miles Brooks. Those guys have the best chances of going. The other guys that we don't have listed, Brandon Hill from Pittsburgh and Christopher Smith. Wait, wasn't that? Oh, we're back in the 5th round here. This is. I don't.
The stream is behind.
Yeah, the stream is behind. Okay.
The TV.
All right,
is
here we go.
behind.
This is a Kansas State Wildcat coming up right here.
Yeah.
Yep, Kansas State Wildcat right here. Is it Deuce Vaughn or is it Josh Hayes? It is a Kansas State Wildcat. I know that.
we got a text from Jason with just a hearty emoji. Purple heart.
I just want the screen on us so we
Yep.
can get Scott's excitement.
This is I'm excited. This is a Kansas State Wildcat. I'm just telling you right now.
All right.
It is a Kansas State Wildcat.
One for the good guys.
Here we go. Yeah. Right there. It's not. This is a K-Stater. This is my EMOS sign right here. This is WC Wildcat. All right, here we go. It's either Deuce Vaughn or it's Josh Hayes. Or maybe Malik the Freak Knowles, but
Yeah. The Bucs are on the clock.
Oh man. Come on, let's get this pick. The pick is
Let's move
in.
it. Let's move it.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Oh man.
The drama.
Always with the drama. So the Sopranos quote.
This is a Kansas State Wildcat. I know that for a fact. This,
For a fact.
yes, for a fact. I'm just it's either, like I said, it's either Josh Hayes, the nickel corner, which makes probably a little bit more sense, or it's Deuce Vaughn. So it is either Josh Hayes or it's Deuce Vaughn. It's one of the two.
Deuce. excited. I'm so excited.
Somebody from Walter Football said the Bucs are taking.
Josh Hayes. There we go.
Josh Hayes.
Yep. There we go.
Your newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Josh Hayes. Yes.
Proud
Yes.
moment for SR.
Yes. Very happy. This guy can play, man. He had, I want to say 11 tackles against Iowa State in a 10-9 throwback game. People think Big 12 is like arena football. It's not anymore. It used to be with the air raid days. We actually played some defense there. Josh Hayes is he's a player. Again, only played 1 year at Kansas State, but he played for 3 years at North Dakota State. And I'm pretty excited that this guy is coming here because I was tipped off that this was a guy on their radar. So much so I was not allowed to report it. So he would have been a Bucs best bet, but I could not say anything. From Lakeland, Florida. Yep. I believe he was in for the local pro day.
The last 3 picks have Florida ties.
Yep. Yeah. The Bucs do like Florida players because it's a different environment down here from a tropical and subtropical standpoint. It is it's a climate that it's very humid, very hot, and some players that like Vita Vea had a really hard time his rookie season as someone who's from the Pacific Northwest coming down here and playing. And I think he made the mistake of training up there and not coming down here to train. And training camp was kind of brutal for him. So Josh Hayes, a player that only played at K-State 1 year, had, I believe, a forced fumble. I'll pull up his statistics right here, and we'll kind of go through those. But was a little bit more of a prominent player at North Dakota State. At North Dakota State in, let's see, Kansas State last year, he had a tackle for loss, 72 tackles, 5.5 tackles for loss, a forced fumble, 7 pass breakups, played a lot of that. And we talked about it earlier. A lot of that star safety, that slot nickel position, and the Bucs view him as their nickel back. So he will be in the mix to play nickel. And ran a 4.44. Remember, Todd Bowles was at the Kansas State Pro Day. It wasn't.
That's right. He spoke there.
Yeah, it wasn't just for Felix Anudike-Uzomah. It wasn't just for Julius Brents. It wasn't just for Deuce Vaughn. It was for Josh Hayes. Now, it's a little ironic that Deuce Vaughn comes out, and I know the 5'5" size it's an outlier, right? And he may even go undrafted. But for Josh Hayes, who is nowhere to be found in any of these draft databases, right?
Not on the
to be
beast.
drafted ahead of Deuce Vaughn is interesting. But we talked about this, Matt. I had to sit on this, right? But I prefaced it earlier.
You did a good job of keeping it together.
Sometimes you draft a guy in the 6th or 7th round that has an undraftable grade. Keith was a prime example last year in the 6th round. And so with Josh Hayes now, he will have a chance to be that slot, that slot.
Yeah. Play
nickel slash
compete for the nickel role.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is, I think it, John Ledger says, don't think anybody expected Josh Hayes to be drafted, but I know Pewter Report will be happy with the K-State guy. Yeah. I knew about it. I just couldn't report it.
I can confirm that Scott knew about it. He sent him over to me.
I did.
Weeks ago.
Yep.
So we have the receipts via text message.
Yep. Not that it means a damn thing. Not that I care, but you're right. Yeah. It's sometimes in the information procurement business, you have to do some bargaining a little bit.
He was Dane Brugler's 89th
Yep.
ranked corner.
89th ranked corner, according to Dane Brugler. And I think part of that reason is, again, he played only at Kansas State for 1 year, did a damn good job. He showed up and ended up being a starter. But then at North Dakota State, where he played for the Bison defense, again, he's a former teammate of Cody Mauch, right? So these guys were teammates. And actually, that's something, Sly, when you go in there, you might want to go in there and see if you can get him on the interview. Ask him about his North Dakota State days playing with Cody Mauch and being reunited here in Tampa.
And ask him if he knows Scott.
Yeah. But he was a 13-game starter last year at K-State, began his career at North Dakota State under Chris Lyman, who is the Kansas State head coach now. And in 2020, he played in the first 6 games, started all 6 games at cornerback, tied for the team with 30, and then he left the squad and then came back and or actually he transferred to Virginia, played in 3 games, didn't really emerge there, did not have that smooth transition. Sometimes when you hit the transfer portal, it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So he transferred again to Kansas State to be reunited with the coach that originally had him at North Dakota State, and it worked out there. He helped K-State.
Maybe the Bucs will hire him next.
helped K-State win the Big 12 championship and played a big role in that defense. But he had, I believe, 4 interceptions at North Dakota State, 2 in 2019, and then 2 in 2017, which was his first year, I believe. So, and he also helped the Bison beat James Madison for the FCS National Championship in 2017. And then also helped the Bison win the national championship again in 2019. So
Aaron's Vids 2 wants to know, can he tackle?
Yes, he can tackle. He is a hard-hitting guy. He's a good tackler, and he's fast. He's one of those guys that when you watch him on film, he's a little bit of a blur. And now the 4.4 speed that's fast,
right?
But his play speed's even faster.
Again, fits the mold of everything that Jason Layer's been talking about since the combine. We want to get faster. We want to get stronger.
Yeah. Josh Hayes.
Now, let me ask you, when you meet Josh Hayes, will you say like, hey, Scott Reynolds, class of 19, whatever?
No. What I'll say to Josh is that,
or is there like a secret Kansas State handshake?
A little bit. It's you just do this. You throw up the WC as the Wildcat. You just throw this up, and everybody gets it. Like if you're a Kansas Stater and you do that, that's all you have to say. And then he'll say, "Wow, you're really old." I was there during Bill Snyder's second year. Yeah, I'm that old.
Hey, thanks for the 2222 super chat, Wayne Hilton. Appreciate it. If you have another comment, we will put it up on the board.
Yeah, I'm just showing Matt here. Just so you can get a feel, you can see his speed there.
Yeah, way to track down.
Yeah, sure tackler, big
finishes
time hitter.
Through, didn't just made the initial hit, but then wrapped up. I always hate when people just go with the shoulder and they don't wrap up.
Yeah.
It's like so many plays could have been prevented.
Yeah, really sound guy. And I think if he had been at Kansas State for more than a year or just 1 year, I believe that he probably would have gotten a little bit more prominence.
Sure,
but. Really good in coverage, 7 pass breakups. Big time striker. Yeah.
Just knocked the ball loose like it was nothing.
So I'm excited about this pick because it's a good player, and it's been a minute since they've had a Wildcat here, and I'm ready to get the taste of Josh Freeman out of our mouth.
Yeah,
I like Josh. Josh is actually a good dude. It just didn't work out here, But Blankets, the guys in the slot.
Yeah.
Here we can't really show YouTube on our thing here, but Matt's getting a little. Just go to the Josh Hayes YouTube clip because clip.
What was his best game?
Best game was Iowa State by far.
Okay.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, it's Josh Hayes Kansas State highlights. If you look it up on YouTube.
None of you
K-State fan.
None of you have seen him play unless you're a Wildcat fan. So you don't know who this guy is. So I'm just trying to give you the download because I watched every game this year, and the guy could really, really play. But you see how. He's the fastest guy on our defense, right?
Yeah,
and just
like Duggan's a very mobile quarterback and was able to get there.
Yeah, he will make plays at the line of scrimmage.
Now is he faster than Zion McCollum?
No, he's not that fast. But you know what? Zion's play speed is because there's so much hesitancy in Zion's game.
Yeah,
I don't think we've seen that 4.36 speed or whatever he has. But again, sure tackler. I mean,
right. No, that's important. I mean, that's kind of been not a glaring issue in the Bucs secondary, but something that definitely could be improved. And so especially this late in the draft, finding a sure tackler.
My daughter Ellie, who is actually at Kansas State right now, just tweeted me with LFG, as my daughter, as my daughter loves football. And Ellie says, "We got a K-State player on the Bucs, Josh Hayes." And I couldn't even tell her, I had to keep that.
That's
quiet
how
on
close
download.
to the best.
Yep. But the closing speed's there. He is a surefire tackler, plays really well in the slot. And you know what? And I say this because one of the better players that I covered here in Tampa Bay from a player standpoint was Aqib Talib, a Kansas Jayhawk, which is a fictional bird, by the way.
Bird.
It's the bastard son of Toucan Sam.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no such thing as a Jayhawk, but I digress. But listen, if a KU player is a damn good player, I'm going to be all about it.
Yeah,
I want
gotta
the
give credit where
Buccaneers
credit's due
to succeed. And I thought KU was a fantastic. The KU pick of Aqib Talib was good. Now, I didn't like any this year, not Earl Bostic, not Lonnie Phelps, and I told Mike Beal and John Spytek that the other day when I saw him. And
I was okay with Lonnie Phelps. I didn't mind him as a prospect.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ward Burns. Thank you for the very fitting 420 super chat. And then you followed that up with "Love That Hayes." So thank you, Ward, for that.
Yeah. So that's the book on Josh Hayes. And I think that you guys will enjoy him. Now, no guarantee he makes this team. He's a
let's
guy.
remember that.
Yeah.
Pretty much any pick from the 5th round on, more so the 6th round and the 7th round, even though Bucs no longer have a 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Just because they get drafted does not mean they're going to make this team.
Yeah.
Cody Mauch gonna make the team.
Yeah. Even better, bastard son of Woody the Woodpecker. Didn't even think about that. Woody's a little skinny, and the Jayhawk is a little fat. But yeah, I get that color scheme and everything.
Like a cracked out Woody.
Yeah. Wonder about design development. Yeah, we'll see. The biggest jump, and any football player who played in college will tell you that their biggest jump physically and just from a get it standpoint is freshman to sophomore year, right? I've been on campus now. I've been through the football program. I've been through the weight and conditioning program. I'm in the offense or defense now for a year. I played in special teams. I kind of get it now. And then you see that growth. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to make a bigger jump a little bit later, but from freshman to sophomore typically is the big jump. It's no different in the pros.
Yeah.
From rookie season to the
I'm
NFL.
trying to remember. I don't off the top of my head, but I'm trying to remember what the general consensus was about Carlton Davis and Jamel Dean after their first year going to their second year. I'm sure. Yeah. I don't remember specifically, but I'm sure there was, hey, I don't know about this aspect of his game. And obviously it worked out. They both got big contracts when they hit free agency.
Carlton Davis. So Carlton Davis, it's interesting. We have so many pictures from Cliff Welch, our amazing photographer, back in 2018 of hold your hands out like you're catching the touchdown pass, okay? Like on camera, right? Do it that way, okay? So there's the hands. The ball is right here. Carlton Davis is right here. Okay, seriously.
Yeah.
And what happened is this is his rookie year. He's this close to making the play. Now in 2019, his second year, this was a pass breakup because he'd get the hand there.
Mm-hmm.
It's that football's a game of inches, and that was the difference. It's the technique, it's the understanding of the routes, it's knowing what's coming, doing the film study. It gets you in position to where you got beat as a rookie for a touchdown. Now at least you're breaking up the pass, right? We'd love to see Carlton progress to this point, right?
Where he's taking the ball away.
He's making interceptions, and we thought he'd turn the corner in 2020 with 4 touchdowns. But that's the difference, Matt. And we had so many pictures of Carlton Davis literally being an inch away from a pass breakup. Instead, it was a first down or a touchdown. But then the second year, that's when you saw the pass breakups come in.
Mm-hmm.
And my hope for Zion McCollum is the light bulb comes on, and I think that he gets to that point where he's making some plays now,
Yeah, and Carlton always had the confidence too, which I think was super important. That not every corner has necessarily. We got a $9.99 super chat from Architect 79. Thank you very much. Good question. We are going to be super thin at wideout again this season. ... Thoughts, PR? By the way, great coverage. Thank you very much for the compliment at the end. Yeah, it does feel like, and the Bucs do have one more pick. It does feel like, though, depending on what they do with this last one, that they could be going the undrafted free agent route again at wide receiver. I hope they don't stick to, smaller wide receivers that are fast, because they already have that on the roster. Who knows? Maybe I haven't checked the free agency market in a little bit. Obviously, there's not going to be a game-changing wide receiver that's still available. I thought he was going to the Ravens. Wasn't that the thing that he tweeted?
Antonio Brown has agreed to join the Ravens. The Ravens haven't been told yet, or something like that.
Yeah.
He's agreed they haven't.
I don't know. Maybe T.O. will come out of retirement, or Chad Ochocinco. Had another super chat.
Scott, I love you, but I just can't get behind that Josh Hayes.
You will. Don't worry.
Okay.
You will.
I would love for him to change.
UK Prince, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Very kind of you. If you have another comment, we will put it up on the screen.
Let's get everybody caught up on what's happened around the league since I freaked out about the Josh Hayes pick. Trevius
Hodges
Tomlinson, yes.
I believe he wants to be known as Trey Tomlinson.
Okay, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Trey Tomlinson from TCU.
Jill Skinner?
Yep.
No, JL. I'm just kidding.
Actually, the JL does not stand for anything.
It's just JL.
It's just JL.
JL
Really?
Skinner, safety from Boise State. Zaire Barnes, the linebacker from Western Michigan with the Jets. Parker Washington, wide receiver to Penn State. Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle, went to Maryland, and now he's with the Tennessee Titans. And so the Patriots are on the clock, and the Bucs have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks to go for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then it will be done.
Or will they?
Well, if they trade back, I guess.
Good trade back.
I don't think Jason Licht wants to do that.
Jason's trying to get a 4th rounder for next year. And yeah, don't forget, once the draft is done, we'll have our undrafted free agent tracker. We'll keep our ears to the ground, a.k.a. talk to Greg Hoffman.
Yes, Greg does a great job of snipping out those undrafted free agent signings, and he is the man when it comes to that. But
ooh, is Trey Palmer still available? Yeah. He is. I'd be down with that. Jason does a little one for you, one for me.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We would have had a Bucs best bet because I knew that they really, liked him. But yeah, the receipts are with Josh Pappoe. But
they'll say 3.5.
But a deal's a deal, and I couldn't. So I went with.
No Aubrey Miller. Did Aubrey Miller get drafted?
Did he?
Well, I guess the Bucs drafted a linebacker, so they wouldn't go after Aubrey Miller. Well, still excited to follow Aubrey Miller's career. Maybe the Jets will get him.
So this final pick, they still could go for a safety. They could go for Brandon Hill right here.
Yeah,
because Josh Hayes can be
because they need nickel, but they still need a regular safety. Too.
Correct.
Flood that position. And let's face it, Todd Bowles ain't going to say no to another safety.
No, not at all.
T says, Scott, just admit it. You're secretly part of the front office.
Don't tell anybody. Do we do the Ward Burns?
The 420? Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Paying homage to Loving That Hayes.
Oh, wow. We have a super chat from
Yeah, we answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get that one?
Yep, we got UK Prince.
Sorry, I was busy working.
No, you're good. We are.
Appreciate that.
We're all
UK
up
Prince.
to speed with the super chats. But if you guys want to super chat us more, I'm happy to remind Scott about that too.
Yes, super chats are welcome for sure.
Yeah, thank you, UK Prince.
Yep. We all have our superhero powers. Mine is information procurement. That's about the only thing I'm good at these days. I'm gonna.
They're better than IOUs.
I'm going to co-sign on this. Narish says, "Please be Mohammed Ibrahim." I would love to see that pick come through right there. I would not rule this out either, Darren.
I'd be okay.
Dabs,
Like I
Max
could live
Duggan.
with it.
I do know that his name has been talked about amongst the Bucs brass.
Yeah.
So I do know that for a fact. What?
And does that count again? Does that count towards the group of redheads? He is a redhead, right?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Not as long
He's a ginger for
as
sure.
everyone else, but yeah. Ginger gang.
Scott for Bucs Ring of Honor. I don't know about that.
You could take Gruden's old spot.
SR with some great sauces in the building at One Buck Place. That's right, Byron. I had so many good sources. I said that you're going to be fired 4 seconds after the Bucs lost in the playoffs. So
there's one
Tanner
I want
McKee
to
off the
get
board.
to. Where was it?
Finish the Ginger Gang. Who's Scott's favorite pick so far? This is a good question. Who's my favorite pick? I love defense. So sorry, Payne and Cody. The Kalijah Cansey pick, man. If this guy, if he can hold up and not get steamrolled, he has a chance to be really, really good. He's got a chance. I mean, I'm gonna err on the side of hopium here and say that this guy might be pretty special. He's either going to be very special or very pedestrian. I think that's the realm.
I like it. All
of what
gas,
you're looking
no
at.
brakes. All or nothing.
Yeah, it's seriously, it's easy.
Hedging them bets.
Yeah. The whole PR team is amazing. I would agree with that. I'm going to co-sign on that one.
Thank
too.
you, Nolan. Yeah, Nolan had another comment that said, "Pewter Report is literally my football lifeblood."
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Love
thanks,
all
Nolan.
you Pewter people. You guys are just too good to us.
Please give us a follow on Twitter.
Keyshawn Boutte went to the Patriots, wide receiver out of LSU. That's otherwise known as Sir Drops a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that he is off the board because I don't think he would be a good fit in Tampa.
Boutte's hands are booty.
Yeah. Tanner McKee to the Eagles. The Ogles, yeah. The Rams are now on the clock.
Wonder if that means Patrick Mahomes is now available. Be a trade. Huh? They just drafted Tanner McKee. They don't think it plays the Eagles. Oh, never mind. Jalen Hurts is now available.
Jeremy Lowe says, "Tell Josh no more mayo in his coffee."
You won't have to worry about that, Jeremy. I can never.
Jeremy, you said you won't have to worry about that.
Only way I would do it is if somebody super chatted. Don't.
100. It has to be triple digits. $100 super chat, or Will Levis ends up going to the Bucs at some point in his career.
I'm fine with both of those.
Now I will say this: if they draft Deuce Vaughn here and we have back-to-back cats, I'm not sure.
What will you do?
I'm not sure I can continue the podcast.
He will drink coffee with me.
You got to circle the table like you hit a home run.
It might be lights out for me. I might literally pass out here on the air. I'm just saying that right now.
Well, it'll help with the views.
Yeah.
Not you specifically. If anyone passed out on screen, it would help with the views. Listen, we're about the content game.
Silver lining to
Yeah.
Scott's medical issues.
Yeah.
It's all right. We're literally in a place called Advent Health.
That's
We'll
true.
figure it out.
There's a hospital across the street.
Yeah, there's a hospital
so
across the
I feel
street.
pretty good.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to Nick Vilches, a good friend of mine who lives in New York, that is a big fan of the Pewter Report podcast and pewterreport.com. Not sure if you're watching right now, Nick, but want to give you a shout out. Both love Kevin Gallo, so what up to Kevin as well. But thank you for your support of pewterreport.com. Appreciate that. I'll give you another during the podcast sometime soon if you're watching.
Folks, we would be remiss if we didn't say join us on Monday at 4:00 as we wrap up the draft and have a little bit even more time to dig into some of these prospects, watch some of their games, bring even more analysis to the table. We're very excited about how this draft class is shaping up. I like how it stacks up against the other teams in the NFC South.
Yeah, I guess
really
the
do.
NFC South. I mean, I think definitely better than the Saints, without question.
I totally agree.
Nothing about even the Bijan Robinson pick for the Falcons. Nothing outside of him. And again, he's just a big name. I don't necessarily think, oh no, the Bucs are in an insane amount of trouble. Nothing about the Falcons concerns me terribly.
Yep.
And the Panthers, I think, did okay. But they didn't have a lot of picks. So the Bucs can outpick them.
The pick is in for the Browns, and they're announcing that over there in Hanover, Germany. So we are inching closer to the Bucs pick now. We had the Rams select Nebraska edge player O'Shawn Mathis, and let's see here. The pick is in. Didn't they just say who it was? Oh no, they're okay. Waiting for the Browns, and then Eagles are on the clock, and then we're in the home stretch here.
Yes, we are. Oh, the Eagles just said we traded pick 191 to Tampa Bay for a 2024 fifth-round pick.
Say that again?
The Eagles said that they've traded pick 191 to Tampa Bay. That would be the Bucs.
Okay.
For a 2024 fifth-round pick.
So the Bucs have another pick?
I guess so. I guess the Bucs added another. Are the Bucs on the clock? Yeah, the Bucs just announced a trade too, so I believe the Bucs are on the clock.
Okay.
You never know what's going to happen. Yes, isn't on the TV as well. Tampa Bay's up next.
Trey Palmer. Yep, this is going to be Trey Palmer right here, folks.
Yeah.
Folks, you tune in to Pewter Report because we know things. And this is going to be Trey Palmer, Bucs best bet right there. Mark it down.
We officially break the record?
We officially broke the record. That is 4 Bucs best bets.
Congratulations, SR. A new record.
Is that right? Is it 4? I've lost count now.
You had Cody.
3.
No, you had
Payne.
Yeah,
Yes,
Cody,
it's 4.
Yaya, Payne, and now Trey
4
Palmer.
Bucs best bets.
We are witnessing history, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Nice little shout out from John.
Oh wow, we found a new Tampa Trey.
Trey Palmer. Speed. The Bucs said they wanted to get faster, and folks, they are doing it.
We had him in a mock draft too.
Yeah,
we sure did.
ranked as a 3rd to 4th rounder in Dane Brugler's The Beast.
Yep. Speed receiver, transferred from LSU. There's a log jam there, right, of wide receivers. And this is going to be Trey Palmer.
Ran a 4.33 40-yard dash.
Ball tracking skills.
Yep. Really 1 year of production. Also returns kicks. Trey Palmer, Nebraska.
Very nice.
All right.
I like that one.
Yep. Oh boy. Oh boy.
What's the matter?
Hold on. I'm texting somebody here.
Patriots took the first punter.
Of course they did. Let me guess. He's a lefty kicker.
I'm not sure. I didn't scout punters this year. Kickers.
How dare you?
Never. Our Hassan put Josh Hayes with someone I didn't add to my data, so I had to scramble to put him in the consensus board, and it turns out he ranked 446.
Trey Palmer.
Okay. Sorry, I had to do some texting there. All right. Pretty happy with our draft coverage here this year.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
I'm tweeting.
We did all right. Yeah. No, I'm not getting any intel on the Devin White trade. There's no Devin White trade. So, nope. Thank you, Tony. Tony, we appreciate all of your comments.
Tony, let's go Knicks tomorrow, 1 o'clock. But yes, thank you for all your contributions. Just watching every single show, Tony. Always fun interacting with you. So thanks a lot, Tony. Oh, another super chat from Rick Morty. Thank you, Rick Morty, for another $9.99 super chat. I think we did well in the draft.
Yeah.
Now we should take a look at guys like Jarvis Landry on the cheap and Demarcus Robinson for depth. What do you guys think? I'm all about depth. The Bucs already went the route of like veteran presence. You already have plenty of veteran presence there with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
So
you got to remember, still up against the salary cap, right? They still have to have some room to sign these rookies, Matt, and you have to have the rookie draft pool. They still want to add a couple players. So, all right. So I'm going to show you this. Don't read it out loud, Matt, but what does this mean? Okay. So there's that one, and then there's that, and then he says that, okay, and then I say these names, and then what does that mean? Do you understand what that means?
I think they are saying no times 3.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Just double checking. Sean, we appreciate the comment here. It's been great draft coverage this year. Y'all have nailed it.
I was literally about to say nailed this draft.
Another super chat here. Scott Federico, thank you. $9.99 super chat. Fantastic coverage as always, PR team. Excellent draft. Now go get Ibrahim. I will tell you, it's not going to be Ibrahim. Unfortunately, I would love to see that, but it's not going to be. Kenny McIntosh? No, I don't think so. Here's one here. William McKeon says, hey, Scott, how about guard Andrew Voorhees with pick number 186? That would be a fantastic pick, honestly.
I would love that.
That would be a great value pick, as he is a starting caliber guard.
Let's go.
Yeah. Now, they've drafted a lot of guards already over the last couple of years, but you never know. Callie Bucks says Scott knows. Actually, I don't know. I can tell you it's not going to be Mohamed Ibrahim, and probably none of our Bucks best bets.
That's okay. I mean, we literally just broke a record. Well, you literally just broke a record.
Well, it's a team effort. Josh Capo's. I'm going to tell you.
Josh
Josh Capo has really stepped up in terms of watching tape, understanding it, knowing how to evaluate it, etc.
Making big boards.
Yes, yeah, it's been phenomenal to see his rapid growth over really 2 years doing this. We've had some great input and stories of Bailey Adams behind the scenes, writing all of our content, doing these stories because he's
getting our content up.
Yeah, I mean it's been fantastic. Sly doing the interviews out there with JC, and it's been fun. JC the Bloodhound sniffing out stories on Twitter. We appreciate that. Matt Matera, jack of all trades.
Master of the
podcast, which is huge. Yes, master of the podcast. We wouldn't be doing the show if it wasn't for Matt Matera. We didn't have to set the equipment.
Legitimately, Matt Matera, hype man extraordinaire.
I try. I always said, like, if I was a football coach, I don't know how I'd be as a head coach, but I think I'd make a good assistant coach. Because the assistant coach is always like the one that the players are like a little more friendly with or whatever. And they're the ones that are going to hype you up when the coach is being a hard ass. But it's been so much fun. I mean, everyone's been incredible.
Yeah.
From Josh, Bailey, Adam, who's not in the room at the moment, so he'll never hear this praise. JC, and of course, Scott breaking records. Scott just absolutely dominating the draft game as well, along with everybody at pewterreport.com. So been so much fun, for real.
What? I think so. I think it makes sense that he was,
Are we comfortable putting that?
Possibly. Okay. Just say possibly, because he's from Lakeland. I think he might have been. I don't have confirmation that he was in. But the sad thing is, it's not going to be Deuce Vaughn either. So I know that for a fact too. Bucksy, appreciate the super chat here. Great PR great coverage PR. Bucs hit on almost all needs. That's true. They've really done a good job of adding some players here to this team that did hit some of their needs.
Is it raining outside? I'm just reading Tom's comment.
Yeah.
Careful driving north.
Yeah.
On I-75, y'all. It's boring.
Yep.
It's funny? Last year, I think it was raining too, like as the draft was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scott, if the Bucs offered you a front office or coaching position, but you had to sell Pewter Report to take it, would you do it? You know what? In an alternate universe, I would
tell you to do it. I mean, come on.
I would love to be a scout, like an area scout. I've always loved it. Like I said, my birthday is usually on or around the draft, April 23rd. And I remember when I was 16 or 17 years old, my high school girlfriend came over to see me. It was on a Saturday. This is back when the draft was Saturday and Sunday, 2 days of coverage on ESPN. And like halfway through it switched to ESPN2. And she came over to surprise me. She's like, "Oh, baby, hey, happy birthday. What do you want to do, for your birthday?" And I said, "I want to go to the basement and sit there and watch about 12 hours of NFL draft coverage." She was really pissed off. Don't blame her,
I'd be like, "Hey, it's my birthday.
It's my birthday. You asked me what I wanted to do. I'm telling you. I'm being honest with you." So that's just oh gosh, could it be a kicker? It might be.
Oh geez. Whatever. It's the last. It's the last pick.
So yeah, would I do it? Probably not now at 51. I mean, we'll have to see. Now, the problem is if I go into the front office, I start off like the low man on the totem pole.
True. You probably got to travel to all these places.
In the building that have put in the hours. I'm not going to leapfrog over anybody. So, so that's. Oh, okay. So it's not a kicker, thankfully.
Because you know what, that would taint the draft just a little bit. It's like, hey, great picks, but you got a kicker.
Yep. Jonathan Stutzman, y'all rock being a Bucs fan since 1996, living in Pennsylvania, then finding PR in in the 2000s. Then the PR podcast has been awesome. Thanks to the PR team for bringing great news, analysis, and commentary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Make
Really
sure you buy
appreciate
Jonathan's children's book. as well.
Tornado Watch is in the South Tampa area. It's fun. That's right where we are.
Fantastic.
Tornado Watch. Fantastic. Scott Head Scout, no, Elaine Mastodon. I appreciate it, but
Pewter
I have
Report Head
so
Scout.
yeah, maybe over here, but I have so much respect for Byron Kiefer. For okay, now I'm getting a clue. Hang on here, hold on. Hold on here.
Trevor quote tweeted us just like announcing the pick, and he said, "No, he can't have my handle." Trevor. Or as Mark Cook liked to say, Trevor Sikahema.
Florida A&M wide receiver Xavier Smith. Let me see. That might be. Is that a possibility? I got a little hint. I can't really see what the hint was, but I think this was a player that was in for a local.
UCF running back Isaiah Bowser.
Immediately cut.
Yeah.
He's not a running back.
Sorry, I'm texting. I don't mean to ignore everybody in the chat here.
It's all right. We're on hour 5 and a half.
I'm in that. I'm in that information procurement phase. I'm trying to.
Jalen jumped into the tight.
Did Sly get kidnapped?
Bucs are on the clock right now. Bucs are on the clock. Here we go.
Cool.
A.T. Perry went to the Saints, big wide receiver, and here is their pick. It is a local guy. I think he was in for the local workout. So some names that I'm going to throw out there: UCF running back Isaiah Bowser, Florida A&M wide receiver Xavier Smith, the big offensive tackle maybe from UCF Ryan Swoboda. Swoboda might be a developmental player, so we'll see. The pick is in for the Bucs, and
are there any more possible Bucs best bets?
No.
Yeah, that's all right.
No. Thank you, Animal. Appreciate it. I know Mark Cook would be proud of y'all. Yeah, Mark Cook hated the draft, but he did. But Jeremy, Scott, we think alike on our birthdays. That's true. Big time super chat here from Jonathan Stutzman.
Thank you, Jonathan.
My main message posted without the super chat, but I love you guys. Thanks for the great content.
We love
That's
you,
awesome.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yeah, check out his children's book.
Yeah.
Children's books.
He's
Thank
got
you, Jonathan.
one legitimately called Butts. It's
Books.
Butts. It's Gray's favorite book because she laughs all the way through it. It's all about butts.
Tina from Bob's Burgers would probably like it. Or is it Tina? Or, yeah, Tina.
All right, here's the pick. The Bucs' final pick of the draft. Is it the final pick? I think it is.
Yeah,
Pick,
yeah.
Give away all the sevens.
Yeah, that's true. Emptied out the cupboard. So appreciate that super chat. And
Appreciate Jason.
I'm being told that I'm not going to know who this pick is. So I just rattled off a couple names, but we'll see. We shall see.
Jose Ramirez.
Huh?
Jose Ramirez.
I love
Jose Ramirez.
We've talked about
Yes.
Jose Ramirez.
Yes.
We go deep here.
Yes.
Scott Smith from the Bucs tweeted that.
Yeah, you can let whoever know.
I
do
just
know
did.
Jose Ramirez.
Yes.
We liked Jose Ramirez.
Jose.
All right, I've got him. All right, he was number 17 edge for me. 6'2".
Another edge rusher, Jose Ramirez. Eastern Michigan. And this guy really interesting.
Oh, alma mater of friend of the program, Pat O'Connor.
There you go. So 6'2", 242 pounds. And the things I loved about him are typically make a really good edge rusher. He's got speed, burst, bend, and a high motor, which is something you really want.
Speed, burst, bend, high motor, says Josh Pappoe, and he's right. When you look at Ramirez, 31st edge rusher on Dane Brugler's board, 6'1", 242. More of a football player than an athlete. He ran a 4.73, so he is not going to be that Yaya Diaby type, but just a really crafty guy when it comes to getting to the quarterback. And a player that did it successfully for the Eagles in the MAC.
Maction, lights, camera, Maction.
Yep.
8.11 relative athletic score.
8.11 relative athletic score. And interesting to note that he went ahead of Andre Carter.
Yep.
Who has not been drafted.
Not interesting, just fact.
Yeah, just a fact. Yeah, right. So almost 6'2", 242. Lake Alfred, Florida. Went to Auburndale High School. So just up the road. Started off at Arizona, redshirted, then went to Riverside City College in California, then transferred to, he's actually almost 24 years old. His birthday is coming up on May 9th. And went to Eastern Michigan, had 2 sacks there in 2020. When he started to see the field, then he kind of became a starter over the last 2 years. 6.5 sacks, 12 tackles for loss, 3 forced fumbles, 4 pass breakups in 2021. Then had more of a monster year last year, kind of like Yaya Diaby, really kind of exploded his last year onto the scene. And 19.5 tackles for loss, 12 sacks, can get into the backfield, make things happen, 2 forced fumbles, 2 more pass breakups. So 6 forced fumbles overall. This is a guy that will get the sack, fumble, and 7 pass breakups. That's kind of important. Jason Licht likes defensive linemen who have the football awareness to get their hands up and deflect some passes. So this is what Dane Brugler has to say about him. Fluid with hip flexibility to work in tight spaces. That's very similar to what Josh Pappoe was saying as well. 6'9", 5'3" cone drill and 4'3" short shuttle were number 1 among all edge rushers at the combine. So
elite agility.
Yeah, very, very quick, agile guy. Again, that straight line speed, it doesn't matter when you're running an arc, when you're turning that corner, getting to the quarterback. Voted as a senior team captain. The coaches rave about his character. He gave up his spot for the pregame coin flip to other seniors so they could have that experience. Okay, so very much a team player. Led EMU in sacks, tackles for loss, forced fumbles as a junior and a senior both years. He's just undersized. He lacks the ideal height, weight, and length. But you know what? He is a special teams guy, like probably in the Pat O'Connor mold, could be a special teams demon. And, because he doesn't have that elite speed, he's more agile, like Josh was saying, and very much spot on. He is a little bit like Shaq Barrett. He's got to win by getting off the ball quickly. Sometimes that can backfire. He had 6 false starts, or not false starts, 6 offsides penalties in 2022. Didn't really drop in space much. He was more of just that pass rusher. Overall, offenses will find success running to his side, but Ramirez gets the quarterback off schedule with his relentless pass rush sequence. He projects best as standing up as a rotational edge rusher. And that's the book on Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, team captain as well. Again, another trait that it's not a necessity to get chances by the Bucs, but something I think they value a little bit more than other teams.
Yeah, no doubt.
Probably my second favorite pick of the Bucs.
Yeah. I'm going to go out there and listen to John Spytek. So Bailey or Josh, if you want to come on board.
I'm literally hitting save if you want to check this.
Absolutely. You go ahead. I got it right there.
Okay.
That also reminds me of The Dark Knight when he's like, it was Ramirez.
All right, so the Buccaneers made a great pick, and the Bucs are done.
I just hit save. You can kick me out.
I'm going to update this here with the 6 rounders, but you can see what the Buccaneers have done damage-wise, and we're going to transition to Josh Pappoe right now.
Josh Q.
What up?
Joshy Quay.
No.
Joshy KK.
No. Just cut out the Joshy. Just no Joshy.
Josh.
So that somehow came up on the Loose Cannons podcast.
Oh, did it
and I'm
really?
regretting it already.
I've actually never been on the Loose Cannons podcast. I'm like the only Pewter reporter that has.
Really?
I got asked. Oh, Bailey hasn't been on either. Yeah,
No.
but Sly's new. I got asked one time, but I was unavailable at the time.
It's
And they said we'll never ask you on again.
it's very different than this.
Oh yeah, I've
podcast.
watched episodes. Yeah,
Very, very different.
a little more loose, dare I say?
So I guess we should recap all of the Bucs picks, right?
Yeah.
So let's
So they
see if
went
we
with
can do-
Kalijah Cansey.
Kalijah Cansey in first, right?
I was just joking. I meant,
Defensive
like day
tackle.
3.
Yeah, defensive tackle out of Pitt. Cody Mauch in the second. They traded up for him. North Dakota State offensive lineman. Third round, they went with Yaya Diaby out of Louisville, the edge rusher. And you know what's interesting, just kind of relating Yaya back to Jose Ramirez, who they just selected. The two of them win in completely different ways, but they complement each other really well. So I kind of like the yin and
Yang.
yin and yang of the two.
I think it's yin and yang.
Yeah. Huh?
It's yin.
I think it's yin.
Yin?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's yin.
learn something new.
Yep. So then you get to day 3, and it's been a blur, and I don't know if I remember. I know they took Josh.
Day 3 was Yaya. Oh, day 3, not
Day
round 3.
Yeah.
Day 3 started out with no pick. They didn't have a pick in the 4th round.
Yep. But then in the 5th, they went with
Was it Servassier first?
Servassier. Yep.
Servassier Dennis. Then the House of
also
Pain.
out of Pitt. Payne Durham, tight end out of Purdue. Then Josh Hayes.
Behind these hazel eyes. Yeah.
Defensive back from Kansas State. And then
Tampa Bay Trey.
Yeah.
Trey Palmer.
Trey Palmer. He's gonna get so mad at you.
I already tweeted at him.
Yeah, Trey Palmer from Nebraska, and then finished it up with Jose Ramirez out of Eastern Michigan.
I don't really have a nickname or anything for Jose Ramirez, just besides the Jose. Because the Mets used to do that with Jose Reyes.
All right, I'm gonna pull this around. Earlier, you had mentioned somebody reminded you of the kicker from The Replacements.
Yeah, who
was
did
consistently
ole,
doing
ole, ole.
There we go, full circle. Oh my goodness. So, how about your favorite pick and then your least favorite pick for the Bucs draft?
Favorite and least favorite.
Yeah,
Oh
we're gonna
man,
start there. I'm not gonna ask you to grade it.
I said day 3 has been my favorite. So I got to stick with day 3. I'm a pass that Servassier. I like the value in the round that they got him. What he can do. I know he's not like a plug and play type of guy. He's just depth wise. I just like that. I feel a little bit more comfortable about what Tampa Bay is doing at inside linebacker. My least favorite. I don't even hate this pick. It's just like if I'm choosing one, a little bit of a reach with Yaya Diaby. I still like Yaya. I think I like his personality. I enjoy the fact that he's fast and the Bucs are looking for speed. But not having that 4th round pick, it did feel a little bit like the Tampa Bay kind of went with that slightly earlier. So that would be, I guess, my biggest dislike. But I don't even dislike it that much. It's just someone's got to lose.
Yep. I think my favorite pick, I know it's kind of a cop-out, but Kalijah was probably my favorite.
Yeah.
Just because if he gets anywhere close to his ceiling, I think he becomes one of the most impactful players in this draft. But if we're just kind of counting out the ease of the 1st round pick, it would be Jose Ramirez. I would say he's been my favorite since then.
Really?
Yep. My least favorite is probably Scott's gonna fire me. Josh Hayes out of Kansas State.
No, it's good to say it now when he's not on the screen.
Yeah. He'll never get if he finds this 5 hours and 38 minutes into the
more power to him.
I deserve that firing. But yeah, I just don't see Hayes as an NFL player, if I'm being completely honest. And I think out of all of us, just based on everyone's reactions, I think I'm probably the lowest among the Pewter Report crew on this draft as a whole. I wasn't in love with it. I can understand most of the picks in a vacuum in terms of the strategy around targeting the positions that they did. in almost every single one of the senses, there was somebody who I would have taken in that position who I had higher on my board. So
I hear you. Jeremy Lowe says, Jose. I can't keep saying Jose every single time. I feel what will be the biggest steal.
is Jose.
Neil MUFC says
Trey
favorite
Palmer?
pick Trey Palmer. Yeah, let us know everybody who your favorite pick or least favorite too, but we'd like to keep it positive.
Actually, yeah, let's do both. Let's see if people can comment like favorite and least favorite. And Carpe Adams 79 asks Trey Palmer kick return, punt return skills. Right. Yes. Yeah. He could actually challenge Devin Tompkins for that role.
Yeah.
So, and that was something with, I want to say almost everybody on day 3 that they had special teams versatility. Servassier Dennis has played teams. Payne Durham has played teams. Trey Palmer is a returner. And I want to say Jose Ramirez also teams. So the Bucs obviously prioritizing that with some of these picks here on day 3. So anyway, all right, who we got? John Chrysler asks, any chance Deuce Vaughn gets undrafted?
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. I mean, there's still one more round to go, but yeah, especially the undersized factor with him. You know, that's the key. Kieran Bud says Payne Durham favorite, Ryan Hayes, Josh Hayes, right?
Josh Hayes.
Josh Hayes least favorite. Sorry, SR. That's okay. I'm not SR, but I don't think he'll take it too personal.
If SR gets mad at me for not liking the Josh Hayes, I'm going to show him Kieran's comment, because it should distract him from me not liking him, because it was the not liking and getting the first name wrong.
Right.
So let's see. Tenasim Mortis, big commenter on Twitter, I believe. Cansey for the favorite, as is Servassier. So those are the tops there. Josh Hayes, least favorite from Jeremy, because I don't know him. Okay. Probably. Shaggy. Go ahead. You do it so well.
Yeah. Guy is probably my most favorite celebration.
Yeah,
I'll give him that.
Flichter a little frustrated that the team didn't address defensive back, needed a safety and a nickel cornerback. Well, Josh Hayes.
Yeah, they went with Josh Hayes.
There's a chance that the team sees him as a nickel. I'd be a little concerned there. I just don't think that he has the agility, the change of direction skills there. All right. What's the biggest surprise of this year's draft? Any team? For me, it would probably be the Texans being so aggressive to move up to 3 after picking at 2. I'd say that was probably mine. What about you?
The Lions taking Jahmyr Gibbs. I guess it makes more sense now with trading DeAndre Taylor Swift. But at the time, it was like, what? Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Flichter, Toronto is on schedule for another epic collapse in the first round of the playoffs. So some hockey comments there.
We got to put in our Pewter parlay.
I
will search through the games right now.
Let me see if I can keep up. Wish we would have addressed quarterback from Grace Point.
That's true. They do need to find a quarterback.
I think they'll probably go with some
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, some veteran journeyman just to fill in that number 3 role. So Gary Buff, I'm not sure if he's saying his favorite pick was Gibbs at 12, in which case he's a Lions fan. I think he's probably saying the biggest surprise. Big Al wants to know, where'd it go? When is our next pick? Tampa Bay has traded away all their 7th rounders. They have no more picks.
Yeah, no more picks. I guess they could trade in, but with John Spytek speaking right now, I don't think they're doing that.
Probably not, yeah.
Okay, the Pewter parlay.
Grace Point has a great point. Our next pick is in 2024.
Pewter parlay. We got to go Lightning money line. I think that goes without saying. A couple games on the docket. Yeah, that's known author.
Yeah, okay. All right. I just wasn't sure if he sent us another one.
No, you're fine.
All right, sorry. The parlay.
Okay, so we got Lightning money line. A couple of the other hockey games. I'm not saying we're picking this. I'm just saying in general. Rangers Devils. Rangers are a 1.5 favorite. Kings Oilers. Oilers are a 1.5 favorite. The NBA, we got John Ledyard's Phoenix Suns against the Nuggets. Suns are a 3.5-point underdog. And then a ton of baseball games. Who do the Rays play?
What was that? Say that really loud, Bailey.
The Rays.
Tampa Bay Rays.
MLB best
Rasmussen
Tampa Bay
is
Rays.
pitching.
Yep,
Oh yeah,
Drew
we'll throw the
Rasmussen.
Rays in there. Should we do an anti-Ledyard and pick the Nuggets? Or why don't we do like Kevin Durant over points?
That's another thing you and I agree on. The only other thing.
What?
We agree, Bailey and I agreed on Roshan Johnson and the Rays. And the Lightning.
True.
Yeah, other than that, you're a jerk.
And we agree on, other than that, I'm a jerk. There we go. We're finding all sorts of common ground.
Let's see if we can do. Okay, Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL. Get some NBA props up in this.
Gators fans, Raiders have drafted Florida linebacker Amari Burney.
Okay. Okay, can't do the props. Okay, Lightning money line. Rays.
Here we go.
Sly, you weren't
I'm
kidnapped.
gonna put this comment up. Jonathan Fuentes, that's my best friend in the whole world.
Oh, what up, Jonathan?
We've
Thanks for
known
watching.
each other for over 20 years.
Awesome dude.
Yeah.
I can see why you would want to be friends with him.
He wouldn't agree with you about me being an awesome dude, but that's
Okay.
because he knows me so well. As a Nittany Lion myself, I damn near dropped my drink. That's got to be for the drafting of the Penn State quarterback,
Yeah.
who probably should have gone undrafted. Although, you know, some would say he's better than Will Levis. He held him off and forced Levis to.
Oh, okay. I
transfer
thought
to
Spike Tech
Kentucky.
already spoke. Okay.
Jason Millwood said, I didn't realize Trey Palmer won a national championship with LSU. Yeah, he was on that 2019 team behind Jefferson, Jamar Chase, yep, Terrace Marshall. So there you go.
Damn, where's
So I think Grace Point had asked earlier, I can't find the comment, if we can go over some of the undrafted free agents who might be available. It's really hard, Grace, for us to pull that off, especially we're probably not going to stay on air through the 7th round, given that the Bucs don't have a 7th round.
Yeah,
pick.
we'll see.
Pewter Report will have you covered on that because we'll do an undrafted free agent tracker.
Yes.
So we will have you covered. You'll just engage with us through a different medium, through our website, which we encourage you all to go through to, because there's about 400 stories from Bailey Adams currently out, as he got just about every one of our draft pick stories throughout this weekend. He is. Yeah. I think I got 2 and you got the other 15 or so.
All right. The official Pewter parlay. Rays money line, Nuggets 3.5.
Plus or minus?
Minus 3.5.
Okay, so they're favored.
They're the favorite.
Okay.
The over of 6.5 in Lightning Maple Leafs and Lightning money line.
Okay. And
So if you throw $20, you could win $218.
Okay, so it's going off at what, like 1,000 plus 1,000?
Something like that.
Or minus 1,000, I guess.
It would be plus.
Or plus, yeah. Okay.
All right. Peter Prop Bet is in. Feel free to ride with me.
Nolan Larkham gonna repost who is our biggest threat in the South.
What?
Oh,
it's a fake account.
No, it's actual account.
Hold on.
They tweeted.
Howie Roseman, the GM for the Eagles, has been suspended from what?
From the University of Florida alumni, because he's only been drafting Georgia players.
Oh. Got it.
I think he read that as suspended from the NFL. All right, gonna repost who is our biggest threat in the South. Who do you think?
Not Carolina.
Really?
Is it the Falcons if they figure out their quarterback situation?
Well, I mean, the way it's so hard.
It's
So
very difficult.
Typically, when I just kind of at a macro level, the first thing I look at when trying to figure out like on a game day matchup who would win or something like this, I look at who's the best quarterback. And the best quarterback out of the three teams right now, I know a lot of Bucs fans would probably tell me I'm wrong, but it really is Derek Carr, which that's the Saints, right?
Yeah.
And they should have a decent defense because Dennis Allen is a very good defensive-minded guy. It just feels wrong to say it because they've lost a lot of talent.
The fact that they lost everything on defense, I think, is pretty wild.
Yeah.
So
The Panthers actually had a really solid season last year, and they've now added a better quarterback. Although they've lost his.
That's true, but they traded their best weapon.
But
with
they did
DJ
pick
Moore.
up. They did pick up the running back from Philly, which should help them with their run game, which was already pretty good. Miles Sanders.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say if I'm hedging it right now, probably Panthers, Saints, Falcons with a very, very small spread on those three. And you throw the Bucs right in there. Like I don't think there is a favorite for the NFC South. I think they're all
neither do I.
very mid teams at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any standout team. It's not like the past couple of years.
I think let's see if we can get kind of a roundup on everyone's picks throughout the NFC South.
Yeah. People are starting to say who had the best draft class as well in general.
So the Saints in round 1, they got defensive tackle Brian Bursey out of Clemson. Round 2, defensive end Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame. Round 3, running back Kendre Miller out of TCU. Round 4, offensive lineman Nick Saldiveri out of Old Dominion. Also in round 4, they picked up quarterback Jake Hayner from Fresno State. Then Jordan Howden, safety from Minnesota in round 5. And wide receiver A.T. Perry from Wake Forest in round 6. I kind of liked A.T. Perry's game. I don't see a lot of game changers in that draft. Let's see. Then try and take a look at the Panthers.
Oh, Josh, you got a personal message.
Oh,
that's the wrong one.
Josh, your daughter and I say go Falcon. Oh, God. Oh. She's training my daughter to be a Falcons fan, and I don't like it at all. Gosh. Well, then let's do the Falcons draft just for that. Just for that comment from my wife. All right. So the Falcons, 8th overall, they took Bijan Robinson, a running back out of Texas. 2nd round, offensive tackle Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. 3rd round, Zach Harrison, edge out of Ohio State. 4th round, Clarks Phillips, cornerback out of Utah. And they still have 2 more picks, 224 and 225 in the 7th round. The Falcons draft is probably my favorite out of the entire NFC South.
Okay.
And I think that includes the Bucs. I liked a lot of their picks there. And then the Panthers, I know they got a quarterback, right? Pretty late in the draft.
If it's opposite day.
If it is opposite day. Let's see.
Long Lost Glazer said, whoa, with the hashtag rise up in the Bucs chat. Capo, tell your wife to please be respectful
to the paycheck. She brings in a pretty nice paycheck herself, Long Lost Glazer. She's an extremely wonderful and independent woman. And I have to be careful what I say to her because she scares the hell out of me in the best way. So Panthers, they took Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama in the 1st. Then round 2, Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. I like Mingo a lot. Round 3, DJ Johnson, linebacker out of Oregon. That was a reach. Round 4, Chandler Zavala, guard, North Carolina State. Great pickup there as long as the back checks out. Round 5, Jammie Robinson out of Florida State. I know that one hurt for you. I think that was a good pickup at that point.
I agree.
And they were done. So, yeah, I think the Falcons and the Panthers pretty close to my, I would say my favorite draft just from an independent analysis. Probably put the Bucs in third out of the 4 teams, and the Saints in fourth. So the Falcons have a culture of disaster. Wow, that's a.
I would say disastrous
words.
collapses.
Strong words. Bucs 2 Super Bowls, Falcons 0 Super Bowls. That is factual.
Tom coming with the analytics.
Grace Point, I can respect that, Josh. My wife scares me too. Again, in the best way, in the absolute best way. So, actually, it was really cool. For my birthday back in it was pre-COVID, so 2019. She got me and her tickets to see the Bucs play the Falcons up in Atlanta.
In ATL?
Yeah, it was the first time I got to see a game live, which was really cool.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
wait, 2019?
2019, first live.
Was that the game that Vita Vea scored?
It was. I don't believe I remember Vea scoring. It was the game where Jameis threw like 5 touchdowns.
Godwin had a touchdown.
Yeah,
yeah, dude. That was.
That's right, because both teams were turning it over like it was.
I was at that game. That was, I think, the second ever road game that I covered. Myself, Taylor Jenkins, we drove up together, and Trevor Sycamo went as well. Trevor flew from Tampa to Atlanta. That was the second game I ever covered on the road as a media member and for Pewter Report. The first one was also that season when the Bucs played the Rams in that crazy shootout game.
Yeah.
Common theme, and I've said this before, so sorry if I'm repeating myself. Both of those games I covered, crazy games.
Yep.
The Bucs won, and Dominican Sue had a defensive touchdown involved. Like, what are the odds of that?
That is really funny.
And Vita Vea scored in that game too, on offense.
Doodle has a question for you, Matt.
Matt, how do you think your Jets did this draft? Yeah, let me check the Jets draft again. Been watching it, not with the closest of eyes.
Will McDonald in the first, Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin, in the second. Round 4, Carter Warren, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. Round 5, Israel Abanaconda, running back out of Pittsburgh. Round 6, Zaire Barnes, linebacker out of Western Michigan. And it looks like they have not picked here in the 6th. They're at 204.
Yeah, they made a couple of trades. I would say at the moment, don't love it. I don't think Will McDonald was – I like him as a prospect, but I don't think that was the –
Rich at 15.
I don't think that was the ideal pick for them. I think they wanted Broderick Jones, but then the Steelers moved in front. I like the pick of the Pittsburgh running back. They do have 2 solid ones. I mean, Breece Hall coming off an ACL injury, you can't just expect him to, just bounce back right away. But I do like Michael Carter as well. Tippmann, I'm okay with. Warren, I'm not going to.
I like Warren a lot.
You like Warren a lot?
Yeah, I think
they need offensive tackle help. I'm going to give it a C+. I'm not in love with it. It clearly doesn't pale in comparison to last year's draft class where you had 2 rookies of the year on both sides of the ball and Breece Hall, who could have won Offensive Rookie of the Year if he didn't get injured. I think the thing that really hurts, and I'm not pissed that they didn't take a wide receiver or anything like that, but clearly the window is right now for the Jets. And I understand drafting for the future and having insurance policies and everything of that nature. But it felt like the Jets needed to get guys that would start out right away and help the team win instantly. And I don't necessarily know if the Jets did that.
I like that draft quite a bit. Couple things. I mean, I think going back to that 15th, just at the edge position, I like Will McDonald, just like you said. I probably would have gone Nolan Smith there because he was still available. And then Joe Tippmann, the center out of Wisconsin. John Michael Schmitz was still available. So a lot of these guys, I think there was somebody that I liked a little bit better. But I love the Warren, the Abanaconda picks. I think the Jets had a pretty solid draft.
Well,
just
appreciate you.
A little bit more of an objective view there.
Nolan really getting in your feelings, saying Aaron Rodgers not once but twice.
Where's Sly?
He's going to go to the spy tech one.
I'm just saying for the Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
It'd be nice to see.
Well,
his
we'll
reaction.
have him come on after and be like, "Hey, this Nolan
guy
is
said
coming
this."
at you." Bryant Gomez. When it comes to Florida teams, who won the draft so far? Bucs, Jags, or Finns? Probably not the Dolphins.
Well, the Dolphins, it's hard because their first pick was like in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
And I want to say they went
losers.
Devon A-Chain there. The Jags. See, that's the thing is when you're doing this, like it's very hard for us to keep up with
other teams.
Like,
yeah, I'm with you.
Let's see the Jags. Jags went with Anton Harrison at 27.
Heard of him?
Yep. I think that was good value there. Brenton Strange in the 2nd round. I probably would have gone with some other tight ends over Strange. Although J.C. Allen, huge Brenton Strange truther.
Tank Bigsby
running back. I think that was a little rich.
Yeah.
Ventrell Miller, linebacker out of Florida in round 4. I think that was a little rich. There were other linebackers I would have gone there. Tyler Lacey, defensive end, Oklahoma State. Yasir Abdullah, linebacker, Louisville in rounds 4 and 5. Antonio Johnson, I think that was good value there in the 5th. And Parker Washington out of Penn State in the 6th. Oh, there's more. God, they had a lot of picks.
Half their picks are like from Eagles, from Bills, from Jets, from this team.
Christian Braswell, quarterback out of Rutgers. Eric Hallett, safety out of Pittsburgh. Not a fan. I would say the Bucs had a better draft than the Jags. And then the Dolphins.
Fins up. We're fins down. Excuse me. I need another Celsius. Quick, get his ass another steroid.
All right. Dolphins, round 2. They took Cam Smith, cornerback out of South Carolina. There were other corners I liked at that point. Devon A-Chain, running back out of Texas A&M. Makes sense for their system. I think he's the fastest running back in the draft, although there were other running backs I liked better. Elijah Higgins, wide receiver out of Stanford in the 6th. And that's about it. I'd say the Bucs probably had the best Florida draft, in my opinion.
Winner.
There you go.
Flichter saying Kuntz is still on the board somehow.
Jonathan, resident Penn State expert. Parker Washington is inconsistent at times. Hands turn to stone too often. Okay, there you go. I still can't believe Stetson Bennett went in the 4th.
Yeah, what the hell was that quarterback run?
There were some really strange quarterback things.
Did anyone take Duggan yet?
No. We can try and find out. Max Duggan, right?
Yeah.
I love it. It's like every late round quarterback, you like type their name in, and there's some article about how they could be the next.
What the hell's wrong with this picture?
Brock
like his hair is
Purdy.
like really flatted down.
Like they could be the next Brock Purdy. I don't think Duggan's gone yet. I doubt. Yeah, I don't think he has.
Good question from Nolan. Who leads the Bucs in tackles for loss and pressures next year?
Pressures will be Joe Tryon-Shoyinka.
Without question.
Tackles for loss, Devin White.
Probably
going to trigger a few people who want him off
Statement
the team.
here. I'm going to say... Yeah, I feel like it's going to be JTS by default. Like if Shaq doesn't play the whole year,
yep,
and JTS starts, I'll say JTS. Defensive line, I would say Logan. Nah, I'm not going to say Logan Hall. I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid. I'm going to say Kalijah Cansey. It'd be too easy to go chalk with like Vita Vea or something like that.
I was just trying to think.
I was listening to Josh Hayes. Sorry.
Josh Hayes, their Pewter Report, the account just tweeted out a little video of Hayes talking about getting the call from an 813 number because he is a Tampa area native. What was it, Lakeland?
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Land O'Lakes.
So I think what we're waiting on is Scott and Adam are probably talking to John Spytek here in the very near future, and then they'll be able to come back on and talk a little bit about what he had to say about the Bucs draft overall.
Yeah.
How they feel coming out of it, if the draft kind of fell the way they wanted, and where they might have had to pivot.
And also, everyone, I know you've been with us for now 6 hours, and we appreciate and love all of you. If you want a bit more of a cut to the chase, direct point, we're going to have YouTube videos of our reactions to every single pick that the Bucs have made, what our reactions were when it was live on the stream. You could already see Kalijah Cansey's from the other night. Cody Mauch and Yaya Diaby's will be up very soon. We'll also have various clips as well. If you check out, it actually doesn't really matter whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We already have a bunch of different clips, whether it's Cody Mauch talking about how he's an open book. We have one of Yaya talking about how the Bucs are going to be in the Super Bowl conversation again. We'll have clips from Jason Licht, or we've had clips from Jason Licht as well. We'll get some from John Spytek. So still a lot of content to come out, not necessarily in the written form, but we have a lot of that in the written form as well. So just pay attention to our social medias. If there's something specific that you're looking for, most likely we got it. Or if there's something that you want to see that isn't on our social media, let me know too. If it's like, oh, hey, I heard Yaya Diaby said this, we can throw that up for you too. Always open to anything. But I know these videos can be long, 6.5 hours. You're like, I just want to know what you think about Trey Palmer. Cool, no problem. We'll put that up on our YouTube channel, so it's a little bit more direct for you guys too.
Animals say, so we had a couple of comments about JTS. Can he get home? Then somebody said he's in store for a breakout. That's definitely where I'm at. Animal saying Josh Hayes is nephew of former Buck Geno Hayes. Be interesting if we can get confirmation on that. Yep. Okay. Very cool. Geno Hayes. Trying to remember when he played for the Bucs. It was. Yeah, I was gonna say he passed not too long ago. So.
RIP.
Exactly. So, let's see. Football fan asking, do the players get the playbook as soon as they get drafted? I want to say it's within like a week or so.
It's fairly soon.
Yeah,
I mean, the guys got drafted today aren't even in Tampa yet.
Right. But they also have the rookies are I want to say some of the first to get in for rookie minicamp before a lot of the vets do.
True.
Here in
also
just
true.
A few weeks. Deuce Vaughn is a Cowboy.
Wow.
That makes sense. The Cowboys like overhyped running backs.
Yeah. Geno Hayes is a Bucs linebacker who played from 2008 to 2011.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the exact time frame. I knew it was the early 10s.
Tom says, go Bucs. Then he has a question for me. Hey, Matt, do you think the Jets are going to the Super Bowl? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think is Adam, new Jets fan, Adam thinks that they are. I think they can get at least to the AFC Championship game, but just my whole life watching the Jets, I know not to get your hopes up.
That is a playoff gauntlet in the AFC.
It is.
Adam, the chat came up with a new nickname besides just Zava for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, boy.
Tell me if you've heard this one before. Aaron Rodgers.
No, that's a new one.
That's a new one? Never heard it before as a lifelong.
I will say, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood's pretty good.
Football fan, I think he's talking about the Jets, says they need a quarterback to be in the Super Bowl conversation again. You talking about the Jets or the Bucs?
I think the Jets.
Yeah, I mean they were a quarterback away. Carpe Adam 79 says Keaton Mitchell still available, so Ibrahim, McBride, and McIntosh.
The fact that Deuce Vaughn got drafted before a few of those guys is objectively hilarious.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Like, don't get me wrong, great story, but I just don't see that kid lasting at the NFL level.
Doodle wants to know, when are you guys going to open up a PR merch store? We've had conversations about that. There are some logistical things that really need to be worked out. If we do decide to do that, we obviously will make sure we promote the crap out of it. So I'll just say stay tuned. We've had conversations. There's a logistical thing. I would love to get the shirt that says "Praise be to Godwin" out there for the public. So definitely.
Not to mention we've got to do like
rolling.
Yeah! Exclamation point. Yeah! Just all of those.
Just got to beat the those Chiefs and Bengals. Well,
that's like saying, like, for me, in order to be a millionaire, I just need to, first get $500,000 and then get another $500,000. That's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and you might forget the Jets have a pretty awesome defense.
They do have a defense.
Where they don't have to rely on the blitz too much. Mike McCarthy looks so uncomfortable and out of place in the Cowboys war room, like he's resigned to the fact he has zero power. Great comment, Flicker.
That's amazing.
It is kind of
comment
interesting, and I get it. He's a bigger dude, but like this guy won a Super Bowl. Daniel Jeremiah says Deuce Vaughn's dad, Chris, is a scout for the Dallas Cowboys. Collusion. He would step outside the room anytime they did evaluations for Deuce. Cool to see him get to play for the team his dad scouts for. Dallas is getting an unbelievable player. An unbelievable player? He's a good player. He's an exciting player, but unbelievable?
I couldn't agree with Daniel Jeremiah either. I can't believe that he got drafted either. Just saying. Just saying.
All this Kansas State slander while Scott's out of the room.
Oh, gosh. This is me getting Scott back for putting up all those stupid-ass UCF graphics over the last couple days.
Yeah. Scott just likes to claim fandom everywhere. Charge on, Bailey. Oh, the Bulldogs. Love watching Georgia. He goes anywhere the wind blows.
I spent 28 minutes in Oregon once. Go Ducks.
Yeah. I once saw a commercial. About Nebraska. I was watching Montana State against Montana and thought, man, love that mascot.
This is 6 hours. 6 hours in. Any surprise?
Draft show officially punch drunk.
Yep. Any surprise draft picks in the last 20 minutes since we looked? Dante Stills just went to the Cardinals. Good pick. I was a Dante Stills fan. I think very limited role, but I think he can be extremely effective as a situational pass rusher from the inside. Andre Iosivas, he got a lot of hype coming out of
Princeton.
Senior Bowl. I just wasn't sold on him, so 6th round seems right.
Ivan Pace, Cam Jones, and Aubrey Miller Jr. are still out there too.
As is Andre Carter.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. A guy named Anders Carlson got drafted before Andre Carter. And he's a kicker too. Yep, kicker from. And just here's some history on that draft pick. It's the 207th pick in the draft. 6th rounder. It was originally San Francisco's pick, but they traded it to Houston. Houston then traded it to the Jets, who then traded it to Green Bay. It's been all over the country.
Cody Trice, Opie Trice, real name.
Hey, I was
No,
I
no,
like
you know what I'm
Trice.
talking about. The llamas video. Have you guys seen the llamas videos? It's like Carl.
Oh
And
yeah,
he's like, I
okay.
killed someone. I had a hunger for hands. Only hands could be. It's like Carl, that's killing somebody.
Oh man, where's Adam? I feel like this is the perfect time.
Yeah. He's going to the John
Spytek.
Spytek.
Man, because I feel like this is the perfect time to just really round out all the movies he has not seen.
Yeah, someone had a comment. What was it? Yeah, Richie P said, what I learned from the PR show today is that there's no way Sly grew up with cable with the limited amount of films he's watched. He actually lived in a log cabin.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say he grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
Like the dichotomy between him not knowing a lot of these pop culture references, and then you saying something about Cody Mauch, like when he got up in the morning and did whatever you do on a farm.
Yeah, and farmers do whatever it is they do. Sow their wild oats. Shout out to Lazy Couch Gamer. Thank you for the $5 super chat or €5 super chat. They say, hi, in case you missed it, Gino Hayes was Josh's uncle. Greetings from Germany. Guten Tag, Lazy Couch Gamer. We actually talked about that a couple of minutes ago, but thank you so much for the fact. We really appreciate your super chat and the fact that you are watching the Pewter Report live draft show.
This is from the wife and the daughter after
That's
they
nice.
sent me the Falcons.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
There's a
little-
picture of them sticking their tongues out at me.
Just some fun.
We plan out
Amazement.
the first 5.5 hours worth of content, but after that, we're just we're winging it at this point. Guys.
Yeah. Amazement 717 says that Celsius hits harder after the draft.
It does.
We are running out of Celsius. Sadly.
I've got one over in the media room.
Yeah, I have some in my car.
I'll drink the cola if you bring it over.
I'll have the cola too.
I will drink the cola if you bring it over, and I guarantee you the faces I make will be worse than the.
We could just ask Sly to bring it over. I'm pretty sure he's. I don't think.
Don't get me wrong, people. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. I love every flavor of Celsius save one, and I think Celsius is absolutely amazing. I drink them every single day. I just don't like the flavor of the cola.
Richie says Sly's parents' idea of entertainment had to be a VCR and good movie by John Candy.
Love John Candy.
He is he the coach in Cool Runnings?
He is the coach of
Yeah.
the Runnings.
Yeah.
Also had a great cameo in Home Alone.
Yes, the polka people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
I never saw that movie Uncle Buck. I think that movie
that
stars
was
him.
phenomenal. That was the one I was trying to think of. So Candy, unfortunately, we lost him too soon.
Yeah, R.I.P. James Thomas says draft show turned into stand-up comedy. I got a friend that's a stand-up comic. Shout out Nick Tardo.
James must be listening but not watching. We're both sitting down.
Comedy. There you have it, people.
There's a comedian. There is a comedian who, after every joke, he says comedy. It's comedy. That's comedy right there. I can't remember his name. Oh man.
Nolan says that was good.
Thank you, Nolan.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Doesn't even have to be about the Bucs. Could be random.
You could test our pop culture reference knowledge and just ask us if we've seen certain movies. I do not remember Camp Candy.
No, neither do I. We got to be in the 7th round by now.
We're at pick 215. Nope. 217. Last pick of the 6th. It's a compensatory.
One away. Good question, Jeremy. Who's your favorite wrestler of all time or right now? Of all time, it's The Rock, though John Cena is very close, and sometimes it switches on the day. But I'm going to go with The Rock.
My favorite wrestler right now, MJF, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, the pride of Long Island, the greatest champion in the history of professional wrestling.
I was never a wrestling fan.
Bailey, what about you?
All time, Eddie Guerrero.
Bailey's all-time favorite wrestler is Eddie Guerrero. How about at the moment?
While you're figuring that out, Kieran, but anyone fancy some mayo coffee? Not me. Not me.
Seth Rollins. Seth freaking Rollins. Yeah. Doodle says Matt's a big Rikishi fan. What makes me a big Rikishi fan?
It's an odd thing to just put on something.
Let's see.
MJF is better than all of us, and we know it. Richie P says Dusty Rhodes. John V, HBK. Amazement, the Nature Boy. Flicker, Cody Rhodes. Adrenaline. Something, Cody Rhodes. Mike Reynolds says, hey, Matt, I was at the match where Andre the Giant turned heel on Hulk Hogan at the Sun Dome. Damn, that's wild. That is wild.
You're going to have to carry us during the
Sure.
wrestling portion of the...
Oh, yeah, no, I got it.
There was a movie trivia question for you guys.
Who was the mentor of Palpatine? Is this a Star Wars thing?
It is a Star Wars thing. I remember Palpatine, but I do not remember who his mentor was.
Was it Darth Maul?
Would it have been Snoke? Was that his name? Snoke?
I don't know. I've seen like all the original Star Wars and a couple of the new ones, but I don't know all of it.
E.T. says Robin Hood Men in Tights, phenomenal movie. Mel Brooks for the win.
I don't think I've seen that.
Mel Brooks, who recently released, I want to say, a limited mini-series, finally doing the sequel to History of the World Part 1.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
We'll rattle through some of the commenters' favorite wrestlers. Richie P says Dusty Rhodes Tampa version. Safa says Austin 316. Hell yeah. Jeremy Lowe says John Cena shares the same birthday as Scott and I. Oh, that's awesome, Jeremy. You have the same birthday as the other two.
Jeremy is a phenomenal commenter, reader.
Yeah, met Jeremy once at a training camp last year. Jeremy's awesome. Bailey, didn't you meet him at like Ray's
That's
Ray's
right.
Fan Fest?
That's
Yeah. James Thomas, People's Champ, Macho Man, another Tampa native.
Jeremy's also a fantastic father. I know this because he's constantly posting all the wonderful things he does with his daughter.
Mike Reynolds says to answer the Palpatine question, Darth
Plagueis.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's real.
I would think so. Mike Reynolds is a very knowledgeable dude. It's amazing how much like you start to discover about our readers, viewers, listeners.
HBK kicking Marty through the glass was the best move he made. Yeah, I mean, it set off his career.
Yep, Mike Reynolds was correct according to
Cool.
Al Bundy. There you go.
Jeremy says Beverly Hills Ninja is a classic. I've actually never seen that movie.
Beverly Hills Ninja would have been Chris Farley.
Yes, and Eddie Murphy, right?
No, that was Beverly Hills Cop.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was a Beverly Hills connection.
Yep. Chris Farley, another too soon. The Adam Sandler tribute song to him.
Yeah,
is phenomenal.
I saw that. Sandler came to Tampa a couple of years ago. He played at Amalie Arena, and obviously he played that. Underrated actors and actresses. That's a good question.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, another rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Way too many people have gone too soon. Maggie Gyllenhaal, I would say, is a very underrated actress.
I'm trying to think of someone that is kind of on the come up.
I'm trying to remember his name, but I was actually just talking about him the other day. John Turturro. I love John Turturro.
I like him in Anger Management.
And he was in. He's probably best known for. He was in the first couple of Transformers movies, but I thought he had a phenomenal performance in Rounders. Which
you were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
That I haven't seen.
It's a wonderful movie, especially if you like anything having to do with poker.
I'm gonna go actress. Aubrey Plaza is obviously known as like a comedic actress, but The role she played in White Lotus, I thought like a little bit more of a serious role. I
Okay.
thought she was really good in that. Actor.
I've got
Oh, you know who's got a little bit of range because obviously he does like the stupid comedy, but has kind of done other stuff. Adam DeMamp from Workaholics, but he's also in Modern Family. He's like the nanny. He's an interesting guy. It may because I've been watching a lot of Modern Family lately.
What's his last name? Is it Divine?
Yeah, I think DeMamp is his name on Workaholics.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was. I may get roasted for this, but Pitch Perfect. I loved him in Pitch Perfect.
I don't think I've fully seen Pitch Perfect, but you know what? He's in a movie with Zac Efron and Aubrey Plaza called Mike and Dave Need Wedding Dates.
Oh,
that's a very
movie.
funny movie. There's no way Sly's seen that movie. No chance.
Oh God.
Mr. Folger says, as a kid, Brutus Beefcake. Looking back on it as an adult, Mr. Perfect. Currently, L.A. Knight. Yeah, I don't know too much about L.A. Knight, though. I was at the SmackDown where he challenged what's his name, Bray Wyatt, to a fight. Football fan says Jets do have an awesome defense. Yes, they do. Now they just need to sign Quinn Williams to a long ass deal. Nolan says my favorite wrestler is Nacho Libre. Which one?
Bryant.
Brian Gomez says, so who do we all think will be QB1, Trask or Mayfield? So the wild card in all of this is that it's a different offense with Dave Canales.
Yep.
I feel like the general consensus is that everyone's going to say Baker. I'm leaning Baker, but I think it'll be a lot closer than a lot of people think.
I don't think it's going to be close at all.
You think Baker's going to wipe the floor with him?
And he knows the offensive system. He doesn't know the terminology.
Yeah.
Yet, but he knows the core system better. And I do think there's a reason Baker went 1-1. There's a reason Kyle Trask went 232. And those reasons really haven't changed. It's not like it's 35-year-old Baker and he's lost his athleticism.
Right.
He's still got the gun. He's still shown that he can perform at a high level in that offense when he's healthy. I think he wipes the floor with Trask.
Amazement says, yeah, Hulk era and Attitude era was the best. Flicker says LA Knight feels like Kurt Hennig 2.0. Jeremy Lowe says, thank you so much, Josh, with the heart.
Oh, you're welcome, Jeremy. What's wrong?
I was going to reach my phone, but I gave it to Sly.
Do you need my phone?
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna check
Wait, why does Sly need your phone?
my phone. His dad, maybe? I don't know. He said, can I borrow
Does he not have a
my phone?
charger?
All right, we got to get this one because
Yeah,
it
sure.
references one of the greatest institutions in America.
You're right. Yes, we'll get to that. 1 second. TV Team 4 says Ricky Starks in AEW should be a breakout star this year.
Yeah.
Ricky Starks is dope.
Yeah, he's awesome. Nolan Larkham. Gerald McCoy used to shop at the Publix I worked at in college at USF.
USF would be the institution that's the greatest thing in America, not Publix. Publix is still pretty cool too. Just
Publix is
close
cool.
second to USF,
Starks sauce.
and that's USF.
If you ever had a chance, Google Brian Regan comedian. Hilarious.
Brian Regan is very funny. Yep. The one right after it, I believe Mike Reynolds is giving us his underrated actor.
Yeah.
Stellan Skarsgård, brother to
Alex Skarsgård?
Alex
Because Alex Skarsgård, for those that watch Succession, Skarsgård plays a character in Succession that is a big-time character in this year's season, the final season.
Wait, no, Stellan, I think, is his dad, who is a phenomenal actor. He trying to think of some of the roles that he's played in. And then Bill Skarsgård is Alex's brother, who played the monster in It.
Yes. Yeah, I saw the first one. I didn't see the second
Stellan
one.
is their dad. He had a really good role in what was it? Oh, this is gonna kill me.
In the meantime, Noodle with a great comment. Need an O'Doyle's Rules shirt with Jensen and Mauch. 1,000,000%. O'Doyle rules.
So Stellan was in Good Will Hunting.
Okay.
He played the math professor who went back and forth.
Oh
with
yeah, and then
Robin
I don't
Williams.
know if you watch Entourage, but he's in that episode of Entourage where he's the director that doesn't get
Yes,
along
he was
with
the
Vince,
German director.
and he's storming through the building, and they're playing Du Hast.
Yep, but I'm trying to.
Where's John Anderson?
Trying to remember. He was in like something about a spider.
Spider.
Nah, it was based off of like a. Goodness, give me a second.
Richard says Wayne's World party time, excellent.
Absolutely.
I was Wayne's World for Halloween one year. I was Garth, which was funny because we went to a karaoke bar that night, me and a group of people, and there was 2 other people dressed as Wayne's World, and they went up and sang Bohemian Rhapsody. So my girlfriend and I were like, "Oh crap!" And then people later on came up to us and were like, "You were awesome on stage," blah, blah, blah. And we were just like, "Oh, thanks so much." We weren't going to correct everybody about it, so that was fun. I was also Napoleon Dynamite one year for Halloween, so check out my Instagram if you want to see my Halloween costumes from the past couple of years. I say that because Cody Mauch was Napoleon Dynamite for something.
He was also in. He's in the Avengers or the MCU.
Is he?
Played Natalie Portman.
Oh, he's in one of the Thor movies. Yeah.
He's a particle physicist.
Your boy Jonathan Fuentes, Sam Rockwell. Yeah, that dude is a great actor. I hate his character in The Green Mile, but that just shows how good of an actor he is because he plays such a jerk in The Green Mile. He also, if anyone watches the animated show, it's with Bill Burr.
Stellan Skarsgård had an amazing performance in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
one
I
that's
haven't
been
seen that movie,
killing
but
me.
I've heard of it, obviously.
Killing me. Gosh.
What's that freaking show with Bill Burr? It's a animated show. Something about
You look that one
Sam.
up. I'll keep looking. Favorite movie from 1985. Well, I'm not great at filmography to the point that I know which ones came out in 85, but I'll take a look.
Oh, it's called F is for Family.
Okay.
And Sam Rockwell does the voice of the neighbor.
Oh, favorite film from 1985. Christopher, you may be looking for Goonies, which was very, very good. I would actually go with Back to the Future, followed closely by Clue. Clue was a great movie. I very much enjoyed Clue.
I probably have to go with the Goonies because I haven't seen Back to the Future, and Clue was good. Yeah, I know. You know, I have this
in for
weird
a treat. I mean, it's a fantastic movie.
I have this weird streak as well, where not streak, but just odd occurrences where I've seen like part 2 or part 3 of certain famous
the
movies
original.
before I saw the original. Most notably, I saw Home Alone 3 before I ever saw Home Alone 1 or 2.
No.
I saw
that's got to set it up for like these are going to be terrible.
I
movies.
saw Zoolander 2 before. I saw bits and pieces of Zoolander, so I knew like what I was watching when I was going in. But I saw Zoolander 2 before the first Zoolander. I saw Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure before I saw Excellent Adventure. But Bogus Adventure was still really good too.
Yeah. Even the third one that they did like 20 years later. 30
I
years
never
later,
saw that one.
It was actually pretty decent as their kids. Richard
there's anything else.
Taroka said Stanley Tucci, very underrated actor, would 100% agree with that.
Mr. Folger says Big Lebowski. Of course, that's an awesome movie.
What just happened? Let's see.
think
Somebody
there's-
agreeing with me that Pitch Perfects are fantastic. Yes. Jose Ramirez is speaking to the media right now. He's not speaking to us.
Yeah.
He didn't join the pod.
What was it? Now it's bothering me what the other movie was where I saw part 2 before I saw part 1.
Underrated comedian Brian Regan. I heard Louis C.K. and Jerry Seinfeld say he's the best comedian out there.
Wow.
I mean, I am very, very partial to Taylor Tomlinson and Bert Kreischer. I saw Bert
Bert's dope.
he did his comedy festival last summer. And I mean, I thought I was going to my lung was going to collapse. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
So,
Bailey saw Burt as well.
Bob Saget absolutely
R.I.P.
killed as a comedian, and a lot of people don't know the arc of his career, but he kind of fell off after Full House and America's Funniest Home Videos. And I remember taking my wife and my parents to see him.
Oh no!
When I was in college, and I was the only person out of the four of us that knew his actual comedy.
Oh my god!
Right?
Yeah, dude. He had like an HBO special. I think it was called "That Ain't Right" or like that.
And that was the tour that I took them to see.
And I remember being like, "Oh, like Bob Saget," and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, but yeah, I thought it was so funny. But I was like,
amazing.
I was not expecting this from Bob Saget. Speaking of Entourage. Great cameo roles from Bob Saget being the neighbor of Vinny Chase.
So do you know how he kind of got that and how that Ain't Right tour kind of came to be? So, oh gosh, I've got to remember the timeline right. I believe I've got the story correct. It kind of all started with the Comedy Central roast of Hugh Hefner, which was done, I want to say, around 1 year after 9/11.
Okay.
Gilbert Gottfried was on the dais. And he decided to start off his set with, "Sorry, I'm late. I had a layover in the Sears Tower."
Ooh.
It bombed, right? And they actually cut it from the televised feed. Basically, everybody in the audience was like, "It's too soon." He did a few more jokes, and they just turned on him. So at that point, Gilbert Gottfried decided to tell the oldest joke in comedy that had never been told to an audience. It's a joke called The Aristocrats.
Yes. Yeah.
I cannot repeat this joke.
No, you cannot, but I'm well aware of The Aristocrats.
On our stream, but it's a very dirty joke. There's no set way to tell it. The key to telling it well is in the buildup and the crazy things you can think of. So I guess these couple of documentarians, they heard about this. They decided to make a documentary about it. They started interviewing all these people in comedy about this joke. Yeah. And as they started with Godfrey and they interviewed people from the dais. People kept saying, "Well, have you heard Bob Saget tell this joke?"
Right.
And they're like, "No." And they're like, "You've got to interview Saget." So they go to Saget. And with each of these comedians, they ask them, "Okay, can you tell us your version of this joke?" They go to Saget and he absolutely kills because he does it the absolute raunchiest out of anybody because that's his style of humor. The Aristocrats comes out. It becomes kind of a cult documentary and kind of puts him back out there. And that's when he went to the That Ain't Right tour. Mm-hmm. He got his guest arc on Entourage and really kind of relaunched his original career as a stand-up comedian.
That is so funny.
There is the story for you.
I was just looking up other movie sequels that I may have seen first. Freaking Bob Saget, man. R.I.P. What was the other one?
Mike Reynolds knows what I'm talking about.
The Aristocrats. What was it? I just had it up. I think I saw The Dark Knight before I saw Batman Begins, but that's one of those. I don't know, you don't necessarily need to see the first one. Yeah, R.I.P. Jerry Springer, as Amazement says.
Yeah, just a couple days ago. Al Bundy, you guys are talking about movies from 1 trillion years ago. Please don't tell me you guys don't like Marvel movies.
No, I love the Marvel movies.
I'm a big fan of the MCU. Every so often, I decide to go through the MCU, including all the television series, and watch them in chronological order from the universe. It takes quite a while to do that.
Yeah.
And very excited for James Gunn to take over the DC universe. I think.
Yeah, very much so. I thought when he did Suicide Squad, I thought that was a really good movie. And then the show with John Cena was obviously really good. I forgot what his name is, but it starts. Do you really want to take it?
Yes.
Wigwam.
Yeah. What's the name of the show with John Cena?
Oh, Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. Yeah. That's what it is.
It's a great intro too.
Yeah. I saw someone ask me who would win in a match, MJF or Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has more muscle, but MJF's got that dynamite diamond ring that he would use. Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
Okay.
The greatest champion in the history of professional wrestling.
Okay. It's not Goldberg?
No, not Goldberg.
Okay. And tell me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there like a
he had a very long streak.
Yeah.
6 hours, and it took us to make a mistake. That's completely on me. My bad.
We kind of just dropped out of the stream.
Yeah, we're good. We're back. Adam, what's been up, man?
We've got a few more movies we need to check in with you on.
Yeah, I liked a couple
The
as well
Goonies?
from earlier.
No, but I know the guy Slot was the first overall pick. And he played in Tampa.
From the University of
There you
Tampa,
go.
got drafted by the Oakland Raiders. Has USF ever had a number 1 overall pick?
We have not, but JPP went top 7.
But not number 1.
Not number 1.
What about UCF?
Number 3.
But not number 1.
Not number 1.
Huh.
University of Tampa.
What's good? What's good? The original UT.
We haven't had a football program in what, 40 years? We got a number
Undefeated.
There you go. All right, Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Wow.
Clue.
No.
How about the original Freaky Friday?
I think so. When I was little,
The original.
with the 2 women, right? They switched bodies.
With Lindsay Lohan?
But
Yeah.
both. That's not the original though.
Yeah, I don't even know what the original one
There-
is.
Take this.
Anyone want to join? Adam, you want to come on?
Let's talk about the new Bucs.
Yeah. Oh, how about Dodgeball? You seen Dodgeball?
Uh-uh.
Damn. Come on.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
What the 13 movies you haven't seen?
Okay, so since we last saw you, there was Josh Hayes.
Yep.
Trey Palmer.
Payne Durham.
Payne Durham. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes.
Does Spytech speak yet?
No, he hasn't spoke yet. The word is that he's working on with some undrafted free agents.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So yeah, any big takeaways from any of the people that you spoke with?
Oh, and Jose Ramirez. He was the last one that we
Jose.
talked to.
Yeah.
So each one kind of has their own unique ties to Florida. So Payne Durham, his mom, she's from Bradenton. And then with the next pick, who was right after him?
After Payne Durham?
Palmer.
Was it Palmer?
Yeah, it went Servassier, Payne.
No, it was Hayes.
Hayes.
Josh Hayes.
Yeah, Hayes, obviously.
I don't know.
I think it was Hayes and then Palmer.
Yeah,
because
it's been a little bit.
definitely did a one for me, one for you type of thing.
Yeah, but Hayes, obviously, he has the ties to the Bucs as his uncle. He played as a linebacker from 2008 to 2011, and then Trey Palmer. I forget the specific ties, but he's connected to Florida.
It's been like an hour.
Since. And then
been over there.
Jose Ramirez, he was actually rocking a Buccaneers shirt.
No way.
The Conquer the South shirt. And only about half an hour away, he played his high school football at Auburndale. So a lot of interesting Florida connections here.
Yeah, you don't typically get that all the time where either you live close by or the Derek Brooks connection with Servassier Dennis from earlier. It's just, I don't know, it's funny how that works sometimes.
Yeah. But the Buccaneers, with each pick, you could tell that these guys were excited, and they all seem really excited and like good people too. And you can kind of see like their character, their leadership, some traits that the Buccaneers are maybe looking for.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's not a prerequisite, but it almost feels like it, that you either have to be a team captain when he played in college, or I think it was Dennis as well, comes from a military family that you were talking about earlier. So similar parallels when it comes to that. And I think that's important with building locker room culture. I just go back to this team has been through a lot of crap that would have broke teams that weren't as close, whether it was the AB thing, Brady not being there.
It was the Commanders that went through.
The Commanders, I believe, like there would have been a sinkhole at FedEx Field, which I think Commanders fans would actually be fans of because they'd be forced to play somewhere else.
Where one of the fences broke on Jalen Hurts.
It almost landed on Jalen Hurts. Yeah, that would have changed everything. Yeah. Of course, it happened to a division rival too. You know, like if it was, I don't know, the Rams or something like that. Not that it makes it any better, but the fact that it's like, oh, they're trying to take out their division opponent.
Other notes. So with Payne Durham, he actually grew up in England, And
Jolly out England.
Yeah.
Oh,
over the pond.
Across the pond. Oh,
Yeah.
we got to get we had the British guy on. I'm sorry, your name is escaping me at the moment. Edward something. Edward, get back on. He grew up in England.
Oh, really?
Like as a kid? No, I meant Payne
Oh,
Durham.
I thought you were talking about Edward. He grew up there, and at 6 or 7, he moved over.
Oh, okay.
Back over.
So no accent.
No, he didn't have an accent to him.
What was he doing over there?
I
like did his parents have a job over there, and that's why he moved
I think
there?
it was something with his dad.
Okay.
But
interesting.
Yeah.
Damn, so he would love the international games.
And then with Jose Ramirez, the Bucs' newest pick, he mentioned a couple guys that he's kind of emulated and modeled his game after. So one of them actually went to Eastern Michigan. Wasn't Pat O'Connor, but it was
Max. I saw you
Max,
tweet that.
Yeah, Max Crosby, who played there just before he did, 2015 to 2018.
Yeah,
Ramirez
Pat,
came over in
Pat
2020.
and Max were
they were teammates.
We're teammates. Like they're buddies. Like, I remember talking with Pat about that because obviously Max Crosby, burst onto the scene.
Mhm.
Did anyone ask him about Pat just being like, "Oh, hey, you got a guy that went to your school"?
And he mentioned that it was something heard through the grapevine. He kind of heard about other players and within the building about what Patrick O'Connor brought to the table back in the day. And another player was Von Miller. So interestingly enough, the Buccaneers have Shaq Barrett, who played with
Von, back when he was
Denver.
with the Broncos. What's the connection with Von Miller?
Well, just a Shaq Barrett tie. Now that he's a Buccaneer.
Yeah.
And Shaq Barrett, he learned a lot of his moves from Von Miller. So, and when Shaq Barrett entered the league, he was kind of a rotational guy. And it wasn't until he was in the league that he emerged, and he got 19 and a half sacks with the Bucs and really took it up another level. So that's the hope with Jose Ramirez, that some of his college production, he had 12 sacks last year, that it can translate at the next level.
Yeah, without question. I think especially these late round picks, you're just kind of hoping a guy exceeds the potential that he's already had or is able to build upon what he was already doing. Nolan says Ryan Neal equals the impact of the Shaq Barrett signing. I think you're trying to say like similar production in terms of Ryan Neal was a like third, fourth string type of guy that now gets the opportunity to start and hits the ground running. I totally see the parallels and the similarities with that. We were talking about Marvel movies before. Al Bundy says, "Oh my God, I love Civil War and Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. I like Black Panther 2, R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman, Wakanda Forever." Great actor in a lot of different stuff too. A lot of biopics as well. But anyway, R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman. What's up? And he's in Draft Day.
Yep.
Which I haven't seen. Didn't love it as much as everyone else though. The Civil War movie is awesome because it's essentially an Avengers movie just called Captain America.
If we did a movie podcast, I would be the weakest link. I haven't seen any of those. Yeah.
Al also wants to know, what is Christopher Oxentine's favorite movies? Do you think JL will trade back in the 7th for running back? No, I think the Bucs are done for the day. Yep. We're talking to John Switek kind of soon, which that's usually par for the course on day 3. Jason's done talking, so John Switek goes out and chats with the media about it.
Were some running backs still available that the Bucs could take? Deuce Vaughn, he got drafted by the Cowboys.
Yeah, he did. That's a good question.
Is Keaton Mitchell still available?
I saw someone in the comments talking about Keaton Mitchell before.
Yeah.
So that's definitely on the table. Mr. Folger says Ravens traded in to draft Voorhees. That was someone we were talking about.
Not Jason.
No,
Yeah,
not
Andrew
Jason.
Voorhees.
Let's see. Kondo was taken by the Jets. Chase Brown was drafted. I don't know if Dwayne McBride has. I'm not sure about Kenny McIntosh either. Sean Tucker, I believe, got drafted.
And actually, it looks like Spytech he's going on now.
All right,
Sorry,
cool.
God, that was a few minutes ago. So he's speaking now to the media and kind of addressing.
Gotcha. Cool. You want to check that out real quick to see if everyone's. You might not have started yet. It's worth a shot.
Okay.
The Bucs did not make a trade. I hit the wrong graphic. Bailey, you are the hardest working man at pewterreport.com.
I'm dying over here. And it's all my own fault.
I appreciate your hard work. It's not your fault. I mean, what
No,
are you
you
gonna
know, I'm in the process of going back through and updating some of these stories.
do? Oh, word.
Here we are. Nearly at the 6 o'clock hour.
He's already in. Yeah, it's all right. Is Josh out there
Josh is in there
with Scott?
yeah, I believe.
Oh, perfect. Because I know he took a phone call, but if he, yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out.
Still talking movies over here?
We've been all over the place.
Sitcoms. Have you seen any sitcoms, Sly?
We count like Family Guy.
Yeah, that can. I mean, that's a animated sitcom. But
Family Guy.
This guy over here.
Nolan says Macintosh, Mitchell, Ibrahim.
No Macintosh yet.
The
Huh?
knock on Macintosh is his speed. I think he ran 4.62.
Yeah. If you're still working on your stuff, we can just throw Adam back in there.
I mean, I have about 10 minutes left probably. So if you want to come back over, I'll hop in and swap out in a minute.
Cool. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Pass me one of those cookies.
Yeah.
Josh Pappoe made cookies for all of Pewter Report and all of the media. And let me tell you, these cookies have been fantastic. And this isn't the first time we've eaten on a Pewter Report live stream, so I don't feel bad about it.
What else we got here?
What is the conversation? What TV sitcoms would you binge watch? I like binge watching pretty much all the shows that I watch. The Sopranos, of course. That's not a sitcom. Modern Family is a good sitcom.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I like that one. Have you ever seen that?
I've seen episodes. I haven't watched it like beginning to end.
I still got to watch The Sopranos.
Best show of all time.
Yeah.
Is The Office considered a sitcom or just like a comedy?
I would say it's a sitcom. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Office has got to be number one. Capos Cookies. That's actually a good idea for a name. Al says he doesn't do good with scary movies.
So Matt, kind of switching the topic here, what would you grade the Bucs draft? With knowing that this is probably the whole class.
As I said before, it's a little bit more of a meat and potatoes, vegetables type of draft. Not crazy splashy, but they did what they needed to do. I wish there was somewhere in between a B and a B plus.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna give it a B, but I'm gonna give it like if they were taking a test, they would get like an 84, and they were really close to that B plus. But I think I'm gonna give them a very strong B.
Okay. Yeah.
How about yourself?
If I had to give a grade, I was gonna say B, or maybe like between a B and B minus would be my initial reaction.
We were going through before. I know I gave mine. Josh gave his as well. Your favorite pick and your least favorite pick out of the Bucs this year's class.
Favorite pick. Cody Mauch would probably be my favorite pick.
Okay.
Least favorite pick. I like Yaya Diaby as a pass rusher, but maybe not the 3rd round.
That's exactly what I said.
But seeing like the Saints go with Isaiah Foskey and like edge rushers, like there was a run on edge rushers beforehand. You could understand the reasoning why the Bucs went with Diaby, but there was maybe other skill position players they could have looked at.
Yeah, I picked my favorite as Servassier Dennis, but I'm with you with Yaya. I still like Yaya as a prospect, as a pass rusher, but just not in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
But the way you prefaced it, I would take Yaya over Isaiah Foskey.
Yeah.
So, who's the real winner right there? I like this question from Brian Gomez as well. Bucs questions: who's going to show most improved this year from last year's draft group?
Luke Gedeke.
Yeah, that was a given for you.
Yeah.
This one's interesting because the way I'm looking at it, and I'm taking like Kamard out of the equation because special teams is just a completely different thing. Like Gedeke and McCollum had poor rookie years where like Cade Otton and Rashad White were very solid. So does it make Gedeke and McCollum most improved if just they go from bad to like having an average season? Or does like Rashad White have to ball out in order to be the most improved? So on that note, I think Gedeke's a pretty good candidate. I'm going to go with Cade Otton because he's going to get pushed a little bit more having another tight end in the room. I think the Bucs are going to implement him way more than they did last season. Like, remember, Cade Otton was Mr. Second half.
Yeah.
And, he had big plays. He scored the game-winning touchdown late in the season when the Bucs were making those comebacks. He's shown the ability to be a pretty good pass catcher. So you add in Dave Canales' new offense with just more tight end sets. I think Cade Otton is a great candidate to be a most improved player from last year's draft class.
He already looked last year to be the best tight end in his class, outperforming guys like Trey McBride, who was drafted before him, Daniel Bellinger. And last year he had a solid rookie season, but he could really take the next step, kind of like Rashad White, changing his jersey number to number 1, maybe being the number 1 running back. Cade Otton could be the number 1 tight end and kind of a check down option in an offense. It doesn't have Tom Brady, and it's still to be determined whether you have Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask. But Cade Otton underneath is somebody who could get a lot of targets and become really involved within the offense.
Yeah, I'm all in on that. Great question from Brian Gomez. Appreciate that. I know we've been getting off topic, but if you do have Bucs questions, we will make sure we get to that ASAP. Nolan says Logan Hall. Bryant would like to see Logan Ball. I think Logan was actually going to be the next one that I was going to pick. I think moving a little bit over, playing that defensive end type of role that Will Golston was playing. I just think Logan Hall honestly needs more reps. The problem is he was behind Will Golston and some of the other guys. So just getting more opportunities, I think, for Logan is most important in his growth and development. Great sitcom suggestion by Richard Taraka.
Taroka.
Yeah, That 70 Show. Awesome sitcom there. So great choice.
So while we've seen the production from the Bucs draft class this past season, we have yet to meet any of the Bucs players in person besides Kalijah Cansey. But are you more excited for this year's class than you were last year's class? Like, what's your reaction, like kind of the comparison between the two?
Well, this year there's a lot of the offensive line. They are very similar, though, because they went defensive tackle first round, where Logan Hall was their first pick last year.
Offensive lineman.
Yeah, offensive lineman in the second round. They got a tight end again. The problem with OTAs and rookie minicamp and stuff like that, they're not in full pads. It's not like training camp. So people are going to ask, understandably so, they're going to ask, how does Kalijah Cansey look? How does Cody Mauch look?
they're not going to be hitting each other.
Right.
You're really going to have to wait for training camp to see that. So because of that, it usually comes down to how do the skill position players look? How does a quarterback look? So last year you had a Rachaad White. You don't really have that this year. You got Trey Palmer, the wide receiver. So it's close. I'm going to say last year's group, but just because Rachaad White being a skill position player. And you could see that with Palmer, but White obviously was a 3rd-round pick versus Palmer being a day 3 type of pick. So there we go.
Did you see the Jets 7th-round pick?
No, who was it?
They got a tight end, Zach Kuntz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about before that he was still on the board. So I actually like that pick for the Jets. I graded the Jets draft class before. I said I was giving it a C+ at the moment. NMS Cafe Catet says, I think if Gadeke becomes a starting right tackle and is decent, then I think you'd say he's most improved. Yeah, if he becomes a full-time starter at a new position, it would be very difficult to argue against that. T says, which position coach, new or returning, needs to have a great year? Who has the most pressure and expectations?
That's a great question. The first one that came to mind for me is Skip Pete.
Yeah, Skip Pete was one, obviously working with Rachaad White. And I think the reputation for Skip Pete, just the fact that he worked with the Cowboys running backs last year with Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. So there's a lot of accolades and big names on that resume. And he's been a running backs coach for a long time. A coach that I think kind of needs to improve or at least get the most out of his players this year. I'll lump them together because they both coach the position, but Harold Goodwin and Joe Gilbert, I think with the offensive line, the way that they struggled in the run game, and it's not all on them, but there were people when so many of the other offensive coaches were out of town once Byron Leftwich was fired. Those are the 2 offensive coaches, and Goodwin obviously is an assistant coach as well. Those are 2 guys that stayed on. So they have to prove why they were kept on when everyone else was leaving. I look at those 2 as 2 coaches that it should not be taken lightly this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna. Kuntz in the 7th round, so lucky. Now he graded out really well via RAS. He had the perfect 10 score, and him going in the 7th round, saw him going a lot earlier, and just speaks to the depth of the tight end class. The Bucs got a tight end in Payne Durham, not quite the athlete of Zach Kuntz, but maybe more polished in terms of being able to catch the ball. We saw that at the Senior Bowl and him making some nice grabs in the end zone. And I already mentioned before, one he gave to Cody Mauch and spiked it down.
No one wants to know who wins 6th man of the year. I know this is a basketball reference. Let's see. As a wrong one. As a rotational type player or fringe starter. As a rotational type of player or fringe starter.
Are we talking offensive line, defensive line?
I think just the whole team.
Okay. Devin Tompkins? Could he count? Rotation
Tompkins
like wide
would
receiver?
count.
Yeah.
I think if Russell Gage has a big bounce back year,
yeah,
I think he would be the top guy. Swing tackle isn't in enough to really give a like accreditation to. Maybe Keyshawn Vaughn if he really balls out and becomes RB2, but I don't really foresee that happening. Yeah, it could be a rotational defensive line guy. We'll see how the rotation kind of pans out on the D line. But Logan Hall.
Anyone
could be
in the
there.
secondary? So you have Antoine Winfield, Ryan Neal.
But they're all starters, so
yeah,
that's
like
the
a
thing.
backup safety behind him. Somebody like Nolan Turner.
I don't see it with Nolan Turner. I don't. You're fine, Nolan. The question was fine.
Servakia Dennis.
Could. I mean, you would have to play because of injuries.
MJRVI says, "Hey guys, came home from an errand. Can I get a quick recap?" If you want to start from the beginning, the Bucs did not have a 4th round pick on day 3. Then they went Servassier Dennis in the 5th round, not long after they took, who was after that? Payne Durham, the tight end out of Purdue. Then they drafted Kansas State defensive back Josh Hayes. Then they traded up to get Trey Palmer, the wide receiver out of Nebraska. And following that, their last pick was Jose Ramirez out of Eastern Michigan. So they addressed a lot of spots. They found depth at inside linebacker. They obviously added a speedy receiver, which they needed with 4.3 speed, and someone that isn't a little tiny guy like Scotty Miller. Not throwing shade at Scotty, but that obviously was a position that they needed to address, which I'm very happy with what they did on day 3. Didn't take a running back, but we kind of said from the beginning, there's no shame in getting an undrafted rookie free agent out of at the running back position, or really any position at that standpoint. And the Bucs, you go back to Cam Brate, Tamar Dotson, they know how to find the diamonds in the rough with undrafted free agents. So Barracks and Devin Tompkins as well became the main punt returner after they parted ways with Jalen Darden. So yeah, don't sleep on the undrafted free agents. We're going to have that tracker coming out probably sooner rather than later once this draft is officially done.
And then speaking of running backs, it looks like the Packers just took Lou Nichols, who is someone that
Scott's written about a fair amount.
Yeah.
Lou.
I guess in the 7th round.
Mr. Angle says, "Man, just got back and Deuce Vaughn is a Cowboy. Woof. That gives me some zippiness in that backfield now." MJRVI says 4.3 speed. Damn. Yeah, let's do a little rotate. We're going to bring on Scott and Josh, who were chatting with John Spytek about day 3 of the draft. And before they come on, we are going to hear a message from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Age Rejuvenation. Yes, Age Rejuvenation. Defy age.
Great picture of you.
It is. It was I think on Friday before day 2. I was in there lifting weights. No, I'm just kidding. It's not me. Come on. And I don't have 4.3 speed either. But what I do have is I've got a boost of testosterone. And the reason why I've got that is because I went to Age Rejuvenation. And I've increased my performance. I feel more alert. I'm not as tired. I don't have the fatigue. And I encourage all of you to get Age Rejuvenation. Go to agerejuvenation.com. Sign up for that free consultation. They'll test your testosterone with your blood work. And they will see if you're low in testosterone. I recommend the testosterone therapy. Had it done myself. It works wonders. And they've got 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. So Age Rejuvenation, proud sponsor of the Pewter Report Draft Show. All right, Josh, Pappoe, and myself here back in our war room, if you can call it that. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's kind of our war room. And we're back from the John Spytek press conference. 20 minutes of John Spytek, very impressive guy. I'll tell you what, if you're an NFL team and you need a general manager, not that I want him out of here. He's done a hell of a job with the Buccaneers, but John Spytek is going to be a future GM sooner rather than later.
2-time Super Bowl winner.
Won a Super Bowl with Denver, won a Super Bowl here in Tampa, and Jason Light's right-hand man. So very excited to talk to him. So, I asked him about the speed, And obviously these guys can play football. They're not just track stars, but it was a concerted effort. Coach Bowles put out the directive. They want a faster football team this year. And they got it. And it's always not the 40-yard dash speed, right? Because you've got Yaya Diaby running a 4.51. You've got Trey Palmer, what a 4.33, something like that.
4.3 speed. Yeah, absolutely.
The 4.73 speed for Jose Ramirez is not, elite in terms of 40-yard dash.
But Cody Mauch has good speed for his position.
Correct.
Kalijah Cansey has great speed for his position.
Yes. And so, sometimes it's not the speed, the 40-yard dash, like for Ramirez. He had a 1.53 10-yard split. That's Dwight Freeney type numbers on the 10-yard split and the shuttle times, which were the best at the combine. So speed, not always the straight line, but he's fast. Kalijah Cansey's fast. Cody Mauch is fast getting down the field in the run game. This is going to be a faster, more athletic Buccaneer team.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at Yaya probably taking over for, say, a Carl Nassib.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade in speed right there. Cody Mauch taking over for someone like Shaq Mason.
Yeah.
That's and not necessarily taking that right guard role, but just replacing somebody in that room with a faster player. Kalijah Cansey coming in and taking over for Akeem Hicks.
Yeah.
That's a faster player. So you're increasing the speed in almost every single position group across the entire roster on both offense and defense.
Yeah. And I think too, like with Payne Durham, not the fleetest of foot.
Nope.
But big, almost 6'6", 255 pounds, knows how to get open, goes up and makes contested catches, 21 touchdowns at Purdue. That's no joke. That's a lot of red zone work. And listen, Jason Witten was never the fastest guy. They didn't make the Jason Witten comparison, and I'm not either. But Jason Witten, never a fast tight end out of Tennessee, but certainly feasted in zone coverage, knowing where to sit down in zone, how to box out nickels and linebackers and safeties and man coverage. Just made a bunch of catches, made a bunch of plays, and that's kind of the tight end that Payne Durham is.
Yeah.
He's going to make those contested catches.
And I think the thing with Durham, which is interesting, is you look at the tight end that the Bucs recently lost, right? Which they let go of Cam Brate. And I'm not talking about Cam Brate of 2016, 2017, 2018 Cam Brate. I'm talking about the Cam Brate of 2021 and 2022. And you look at what Payne Durham does well, and there are a few things that just the Cam Brate of recent years didn't do well.
Right.
He's a solid blocker. And Spytek talked a little bit about being able to use Payne in line to allow Cade Otton to be more of a move tight end.
Right.
Not that Cade is going to be the number 2 tight end. He'll still work in line in 11 personnel, but Payne gives Cade that opportunity. And you mentioned the contested catches. And in recent years, I know I can think of at least 2, 3, 4 instances where Cade Otton didn't come up big in a contested catch situation, which cost the Bucs in different situations, especially on third down. And Durham is a really good contested catch guy. Spytek specifically noted that skill set for him when describing him. And I think that was something that the Bucs probably had in mind. Where were the deficiencies with Cam Brate on this roster last year, and how can Payne Durham potentially fill in those deficiencies?
Yeah. And they love Cade Otton. This is no knock on him, but now they've got 3 day 3 tight ends that they really like. O'Keefe has a role on this team as a blocker on special teams. They're going to go 12 personnel. They're going to go 13 personnel. They're going to go 11 personnel sometimes. And that 11 personnel tight end, which means 1 tight end. That might be Cade Otton, might be Payne Durham. We'll see. There's some competition at that spot now. There's going to be a lot of wide receivers. I think they're working on right now about 20 undrafted free agents. Now, a couple years ago, Josh, when this team re-signed just about everybody from the Super Bowl, I think they literally had like 6 undrafted free agents.
I think it was 7.
Stacked. Not the case this year. They let a lot of players go in free agency, and they're going to have to replenish those. They need some training camp bodies. They drafted ended up with 8 players this year.
Yep.
And they need about 20 to get up to 90 to have in training camp, and they'll have a local tryout guys come in and for the rookie mini camp, and then they'll sign some undrafted free agents. So it'll be interesting to see. In years past, there has not been the focus on undrafted free agents, but this year it's going to be a big focus. They had a couple guys stick last year. Devin Tompkins and Kalen Geiger
Yep.
ended up making the practice squad, and Tompkins got elevated. In the past, you've seen Adam Humphries was a guy that was an undrafted free agent back in the Jameis Winston days who made this roster from Clemson. DeMar Dotson, probably the best undrafted free agent of all time in Bucs history, was a starter for a decade at right tackle. I remember DeMar Dotson coming in at about 265 pounds. He was a basketball player at Southern Miss. Didn't even have cleats. He had basketball high tops out here, and the training staff said, "What are you doing here? You don't have cleats?" And they said, he says, "No, I don't have cleats." They got him some cleats. The problem is DeMar Dotson is 6'9". I want to say he maybe had size 18, 19, 20 cleats, and they didn't have cleats that size.
Big. Yep.
So they got him the biggest cleats they could find, and
then he cut off his toes.
Just about. he ended up practicing for that 2-day rookie minicamp, the tryout, in cleats that were about 3 or 4 sizes too small. So imagine putting on a pair of shoes, and you're in the shoe business.
I am in the shoe business.
What size shoe do you have, Joe?
I wear a size 9.
Okay, size 9. Imagine walking around in, say, a size 6 all day.
I'd rather not.
Okay, right. DeMar Dotson goes out there in cleats that were 2 or 3 sizes, maybe 4 sizes too small, and runs around for 2 hours for 2 days playing football.
That's commitment.
In those cleats. And he said his toes were mangled, blistered beyond belief, but he ended up getting into the roster as an undrafted free agent from that rookie tryout. Then he got some cleats that fit, and he ended up earning a spot on the Buccaneers roster. Still to this day, the best undrafted free agent story. So we'll see. There could be a couple of undrafted free agents that make this roster, and one of those could be a running back because right now they have 4 running backs on the team, including Patrick Laird, but they'll probably want an upgrade there. So I would imagine a running back or 2 will be signed and to bring to camp.
Yep. I think one of the other things that was really interesting to hear SpyTech talk about was kind of the process of them getting to where they were comfortable taking Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah.
And he said, they kind of started back during the college season and they saw his tape. The scouts did, that is, in his department. And they're like, man, this guy's really, really good. But and they were just at the time just kind of ballparking his size, but he's probably 6 foot, 275 pounds. And what can you do with a guy like that?
Right.
So we'll kind of tuck him away and we'll show him to the coaches at the end of the season and see what they think. And if they think they can use him, then, maybe he's a guy for us. And they eventually did show him to Todd Bowles and his staff, and they actually really did like him. And at that point, they were like, okay, now we've got a guy who we really think can be a really good ball player for us. And that was one of the things he kind of kept coming back to, is they've got to be able to play football. He mentioned that in terms of Trey Palmer and his speed.
Yep.
There are a lot of fast receivers out there, but he has functional speed and he can play football. And he was able to translate that speed into production at Nebraska, where he didn't have a lot of opportunities to catch passes.
Right.
When he did, he made big things happen. He was able to go over 1,000 yards and an offense that didn't throw the ball very much. And I think I followed that up and asked him a little bit about Palmer's ball tracking skills and whether that came into play. And he mentioned, that's a really big thing when you talk about fast receivers who get downfield. They have to be able to find the ball. And he did not, I want to make this very clear, he was not comparing Trey Palmer to Deshaun Jackson, but he was using Deshaun Jackson as an example of the best ball tracker he's ever been around. And he said that's a really important skill to have when you're evaluating a deep threat wide receiver, because if they can't track the ball, are they going to be able to use their speed to their advantage?
Yep. So we're closing in on the end of the 7th round. A couple of picks while we were in there with John Spytek.
Yep.
The ones that stand out to me, Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion, the tight end, going to the Jets in the 7th round.
I was a big fan of Kuntz. I think a couple of people in the chat have really smartly pointed out, when you talk about Kuntz versus, let's say, Payne Durham, I was a big Kuntz fan. Durham's probably more ready to play from day one.
Yes.
And he's a much better blocker. He's not going to require the development that Kuntz will. In 4 years, could Kuntz be the better player? Absolutely.
Yeah.
From season 1 on, Payne Durham has an opportunity to get on the field immediately.
Yep. Jalen Jones, cornerback from Texas A&M, goes to the Colts. Dwayne McBride, a punishing runner with almost 0 catches in his career. I think he had 4 catches at UAB, but I think went over 1,600 yards rushing.
Yep.
And he goes to the Vikings in the 7th round. DeMarco Hellams, one of those 3 Alabama safeties that were so good. And he goes to the Falcons as one of their 7th round picks. Another couple names of note: Andrew Voorhees, the guard from USC, goes to the Ravens. The Ravens just
That's a great pick.
wait, and then they have great players fall to them. The Ravens are just some of the best at drafting. Let's see, Andre Jones Jr. from not Andre Carter, but
Andre Carter
Jones
is still available.
Yes, the edge from Louisiana going to the Washington Commodes. Lou Nichols, a running back from Central Michigan, one of the players I liked a lot, and a former teammate of Luke Gedeke. I said Luke Gedeke, yeah. There you go. That's the reaction I'm looking for.
You should like Lou Nichols
gasp.
by the transitive property, right? You should be a Lou Nichols fan just because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Kenny McIntosh,
Yep.
one of the more overrated running backs. And yeah, I'm sorry, he is. I watch a lot of Georgia.
He had to have
games.
gone to the Eagles, right?
No, he didn't. He went to the Seahawks.
But he's a Georgia Bulldog.
Of course he is.
That doesn't make sense.
They've already screwed up. I told you they drafted Sidney Brown. They had a chance of getting Christopher Smith.
They should have taken. Oh man.
Yeah, Miami gets Ryan Hayes, the offensive tackle from Michigan. Max Duggan goes to the Chargers. And Derek Parrish, an edge rusher from Houston, former teammate of Logan Hall, goes to the Jaguars. Corey Trice Jr., a late cornerback, a taller corner you and I both kind of like, from Purdue going to the Steelers. I thought that was a really good pick. Steelers have really kind of stockpiled some corners.
Yeah, that was a steal for the
It was,
Steelers.
for the Steel Curtain, yeah.
I'll see myself out now.
Anthony Johnson, another cornerback, going to the Packers from Virginia. Special teams, folks. That's really what day 3 is all about, especially the 7th round. You're taking flyers on quarterbacks. You're taking guys that can help you on special teams. So that's why you're going to see a lot of DBs, tight ends, running backs, maybe some linebackers, guys that will fit that prototypical get down the field, edge rushers to run down and help cover kicks and punts. And the Giants are on the Giants pick is in, Cowboys on the clock. But what other things stood out to you from SpyTech about the Bucs draft last year?
Yeah. So one of the things that really stood out is I tried to see if there was any type of thought process from the Bucs decision makers about the dichotomy between Yaya Diaby and Jose Ramirez, because the way they win in their pass rushes, when you watch the tape, is very different.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to SpyTech that I thought that Yaya Diaby was a bit more of a linear athlete. He kind of comes from one angle, right? And not as much flexibility or bend to his game, whereas Ramirez, I thought, had a lot more flexibility in his hips and in his ankles. And SpyTech kind of went out of his way to say, hey, I see him a little bit different than you do as far as Yaya Diaby goes. I think he's got some really good flexibility in his hips for his size. Yeah. I think he hedged there with that.
6'3", 263. That's not a small guy.
No,
that's a big guy.
No. And he does carry his weight very well. So, and then he went on to say, what we saw in both of them is that they won a lot. And that's what we want, guys who are around the quarterback a lot. And he mentioned the 2 Super Bowls that he won. He said in both years, it's just because we kept knocking down quarterbacks in the playoffs. And then he went on to kind of expand about Jose Ramirez. And I really liked some of the things that he said. Again, he was very careful not to equate in terms of player comps, but he found some similarities between what he liked about Shaq Barrett and what he likes about Jose Ramirez, and just that they are constantly getting to the quarterback, a little bit undersized, but quick off the ball. They can get around the arc, and they're constantly around the quarterback. And he mentioned, lots of pressures from both of them.
That's right.
And I thought that was really cool.
He was an area scout for the Broncos, and this is back when Shaq Barrett was coming out of Colorado State. So that was one of their local guys. That they were high on. He says Shaq Barrett was just one of those guys. You just, as you keep watching him, you just kind of fall in love with him. And I think that was the same way with Ramirez. And Ramirez, boy, I've been a party to a lot of interviews over my 28 drafts I've covered now for the Buccaneers. And Jose Ramirez was wearing a Bucs shirt. He's from Polk County, just down the street, 30 minutes away. He was super excited to be drafted by the Buccaneers, and grew up a Shaq Barrett fan. That was one of the players he emulates, and so he's just so excited. He said, at Eastern Michigan, you'd be lucky to talk to one member of the media, and he had us on the Zoom call, and there's about 8 or 10 of us, media in the media room talking to him via Zoom. And it was like clearly the most media he's ever talked to in his life. He thanked us. He's like, thank you for taking your time to talk to me.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, this is a kid who this is a hungry group. This group right here. And like he mentioned Josh Hayes, the Kansas State nickel, who is from Lakeland and actually is the nephew of the late Geno Hayes, Bucs linebacker. So there's already a Bucs connection there. With Josh Hayes, they brought him in for a local visit, as we presumed, because he's from Lakeland. And he gets here and he says, some of the guys, when they're here, they just want to meet with the coaches. And we asked them if they want to work out for us and go through some of the drills and whatnot. And Josh Hayes was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's get out there. And so he was really like, yeah, let's play some football. Let's get out there on the field and do it. And not everybody at the local pro day workouts is ready to do that or wants to do that. And he said that pro day workout, that local pro day workout, helped them in their process of drafting him. And also too, and Spytech didn't say this, but Todd Bowles was out of Kansas State for their pro day. And Spytech said Todd Bowles really likes this guy as a nickel.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that was, not just the Deuce Vaughns, the Felix Anudike Ozamas, et cetera. Josh Hayes was a guy that Todd Bowles was really interested to see out there at the pro day in Manhattan. And it manifested itself into him being a 6th-round pick.
Yep. One of the things, and Scott, you're always telling us at Pewter Report that we got to kind of read between the lines when we're listening to the Bucs personnel and how they talk. And there were some questions, and rightful questions, from us in the media regarding the Bucs not taking an offensive tackle. Throughout this draft. And, was that a conscious decision? Do they feel comfortable with Luke Gedeke at the right tackle spot? So much so that it wasn't necessarily a priority or a target. And Spytech said, I think we wanted a tackle.
Right.
But then he went on to say, we're picking at 19. The draft doesn't always fall that way. He goes, the only time you can really create that certainty is if you lose enough games to pick in the top 5 picks. And he goes, as the draft,
he didn't want to do that.
No, I don't think anybody in the Bucs front office wants to. So he mentioned, and there were a couple things he said. He goes, there were some guys we liked, but they weren't there.
Yeah.
And so that makes me think that the Bucs really thought that this tackle class was extremely top heavy.
Right.
And that top didn't get to them at 19.
That's right.
And then beyond that, they really didn't have a lot of guys, or maybe they had some guys that they did like, but the value of those players compared to the positional value of other players that they liked, where they were picking, just never manifested.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And as strange as it sounds, you can't draft the position. You have to draft the player, right? In other words, you can't say, we have to draft the tackle. Because if you don't like those tackles or the tackles that you have to choose from, right? I'm not saying they didn't like any tackles, but the tackles that they had to choose from, they obviously didn't like
Anton Harrison.
Yeah, Anton Harrison or some of the others in the second round, Bergeron, et cetera. They didn't like them as much as they like Elijah Cansey, obviously. And they liked Elijah Cansey. And so, again, it's you draft the player, not the position, right? And in a perfect world, team needs meets best player available, meets the right kind of player that you like. That's the perfect storm.
And positional value.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the perfect storm. It's rare that the perfect storm hits unless you're picking number 1 overall and that player, that generational talent is there. Unless you are the Cincinnati Bengals and you're drafting number 1 overall and there's Josh Burrow, right? Unless it's that type of perfect storm, it's hard. It's hard to kind of, hit that.
Now, and that was one of the other things that Spytech had talked about is they don't necessarily consider the positional need so much as they consider positional value.
Right.
So there is in the Bucs front office and they're among their decision makers, there is some, I'm going to just call it a chart for lack of a better word, but they do have some type of scale in terms of these are the positions with the most value to us. And then these are the positions with the least amount of value to us. And there's a scale there that factors into how they put their board together and how they may make picks.
Yeah. Isaiah Bolden, a cornerback out of Jackson State, played for Deion Sanders.
Yep.
Just got drafted by the New England Patriots. He went to Wesley Chapel High School by my neck of the woods and is the son of former Atlanta Falcons and Bucs cornerback Jerron Bolden.
There you go.
So, did I say Josh Burrow?
You did.
Joe Burrow.
You very much
Sorry.
did. I think we were all going to let it slide.
I was talking to Josh Capo, and
you were talking about Josh Hayes earlier.
Josh Hayes.
Yeah.
And we've done about 20 some hours of draft coverage over the last 3 days.
Only 20 something
on air.
Consecutive? Feels like
just about. Yeah. So sorry, Joe Burrow. Josh Burrow, not quite the prospect that Joe Burrow is.
Yeah, they talk about Joe Burrow being like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL now.
Yeah.
If he changed his name to Josh, he would vault immediately to number 1.
It's a better name.
It is.
It really is.
100%.
So yes, Mohamed Ibrahim is still there on the board. We'll see if he ends up going undrafted, and we'll see if he ends up coming to Tampa Bay.
Do you think Andre Carter gets drafted?
I don't
because
know.
That's going to make a big difference in whether he even has an opportunity to play, because the military has gotten a lot stricter about allowing players to defer their commissions coming out of military colleges. And I know there were a couple players in the last couple of years that were undrafted free agents that had trouble getting that deferment. And I think if they were drafted, it would be a little bit easier. So I mean, he's only got a few picks left to make this happen.
Yeah, I think we're closing in on about 10 or 11 picks now. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks. And including 3 49er picks. Boy, they've got compensatory picks at the wazoo here.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that when you look at positional needs that the Tampa Bay has here, I think they're going to be bringing in some offensive tackles. Again, trying to find that diamond in the rough, maybe that next DeMar Dotson, the next Brandon Walton. This team is actually, they're a little high on Brandon Walton. Not ready to say that they believe he is going to be a candidate to start. I think if anything, Brandon Walton's probably the candidate to replace Josh Wells as that. Is it Josh Wells or Joe Wells?
It's Josh Wells.
I know, I'm just kidding. Josh Wells, the swing tackle for the Buccaneers.
I have a question for you, Scott. Have you heard what's happened since he's left the team with regards to Byron Leftwich?
Byron Leftwich?
Yep. He apparently is in our chat. Byron Leftwich wants to know what happens next regarding undrafted players, like timescale wise.
We've also had Dave Canales in
He has? Too. Wow. So we are big time in it. I would hope Byron would know what happens. Maybe if he doesn't, it says played a role in him leaving. Right. So once the draft is done, then all 32 teams begin to really, and they've already started these calls. They have players that they still like, even though like the Bucs are out of draft picks at this point. So barring them trading future draft picks to get back into the 7th round, they still have players they like that they just didn't have enough draft capital to spend on. Yeah. And so they've already started calling those players. And what they're telling those players is, hey, if you don't get drafted in the next 13 picks, and you become an undrafted free agent, we'd really like for you to sign with us. Yeah. Now, those players are probably getting calls from multiple teams. All right. So then it's interesting because the leverage shifts from the teams to the players. Yeah. Because when you're drafted, you have no choice but to go to the team that drafted you. Right. When you're an undrafted free agent, if you have multiple suitors in terms of teams, you can then pick the team that you want to play for. Yeah. And it's not, the offers are similar, but not exactly the same. Yeah.
Sometimes you get more of a signing bonus from one team to the other.
Yep.
But
guaranteed parts of your salary and things like that. So teams can have a certain pool of guaranteed money they're allowed to give out to undrafted free agents. And so they have to really pick and choose how do they want to spread that money out. If there's one guy they really, really want to make sure they have, they may use almost all of their guaranteed dollars on that player. And that player is more likely to sign with them because of the guaranteed nature of that salary and that bonus.
And it's tough too, because if you're that player, you got to decide, do I want to take maybe 40 or 50,000 more dollars here? Mm-hmm. And I have a tougher depth chart to maybe crack the roster, or do I want to bet on myself and bet on the odds maybe being a little more in my favor, being with another team that has a more favorable depth chart where I feel like I could come in there and maybe make up that $40,000 and then some by being on the active roster rather than the practice squad.
So you have a team like Houston, right, which is an attractive landing spot for undrafted free agents because there's an easier path to what's that?
Brandon Hill to the Texans.
I just was mentioning them, right? Yeah. So with a team like Houston or maybe Carolina or some of these other teams that have struggled and their roster is much more malleable because they're trying to build it up.
Right.
They offer a more attractive landing spot for these undrafted free agents because there's an easier path to making the roster, which comes with bigger paychecks.
That's right.
All right. But then you have a team like, say, the Chiefs or the Eagles, where it's a much more set roster, and they're going to have to use their guaranteed dollars to lure some of those free agents to them. And then the teams in the middle, the Bucs, they've got to play kind of both sides of that ball.
That's right. Ward Burns says Earl Bostic. Just speaking candidly, I mean, he's a KU Jayhawk, so that might tell you how I feel about him. Although I actually think he's a pretty good player. I would not be surprised if he's a good player. A couple of guys, Isaiah Land from, thank you, Animal. Appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
Isaiah Land from Florida A&M, a big-time pass rush guy, but played as an edge player. But he's got to make the transition now to the linebacker level because I don't think he's big enough to play on the edge. Aubrey Miller is a guy that I think you and I both like from Jackson State. A lot of Pewter reporters like him as well. Is Keaton Mitchell a Bucs candidate as an undrafted free agent? Yeah, he is. Fast Pirate, East Carolina Pirate. Good hands out of the backfield, deadly with the screens. He's a good player. I like Keaton Mitchell. He actually not only met with the area scouts at the combine, but also Skip Peete, the running backs coach. Craycard, Scott, do you think the Bucs will look at Andre Carter if he goes undrafted? I don't think so. I don't think he's a good player. I really don't. He's soft. He needs a year or two in the weight room.
Yeah, he's
just not impressed at all.
So he had a really great 2021 season, which kind of put him on the map for Army. I want to say he had something like 18 sacks. It was a ridiculous number.
Yeah.
There are, and I've probably been one of his biggest detractors. So there are things about Andre Carter's game there are to like. All right.
Yeah.
I think I did a profile of him very early in the draft process, right before the Senior Bowl. The problem is what you mentioned. He's got to get in the weight room and he has got to build up his lower half. And he is probably, we talked last year with Logan Hall, he needed to add on strength and muscle and mass. And he was probably going to be at least a year away from being effective.
Right.
He certainly proved that out last year. He struggled, which was it to be expected. Andre Carter's at least 2 years away, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, and that's why you see him this far down the draft, because if you draft him, you've got a 4-year contract. You're giving away half of them.
Yeah. Byron Leftwich says, unlike me, you guys have done an outstanding job. Thank you. Appreciate that, Byron.
Self-aware individual.
I missed it earlier. What do you think about Trey Palmer? Speed guy, tracks the ball exceptionally well. That's one thing John Spytek said.
Yep.
Didn't want to compare him to Deshaun Jackson, but it's kind of a rare gift. It can be taught a little bit, but at the same time, it's a situation where sometimes you have a knack for being able to track the ball. And that's one thing that they liked about Trey Palmer. I think 3 touchdowns over 70 yards last year. He's kind of that deep ball, go get the ball guy. Mentioned Canales had DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Marquise Goodwin, some fast guys that could get down the field, make some big plays in the passing game. That's one thing that they felt was missing out of this receiving core, was that just pure speed merchant. And that's really what a guy like Trey Palmer does. It doesn't hurt, though, when the GM likes Nebraska guys and Trey Palmer goes to Nebraska.
That is true. So we've got a $10 super chat from Michael Auro. Is Hayes going to be the starting nickel right away? I don't know if he's like written in pen, but they definitely see him as a nickel, and that's where they want to start him.
Yeah.
So I think he maybe has an early track to it.
Listen, he's a K-State guy, but I gotta call it like I see it. He's a 6th-round pick. There's no guarantee 6th-round picks make the roster. Okay, he has got to earn a roster spot first. Then you can talk about starting nickel. But I'm not going to doubt the kid. I think he's good. And right now they don't have a lot of players that can play that position.
Mm-hmm.
So he's certainly in a very good spot right now, and we'll see. But D. Delaney's the player that can play it. Yeah, is Trey Palmer better than Scotty Miller? Scotty Miller caught NFL touchdowns, right? He made big plays, especially in 2020. I'm not going to sit here right now and say he's better than Scotty Miller. I'm not going to say he's worse by any means. So we'll see. Kenny Bell was a Nebraska wide receiver that had an awful lot of buzz and caught everything and looked like a surefire dynamo at wide receiver until the pads came on in training camp in the preseason. And then it's a different story. He didn't even make the team.
The rich get richer.
Yeah.
So just to kind of add my 2 cents. So I can only compare Trey Palmer to the NFL version of Scotty Miller because I wasn't doing draft breakdowns prior or when Scotty was drafted. So, it's hard for me to compare the two. It's very different. Slide just showed me Moro Ojomo, who was a draft crush of mine, defensive tackle out of Texas, went to the team that continues to crush this draft, the Philadelphia Eagles.
The rich get richer.
The rich get richer.
See this video of Travis Kelce?
No. Nolan Larkham, does Trey Palmer jump every single time he tracks a ball like Scotty? No, he doesn't. He can catch a ball in stride.
That tall Florida guy says, "Oh God, don't bring up Kenny Bell." Yeah, that was a rough stretch. One thing I want to go back to with the offensive tackles, and again, you never know who's just going to come out of the woodworks at any of these positions. But here's the interesting thing: the Buccaneers, they have bodies at tackle. Whether these guys can play or not remains to be seen. We know, obviously, Tristan Wirfs is one of the best in the league, right? We know Luke Gedeke, they're penciling him in right now as a candidate at right tackle. Matt Filer, we know, is a candidate at right tackle. He's probably going to get a shot at left guard, but he has experience playing right tackle. Then you got Brandon Walton, who also has a little bit of experience from last year playing right tackle. But Justin School, Michael Neese, Grant Hermans, Dylan Cook, a player you and I were a little high on in the preseason training camp last year as a rookie out of Montana. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 offensive tackles on the roster right now. Then Then you include Gedeke, that's 7, and Filer, that's 8. So the cupboard isn't bare, but is the food in the cupboard good?
No, Triscuits.
You're right. That's what we have to wait and see. I don't think they're done at offensive tackle, but it's not like wide receiver where right now with Trey Palmer, they have 6, right?
Right.
And they're going to need probably 4 more wide receivers in undrafted free agency to have enough players to really go through training camp with at that position.
Do you want to just keep going down this rabbit hole? We're 20-something hours in. I'm doing it. Byron Leftwich, glad I was fired. We didn't draft any running backs that could run on first down. Whoever's got this account is giving us gold.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the thing too is one of the things that Spytech said about Josh Hayes is they're going to start him at nickel, but like Winfield did last year, he's going to be also cross-trained at safety. He was a slot safety for Kansas State. They ran a 3 safety defense. They ran a 3-3-5 at K-State was the defense that they played. And sometimes they would go in and have 6 defensive backs on the field. But that was a position that he could play, was safety as well as slot. So.
All right. Supply and demand brings up something I was also going to say is Zion needs a place. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, Scott.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were in the room at the time, but the Bucs chose to put Zion at nickel when they had a chance to put D. Delaney there last year after some injuries in the secondary. We know Todd Bowles is very high on Zion, despite a very up and down rookie season. I would not rule out them trying to get him on the field in that role.
Yeah.
I think that it could be something you see in training camp. He certainly his athletic testing
Yeah.
shows
The
that
agility.
he can do
Right,
it.
right.
I think you and I both agree that there's a lot mental processing wise to allow him to harness his speed and agility that he's going to have to really take a big step forward in year 2.
I'll tell you, nickel position, you've got to be really cerebral, right? And the best to do it, in my opinion, Rondé Barber, the smartest, the absolute smartest. The cut on Matt's face is because he asked me about EPA analytics one too many times. Oh my god.
Best Matt cut story ever.
Yeah, that
Oh,
trumps the
took the
hero
cake.
story at the bodega for sure. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Wow.
Byron Leftwich won the internet today.
That's good. We're going to put a disclaimer. This is most likely not the real
real
Byron. An
Byron.
imposter instead.
Ronnie Bell got
Ronnie
taken.
Bell from Michigan,
JC Allen draft crush.
Yeah.
To the 49ers. All right.
So we are now 1, 2, 3,
So that
4, 5,
he'll probably
6,
turn out to be one of the best wide
6
receivers
picks
ever.
away. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Listen, just wanted to say real quick, thank you so much for just following us all season long in the Pewter Report podcast. It's been fun to kind of have all of our Pewter Report staffers on, during various shows, whether it's, Matt and I kind of the beginning of the week, and then the 7 p.m. shows, you're on, Bailey, Sly, Matt. It's just been a lot of fun to go through this draft process. It's long. Thankfully, the Buccaneers are at a level, and hopefully they stay there, where we're not starting our draft coverage in October like we have in years past, where the season's already lost, but you know what? Going through those years where, it's October or November, and you realize that this team is destined for a top 10 pick, right? And there was a lot of them during the Raheem Morris, Greg Schiano, Lovie Smith, Dirk Cutter years. It kind of honed our skills in terms of finding Buccaneer players, and kind of brought us to this point of being able to nail some Bucs best bets and tell you guys, because really it's about who we like, and we do a good job, I think, of saying we like this player or we don't like this player or whatever. But our job is to tell you who the Bucs like and to find that information out. And so we've been able to kind of go through those dark years, the dark ages of Bucs football, and really hone in on the draft. And it's been a labor of love. We've got a lot of great guys on the staff that have dove in head first when it comes to the draft and getting up to speed on these guys. And everybody in this room was at the Senior Bowl this year. And majority of us went to the combine. And to get to know these players and see them and interview them, and to watch them out there do football things, and then to watch tape and the group chats were sending out highlight clips. Look at this guy, and it's been a fun process. It really has. And some years you hit on some of these guys. I remember in 2020, which was one of the best drafts, we didn't hit on anybody. No Bucs best bets, no mock draft, but that was a weird year because it was a COVID year. There wasn't any pro days or any top 30 visits, etc. So just glad you all enjoyed it and have tuned into the live draft shows. And now we switch over to Real Buccaneer football, covering real Buccaneer rookies at the rookie minicamp, at the OTAs, Baker Mayfield, Matt Filer, Ryan Neal, Greg Gaines, Chase Edmonds, these new Buccaneer players, in addition to the guys added this weekend in the draft. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a quarterback competition.
We are.
In training camp.
Yep.
We're going to have a brand new offense for the first time since 2019 to figure out and dissect and see how much Seattle Dave Canales can bring with them and mix in with what the Bucs already have here to kind of, Tampa-size it, if you will. And it's going to be fun. And now we've got some different fast players in this Todd Bowles defense to see if they can take the next step. And the guys that were here last year, the Luke Gedekes, the Logan Halls, the Zion McCollums, can get better from year 1 to year 2. A lot of great Buccaneer stories this year for us to uncover and report on.
A lot of great storylines. I like this one right here from Nolan Larkham. Scott for MVP. Scott does an absolutely incredible job, but from behind the scenes, this is just my personal vote. He was on air more than any of us. He was always the last to leave the media room at night throughout this entire weekend. My MVP this weekend is Mr. Matt Matera.
Yeah, no doubt.
100%.
Yep.
Change yourself. Thank you. Very nice of you to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, everybody here at Pewter Report does an incredible job, but Matt, you showed out this weekend.
Yeah, and too, for some of the newbies, if you will, the Bailey Adams, coming on, and you were here last year, and you were not even a free agent at that time.
Did we lose draft picks for tampering with Bailey last year?
We negotiated a trade.
A trade?
Yeah,
We're better than the Dolphins.
Yeah. And Adam Slavon coming in here, that Culver's loving sucker over there that is just he's taken on the lead role of being the chronicler of the Luke Gedeke.
Yeah, he's taken on the Bucs fan base as well.
Yeah. No, but I mean, listen, we've had some fantastic interns. I mean, and one of them sitting right across from me, Matt Matera, to go from intern status to full-time Pewter reporter, and not just grow as a reporter and as a writer, but to be able to cover practices and take over the podcasting duties and our YouTube channel and all that. It's just been so much fun to watch you grow and all of that. And here's the thing: you talk about pipelines, right? Yep. Buccaneers, University of Washington. We talked about that. Central Michigan, LSU, Auburn, right? All these pipelines. We have a University of Tampa pipeline. We've talked about USF. We've talked about UCF, but go Sparty.
Yeah.
Go Sparty.
Matt Matera was put in charge of finding some interns for us this year, and Adam Slavon from University of Tampa, your alma mater, right? And Chandler.
He went to USF.
Went to USF. So
there we go.
Yeah.
You know where we don't recruit from? UCF. Animal, $5 super chat. Scott is awesome. Have known him for more than 20 years. Always a class act. Absolutely.
Appreciate that, Animal.
Do you know how we can get more subscribers, guys? We can build our subscriber count by at least one. I won't subscribe to this. T says, I won't subscribe to this channel until Sly watches Dark Knight.
You got your homework right
there. You go. Tonight, you're going to watch it, and T's going to subscribe tomorrow. So
that's awesome.
Christopher says Culver's is darn good.
It is.
It is very good. We were talking about that this morning.
There's a place in Kansas that I love that I would love to see down here. Good Sense subs.
Ooh,
Christopher, I'm not sure if you're a Good Sense fan or not, being from Overland Park.
Now,
and Taco Villa. I would love to see Taco Villa expand. They only have 2 locations in Overland Park, but Taco Villa is my all-time taco place.
Up in where I live in Atlanta, there's a really great spot called Del Taco. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I love Del Taco. They've got one in Orlando.
Yeah,
right by UCF. Which
I knew you were gonna pull it around.
John,
with our crew, always evolving. Are we hiring? I know a free agent.
We're always looking for new talent.
Let me see. I've got a free agent who was inquiring about whether we were hiring.
Byron.
Byron is wondering if we are hiring.
We're always looking for offensive consultants.
I believe the position that's currently open is director of data analytics.
Yes. Well, we also need somebody that can help us with our fantasy football coverage.
Yes, absolutely. So Byron, if you are interested in either of those 2 roles, just give us a shout.
And of course, we kid and we jest. This is not really Byron Leftwich. We're just having some day 3 fun.
We are.
The Buccaneers are winding down. Alex Forsythe, the center
out of Oregon.
Went to the Denver Broncos. Grant DeBose, the wide receiver from Charlotte.
TJ Bass went earlier. I'm surprised Forsythe went after Bass. I liked Forsythe better, although Bass plays the more premium position.
Jalen Graham, linebacker from Purdue to the 49ers. Gervarius Owens, safety, went to Houston.
If I give Christopher his $2 back, can I just not post this super chat?
No.
My God, dang it.
Charge on UCF. Mr. Goodsense is 3 minutes from you. Man, that's when I go see my daughter Ellie at K-State, that she has a Good Sense right around the corner. It's just one of my favorite places.
Christopher, you are an all-star.
Oh man.
Fight.
Yes.
Your
Taco Villa. Yes. With the shaved crushed ice. I love the nacho. It's just fantastic. I can't wait to go back to KC. I love KC Barbecue. Don't get me wrong; it's one of my favorite barbecue places in the world. But Taco Villa is legit, and Mr. Good Sense. They're quality fast food places there. So the Bears pick is in. We're going to see if it is, and then the LA Rams are on the clock for Mr. Irrelevant. There's been a couple of Mr. Irrelevants that have been relevant. Grant Stewart for the Buccaneers was a special teams demon.
Has to have been the best Mr. Irrelevant in recent history, right? There aren't any that did better.
No? Brock Purdy, maybe?
I guess he did a little bit. He completely influenced the second-tier quarterbacks this year.
Yeah.
He really did.
Yeah.
I mean, the success he was able to have as being a veteran college quarterback with, I want to say, well over 30 starts under his belt.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. A little prop there from Nolan, Super Chat. $4.99. Horns up, Knights down.
Yep.
All right, so
there we go.
If you have any last minute super chats you want to give us or throw our way, we will put your comments up. Lickety split, because we're about 5 minutes away from being done, folks.
Earlier you had said, now that we're finished with this, we move on to, and you were talking about, the storylines and everything that was coming up. I legitimately had a moment of fear where you were going to say like a post draft podcast.
That's one.
I was like, I know we do the game
Tomorrow
day
we're
coverage.
looking at the 2024 NFL draft class.
Tomorrow's fine as long as it's not 10 minutes after the draft.
Yeah. How big of a super chat? Oh boy.
Okay,
now we have the
let's
dares.
see. How big of a super chat would it take for one staff member to do next year's draft stream on shrooms or the psychedelic of your choice? I think that would require some legislation to pass for us to consider it.
Yeah. And then he says, my vote is Matt.
His vote is for Matt. Okay. Interesting.
All right. So the pick is in.
I'm a paranoid person.
The
You put me on
Chicago
shrooms, I'd probably kill
Bears
myself.
selected defensive back Kendall Williamson from Stanford. And now the Rams are on the clock. The pick is in, and I'm hoping Mohamed Ibrahim is not that guy, because I'd love to see him in red and pewter. I think he'd be a good addition. Xavier Smith, the wide receiver from Florida A&M, is a name to keep an eye on for the Buccaneers. They could be looking for another wide receiver.
Saw this cool tweet, and nothing about the Bucs, but I just think it's kind of a cool draft nugget. The final relative athletic score average for the Colts 12-man draft, 9.49. They went
like that.
after the athletes.
They like those athletes, for sure. The pick is in. Mr. Irrelevant, they always make a big deal about this.
It is Toledo defensive lineman Desjuan Johnson.
Huh. Okay.
Never heard of him. I do a lot of draft prep. I did not hear of him.
Never heard of him either. What do you think our grade is? Probably a good one to end on here, unless we get a super chat. I don't grade drafts. I used to, and it's not. There's two ways to look at it. Are you evaluating the player that they acquired, or are you evaluating the value of the players they acquired? There's a lot of different ways to do it. So I think when you say what's the draft grade, there's a lot of different ways you can grade a draft. And the bottom line is you're drafting players to play in the NFL. None of these guys have laced up the cleats, put on an NFL helmet. They haven't done squat yet. So I like to look at draft classes, which you guys did, you and Sly did, reevaluating the draft years later. I just think that's so much more productive. It really is. Here's a case in point. 2016, I don't know what I would have graded the Buccaneers draft class. You had Vernon Hargreaves, you had Noah Spence. Obviously, Roberto Aguayo was not a good pick. That wasn't a good pick at that day. But it might not have been an F, right? But you look back now, and it was clearly an F. And at the end of the day, that's really what matters is the F. In 2020, the instant reaction to, they traded up one spot to get Tristan Wirfs, who was the fourth best offensive tackle, not in grading, but the way the board fell, right? He was the fourth best offensive tackle. Now you go back and you look at, and you got two Super Bowl champions, Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield from that class, and you have Keyshawn Vaughn is in the mix for a backup spot now. But you have two surefire Pro Bowl caliber players, 1 and 2 right there. That's a boom. That's a huge draft. I don't think it would have been an A necessarily in 2020. Might have been a B. But you look back now to get 2 Pro Bowl starters, 1 and 2. The only other 1-2 punch I can think of in Bucs history is Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks in 95. Yeah. It's that good. So it's fun, right? I guess fans enjoy it. It's too hard for me to assign a letter grade. I can talk in generalities. I like this pick. I don't like this pick. This one's kind of a wait and see. I love this pick. I thought it was really good value. But to do that against an entire class, I don't know. Ryan Neal, where was he drafted?
He was undrafted.
Undrafted free agent out of Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan Neal's a hell of an NFL player.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm not a fan of grading right after. I'm not going to besmirch the people who do it.
Yeah.
A friend of the pod, Marcus Whitman.
Sure, it's a fun exercise. Yeah,
he's going to do one for every single team. I encourage you guys to go check it out. He does some amazing content. For me, I just don't find it to be an extremely valuable exercise. I try to look at how did they attack the entirety of the draft in terms of a plan. Can I understand it? I think you all in the chat here have heard in terms of the specific players drafted, I had other guys kind of ahead of them at almost every one of the picks. A few of them I really, really liked. Jose Ramirez one, Kalijah Cansey. But when I look at what was the strategy was to get faster and to build the trenches, and they accomplished both of those goals. We won't know how effective they were at executing that very understandable plan until 3 years down the road. That 3 years is where it happens, especially for the day 3 guys.
That's right.
So that for me, I can understand the Bucs plan. Did I like every one of the picks? No, but am I going to give it an immediate grade? No, because a lot of it comes down to how does that player's skill set fit in that system?
Right.
There is also you can have conversations about like some teams ended up taking players that probably they could have gotten later in the draft.
Right.
And that's where you can be a little bit more critical in terms of the value. That's where I know you love the Josh Hayes pick. Josh Hayes probably could have gone another round or even in the 7th round.
Yeah.
He wasn't on, I don't think, any other team's board. Yeah. And so that's where you can say, well, maybe they could have picked up another player, kept one of their 7th rounders, and still picked up Josh Hayes.
Yep.
And that's how they can build additional value because, especially on day 3,
that's right.
It's kind of a spray and pray kind of motif in terms of let's throw as many players as we can at this, and hopefully a few of them hit. Yep. So those are kind of my thoughts on it as well in terms of grading.
Speaking of hits, you guys, you Pewter people have been a huge hit. We appreciate all of the likes, the super chats, the comments, the questions. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us, whether it was for a couple minutes, a couple hours, or a couple days. We have thoroughly enjoyed this process. Make sure that you stay tuned to the next Pewter Report podcast, which is Monday, where we're going to have a draft recap show at 4:00, and we'll do roll call at 4:20, so make sure you're on deck for that as well. For everybody at the Pewter Report staff, we greatly appreciate your attention, your time, and your love. This is a labor of love for us here at Pewter Report. And with that, I'm going to say thank you very much for watching this episode of the live draft show here on Pewter Report, energized by Celsius. And we'll see you Monday for the next episode of the Pewter Report podcast.
Out.